Everybody, Pop Culture Curator here. Welcome back to this will be our first horror stream in, wow, when was the last one? I think it was Dreamscape. And that had to be 3 weeks, I believe, at least. So I apologize for the delays. I had to move. For those of you that don't know, I had to move from one state to another, get settled into my new house here. And last week, I know I did a rumblies from the lab because I wasn't quite ready yet, but I think tonight we'll be ready. I got the movie set. I usually post a few days ahead of time on my community tab on YouTube which movie we're going to cover to give you guys a chance to watch it, but I didn't get a chance to do that, so I really apologize. But I'm hoping that you were here last week when we announced that tonight we would be covering Mosquito from 1995. I don't know, it depends on where you're at. Internet Movie Database is 1994. Some sites say 1995. So if you go looking for it, try both of those numbers. If you have not seen it, I highly recommend you do watch it, perhaps after the stream, and I hope we don't spoil it for you. And first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to say hello to my fellow panel members. Hello, Gorilla. How are you doing?
I do fine.
All right. Well, it's good to see you.
It's been kind of a long weekend there. Then I came home to see they tore down the middle school I went to.
Oh, I saw your short. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll build a new one, huh?
Well, they already built it.
Oh, I see. In different location.
Yeah, they attached it to the elementary school.
Oh, that makes sense. They're going to have it ready by the time before they tear down the old one. That way the kids don't lose any time at school.
No, they moved in during winter break.
Gotcha.
They finished it up. They did a few finishing touches in the fall. Then around Christmas time, they moved the last stuff that they could. Moved all the students in there.
Well, the new one's I'm sure is going to be an improvement. It's probably got some good AC and all that. And brand new building and better windows, so it'll be a little more energy efficient.
Yeah.
Nemesis of Eden, how are you doing there?
Oh, I'm doing really well, Pop. Enjoyed the movie. Happy to be here. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a fun time.
I think it is, and we're happy to have you here. So I appreciate you taking the time to join us. And it looks like we already have a bunch of fantastic people in the chat I want to address. Looks like Mikey's here. Mikey says, I have to say this is one of the few horror films that I haven't seen or in a long while. And Mikey says, for your information, this horror film was nominated for the Saturn Award in 1995 as Best Horror Film. Nice. I'm not surprised.
Does the Saturn Award actually really mean anything?
Well, it's not the Academy Award, but right, it's not the Academy Award, but it means something to sci-fi horror people. So it isn't. It's better than getting a Razzie.
Well, look at the Oscars this last year. They're put it this way: Timcast was live during there, and they had to evacuate the building. They just kept the stream going, and more people watched an empty room for 3 hours than watched the Oscars and the State of the Union combined.
Higher ratings when nobody's there, of course. It's good. It's going to be worse the next one. It's going to be horrible.
No, I just thought it was funny. More people sat and watched an empty room than they did the State of the Union address and the Oscars.
Well, why was the room empty? What happened? I'm confused.
They had to evacuate because of I think they said it was a bomb threat.
How long ago was this? Like last year or like last month?
Yeah, last year.
Well, why did you mean they kept broadcasting?
They just left the room and kept the cameras on.
Interesting, because usually when something like that happens, the network will say, sorry, we have technical difficulties, and they'll switch it to something else, but I guess they'd have nothing to back up.
Or no, Tim told them just keep it running. We'll be back in a few minutes. But they're gone for 3 hours.
I don't think he has any say-so over the Academy Awards.
The Academy Awards?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Academy Awards. What are you talking about?
No. The Oscars and the State of the Union.
Yeah, that's the Academy Awards. The Oscars and the Academy Awards is the same thing.
Oh, I thought those were separate.
No, it's just two different
Yeah.
names.
No. More people watched that empty room than watched the Academy Awards.
Okay.
Yeah. Because they
Um,
just thought they were going to be back in a couple minutes, so they just kept it going.
well, I'm sure with nobody on there, it had to be on a better show than if they were there. And you can guarantee the Sound of Freedom is not going to win a single award.
All guaranteed.
Mikey says Gunnar Hansen, for your information, played Leatherface in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Yes. Yes, Gunnar Hansen stars in this movie, and he was original Leatherface, which is good. It's nice they have a familiar name in there. Mikey says Canada's home to many numerous skeeters, but none are as big as the ones flying or killing humans in this film. LOL. Thank goodness. Yeah, Mikey, I wouldn't want that either. Please hit the like, subscribe, Pop's channel, and hit the notification bell to get future events. Thank you, Mikey. Hello, Canadian Spider Man. Hello, everyone. Hail to you, Mikey, says Canadian
Hey,
Spider Man.
Spidey, and hey, Mikey.
And Mikey says, hi,
Hey,
Canadian
hey.
Spider Man. I got to make sure to keep drinking water here. My throat's dry.
Here, I'll
Canadian
keep
Spider
going.
Man says,
I'll
good to
keep
see you,
going so you
Pop.
can have water.
Go ahead. I'm going to get some water.
Although I don't like horror films, too scary. Nice color,
Well, you
buddy.
like,
Mikey. What?
was that you or did somebody else say that?
Canadian Spidey said that.
Oh, I love horror movies.
Yeah, then Mikey says hello, Pop. And Bazil says hi, guys. Mikey says
Hello,
hello,
Basil.
Bazil. Or Basil.
Basil. I love how you say
Scurvy!
this,
How's it going, Scurvy?
Hey,
Hey,
Lemon Pie.
Lemon.
Good to see you.
And Mikey says hello to Scurvy. Bazil says hi, Mikey. Basil says hi to Scurvy, or waves at Scurvy. Nemesis says hello to Basil. Mikey Lemon Pie, and he says hi. Basil says hi to Gorilla. Say hi back. Mikey says hello, Nemesis. Scurvy says hello, Mikey, Pop, Nemesis, Gorilla, Basil, Canadian man, Canada man. And Nemesis says, hail, Canadian Spider-Man. Basil says, hi, Pop, good to hear from you. Glad you were able to move out of that mess of California. Here's to your health.
I'm happy too. This place is a lot nicer and quieter. Not all those crazy people.
And welcome, Jim's Landscaping LLC. Welcome, welcome. Nemesis says,
Jim.
hail, Jim. Mikey says, hello, Jim. Here is the puppies that play in the rain for 6 minutes. Okay. And Gap says, Pops, Gorilla, Mikey, Nemesis, Jim, Scurvy. Hello, all. Well, hello to you too, Gap. I've been enjoying your commercials you've been putting on there. Scurvy says, Gorilla is saying that Timcast was evacuated, not the Oscars. Yep.
Oh, you said the Oscars was evacuated.
No. Timcast was evacuated. More people watched that after they left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was confused.
Yeah, Timcast was evacuated, and more people watched that empty room of Timcast, their studio, than watched the Oscars and the State of the Union combined.
Okay. I misunderstood. I thought you were saying the Timcast was simultaneously broadcasting the Oscars, and the Oscars got a bomb threat, and all those movie stars had to evacuate the building for 3 hours.
Oh no! Sorry about that.
That's why I was saying it didn't make sense that the network would just leave the cameras on. But Timcast would leave the camera on for attention.
No. Well, no, they just thought they were going to be back in a few minutes. So they didn't want to restart the stream.
But believe me, it was for the clicks. I guarantee you. They could have stopped the stream.
Yeah. And Lemon says, hello, Gap. Jim says, hail, Mikey, Nemesis, and Scurvy. Gap says, I've got a 40-foot can of Raid. I think you'll need that more than that. Oops, can. And Mikey says hello to Gap. And Gap says, thanks, Gorilla.
Hello, Gap.
Jim says, hail, Gap. Lemon Pie, or Scurvy here says, hello, Jim. All right.
All caught up. Okay.
Now, I got a question. Does this cameraman have Parkinson's?
Cameraman?
Well,
I was
Did
sitting
you
here
say
watching.
it's so shaky.
Yeah, it was so shaky.
did you say cameraman?
Yeah, the cameraman, person
Well,
filming it.
well, I can tell you this
Hmm.
is I'm not sure the specific story behind the cinematography on this movie, but remember now, if this movie was made in 1994, 95, that was the height of shaky cam, where everything was shaky cam. Every TV show was shaky cam, and I hated it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
I,
don't
I
blame you.
absolutely hated the camera work in this, and also this was an FU because you guys know I like fishing. Then you guys have me watch this movie about giant skeeters. Now I'm gonna be listening to them every time I'm sitting out on that lake.
That's
Did you
right.
get?
We did
Well,
it on purpose.
that's what I'm saying. You need to get some of that deet stuff.
No, oh, you just need to carry around an 8 gauge with some swan shot. You'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go.
No, I'll take the 308 my dad's gonna give me.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Well, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get started here, so I don't screw it up. Hopefully, I've got the subtitles already turned on. And of course, everybody, I can't play sound, and we have to skip every few seconds to avoid copyright issues or claims.
Now, now here's the thing that didn't make sense. They wanted to leave their garbage on a remote planet, but yet they picked the one inhabited planet on all of Earth. It's either or on
Garbage?
all the solar system.
Garbage?
Yeah, that's what the description said.
Oh,
That's
because
what
it shows an actual. I thought it showed an alien.
yeah, it's all dead. There's a bunch of dead corpses in that, but they left that on Earth. There, it's like, did they leave
Oh,
those corpses on there as like hopefully a disease would spring out and wipe out everybody, and so they can invade,
where'd you see
or
that at?
what the description?
Yeah.
The garbage. It was right in the description of the movie, right off of IMDb. That says the
Oh,
aliens dropped
maybe.
their.
Okay. So the aliens were already dead when they dropped the whatever it was into onto the Earth. Is what you're saying, right? Just dead bodies.
Yeah. Basically, they threw the dead bodies into a landfill, then ejected their landfill.
That sounds like probably a joke because this movie is kind of like a comedy horror. And we begin with our travelers. And this is reminiscent of the old 50s horror movies.
And here we have a beautiful picture of a mosquito actually birthing from the water. Mwah. And here's the trash pod or whatever. I thought it was like an escape pod or like a satellite or something, but like there you go.
That's what
There's
I
the
thought.
alien then right there.
Yeah, I didn't know the alien. By the way, everybody, and I'm sure if Hungry Boy's there, he could agree. This is direct homage to War of the Worlds, the 1950s version, even down to the little sucker cups on the end of the fingers. That's why I thought that apparently the alien was still alive. And then when it opens the hatch, then it dies from the Earth's atmosphere, is what I thought, because that's what happened in War of the Worlds. But no, from what you're
Okay.
saying, what they said in the description, I guess it's already dead.
Yeah, it's just equivalent, just like throwing the bodies out in the landfill. And this is where they decided to throw the landfill. But it's like out of all the planets they could have ejected it to, especially like the Jupiter or the Sun, they picked the one inhabited planet, so it almost makes you think like they're hoping something would happen so that they can invade and colonize the planet.
I don't think they plan on mosquitoes sucking on it. I think it was just like a little in joke.
But no, the mosquitoes is a byproduct of what would be maybe a disease popping up and spreading everywhere.
Right, but by them dumping trash, I don't think they expect it to duplicate. But I don't know unless it covers that in the plot. All right, let's see here. And there, of course, it's hard to catch things in action because I have to skip so many frames. But there you can see a car with a mosquito flying above it,
Yeah, they hit that
and they
thing
hit it.
good.
And as we mentioned before on this channel, I'll give everybody a heads up right now that sometimes we will be covering B movies as well as A movies. So this would probably fall in the class of a B movie, but I think it's a fun one. I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
That's some good practical creature effects.
Do we get the subtitles on?
They were on. Let me make sure they're on.
Because they're talking in this scene. Because he called her
I
an
kn-
animal expert there, and
I
then
know,
she goes,
and
"That
they were
wasn't
on
on."
earlier when I had. Let me turn them off and back on because they were on earlier. All right, now let's see what happens. There it
There we
is.
go.
Maybe it's just having to catch them in between the frames. There we go. Yeah, nice and nasty. You know what I'm wondering too? Is that a mosquito or a mosquito hawk? Because it looks more like a mosquito
It's a
hawk.
mosquito. No, specifically stated on in the movie.
Oh, that was completely garbled on my end.
Yeah, I couldn't quite hear what that was.
Nemesis, what did you say?
Oh, it's breaking up, Nemesis. You're breaking up.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Yeah, can you imagine pulling that out of your radiator? And of course, it springs a leak.
Oh yeah. But they can still drive for a good 20 miles. They must be really remote.
Puncture radiator, I wouldn't give it more than a mile. And that looked like a Ford, maybe even less than a mile.
Heyo.
I've had punctured radiators. You can go quite a ways with it being before it overheats.
On a Ford?
It was a Toyota, but no, they used a term here. I can't quite remember what she said, but I looked it up and it was the action. Let's see if I still got it here. Proboscis there. I actually
Proboscis.
yeah.
Proboscis.
It's nose. It means nose.
Yeah.
No, it's a sucking mouth part that is typically tubular and flexible. In zoology, in some words, an extensible tubular sucking organ.
Nice.
Right. It's the thing that sticks you.
Yeah. In a mammal, it's the nose. It's like a trunk of an elephant in mammals.
Right. I was watching a Three Stooges short yesterday, and Mo grabbed Curly by the nose, and he says, "My proboscis." But what the mosquito does is it has this scissor saw type thing, and it actually saws. And when it does that, it puts an anesthesia in there, so it numbs it, so you can't feel it immediately. So it cuts it open with this jagged thing, and then it sticks the proboscis in. So there's like 2 or 3 different steps.
Oh man, that makes me want to go even less fishing.
Oh, don't be such a baby.
Well, did you guys hear? Did you guys hear that Bill Gates released a bunch of genetically modified mosquitoes? What state was that? I don't remember now.
Florida and Texas, and that's where malaria is starting to pop up again.
Well, these are like the COVID shot. These are supposed to have some new DNA in them, so that's not a good sign. And right now, I don't trust it because I'm sure Bill Gates is a far left liberal, so of course he's going to hate Texas and Florida. Why didn't it release it in California, Illinois, New York, Oregon, Washington?
I don't know, but this is the problem. They genetically modified the mosquitoes to prevent the spread of the disease malaria, but now it's doing the exact opposite effect.
Awesome.
Of course. Well, right. Look how effective the COVID vaccine is. Are you surprised? I wouldn't trust anything genetically modified. And you guys heard that the FDA approved lab grown meat to where when you go to the store and if it says beef, it will. Excuse me. If you go to the store and buy beef, it does not have to show on the label if it was lab grown or if it's real or not.
What? They don't have to put that on the fucking label?
They do not. They intentionally. That's exactly it. They bribe the politicians and the FDA so they do not have to put that on the label. But guess what? Yeah, surprise! Been a big surprise. You'll be paying the same, if not more, for it. So I saw an article, and they said some of the things to look for to avoid it is where if it says like grass fed, something like that, then you know it came from a cow. But if it just says beef, you have no way of knowing. And if it's grown in the lab, that means it could be genetically modified. There could be anything in it that we don't even know about. And I'm sure it's going to have the COVID vaccine in it because they're already putting that in the eggs and in the chickens and everything else. Pork.
All
Here
right,
we
let's
have it. They
catch up
drag
on
the
chat.
mosquito out of the road.
Let's catch
Good
up on
idea.
chat
Thank
real
you.
quick. Mike said Biden's State of the Union podcast ended up empty while the Oscars were online same time. More viewers watched on empty conference room. Yep. And let's see, same garbled on mine, and someone's having a beating heart. And Mikey says proboscis.
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 Oh, proboscis. And Gap says what? No label. Yep. Apparently.
No label. Yep. Apparently, all you gotta do is bribe the people upstairs enough money. You can get away with anything. Sad.
Hey, Nemesis, are
That's how
you
they got
eating
away with
something?
you. If you guys,
No. Are you?
No, it sounds like it sounds like you're chewing.
Interesting.
I'll
Okay,
get
I'm
my
gonna
mind.
pop back out and come
But
back in. Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
But if you guys remember a few years back, nobody knew we had pink slime in our meat until it was because it was not on the labels. And but once people found out, they complained and they started removing it. And the company that made that pink slime went out of business.
Was
Thank
it that?
goodness.
Did they call it like meat gum or glue or something like that?
It was some kind of crap. And they were trying to say, well, if we stop putting it in there, meat prices are going to go up astronomically. And people were like, we don't care. We don't want that crap in our meat. So the first thing that happened is all the burger places like McDonald's and Burger King all swore to not use pink slime anymore. And then next thing you know, people were going to the grocery store saying, I don't want pink slime. And it put the company out of business. That's what it would take to get rid of the lab grown meat. If people did that, if they protested and said, we're not going to buy it, they would stop selling it. But these days, I don't think people have the guts or the backbone to stand up anymore. I think they'll say, oh, that's fine. I don't care either way. It's all the same.
And now we go to all the lovely little people playing and camping. And we get the
And they're showing
gals
all
in
the
the
skin,
bikinis. We get the
of course, and the fur.
we get our pervy guy.
Sounds like Nemesis is back.
Hey Nemesis, you missed the
Welcome back,
bikinis.
Nemesis.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I heard pervy guy and I'm like, oh, I assume you're talking about me. So, yeah.
No, this guy here watching the girls play volleyball.
Oh, dude,
Nah,
right? And he's like, come on, jump, baby, jump. And it's just like, bro, like, don't be loud about it. What the fuck? And like, Jesus.
I know.
Anyway.
yeah,
Surprised
you
you
know
didn't
he
have a
can
bullhorn.
he can sit there out on the sidelines and nobody would care. He works there. He's a park ranger. He's keeping an eye on the park.
Make sure
Exactly.
everybody's
But
safe.
when you
There
do
you go.
that,
It's for their own good. Just keep that in mind for their own good.
right. So hopefully that's better. Hopefully you guys can hear me better.
Sound great.
Okay.
And a close up of a mosquito.
Ugh. How much money did he spend on a bug killing box when he could just smash it a lot faster?
Yeah, but this
Which is
dude gets like a real sick pleasure out of like killing mosquitoes. So
right. Which
he
tells
So
does
you
not
that,
like them.
so you're saying he's Jeffrey Dahmer?
Kind of
Yeah.
like
which tells
you
you right
should
off the
listen to his
bat that
speech
means
later.
yeah,
And hey there,
that was
Sean.
hello Sean, good to see you. That tells you right there though that he's probably going to meet a very untimely grisly end.
Yeah.
I wonder if his name is supposed to mean like marrow. No, it says FB Morrow. Okay.
FB Morrow.
Like bugs.
Free bone marrow. I don't know. Yeah, and then this
Yeah,
dude
this is
comes
low
out.
budget, all right.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, I was reading in the notes earlier. I was reading
Oh
the
my
notes
god,
earlier.
it says
The
evil.
trivia.
That's amazing. Oh, go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
No problem. The director Gary Jones had originally planned for much bigger ideas with the original screenplay, many of which had to be scrapped when the budget was severely slashed. The film was supposed to open with a massive bank heist gone wrong shootout that would have resulted in the death of a fourth member of Earl's posse, who we never see in the final film. We were to see the mosquito horde attack Detroit, Michigan, and a military base with disastrous results. Also, the corpses of those who have been killed by the mosquitoes would be reanimated back to life as flesh-eating zombies. And those who had been stabbed by a mosquito and survived would slowly become zombies themselves. This last idea was not only removed due to budgetary constraints, but because the filmmakers felt it distracted too much from the mosquitoes. So that's interesting. It could have been a zombie mosquito movie.
I don't think that will have gone over good.
Yeah, I
No,
think it was a good.
no, like
I think it is a better idea. They stuck to the mosquitoes. You know what? I have never made a movie that's ever been published, but I know enough that if I'm going to film it, even if it's a low budget movie, that two things that are very important: make sure the costumes fit the character, and you cut their hair to match whatever their character is supposed to be. This looks like they hired their Uncle Joe rather than a park ranger. Park rangers usually have their hair cut pretty close, tight, and neat, short. But it's low budget. What are you going to do?
Well, it might be someone relative higher.
Well, I'm
Hear
sure it
that?
well, that's
is.
kind of
No.
what they said. Because like Buddy's
Yeah,
even
because I
just
mean,
like he's
he just
like,
doesn't look. He
dude,
doesn't look like a park ranger. I don't
no,
know. Maybe this
he's
is
in
like
Ohio.
Texas. Yeah, maybe this is like Arizona, or not Arizona, but maybe like Louisiana or something.
It's somewhere remote. I can tell you that. Maybe it could probably even be Montana.
Yeah, you notice that it's not on the patch on their sleeve like it would be normally.
Well, then they'd probably have to give royalties to the park that they put on there. They
I agree with that. They could have put a fake name on there. We're not talking in southern accents, so I'm guessing it's not in the south.
Yeah, it's probably Montana. You hear that? The upper northeast, the rural northeast.
I don't know. It could be California, like Yosemite, but they never specify, of course. But those aren't redwoods.
Oh, oh, there might be a way to find out.
You can look at the filming location, maybe. I don't know if they ever actually say the name within the movie. And of
So
course,
what
he's
a
fumigating.
dickhead,
I know he's
right?
fumigating with all park guests right there.
And only one person calls him out on it at the very end. You're just like, what the fuck? I'd be so chapped to be like, dude, really?
Even on the hot dogs.
And that's the guy that, yeah, there you go. I'd be like,
There
yeah.
it is.
It just says a U.S. national park.
Gotcha. There's Gunnar Hansen from
Oh,
Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That's
yeah.
the original Leatherface.
Oh, cool. Interesting.
Oh, Michigan. It's filmed in Michigan.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's Gunnar Hansen. He just passed away a few years ago.
Oh, so that guy's dead?
Yeah, I'd say that looks like redneck material. What do you guys think?
The South will rise again.
Yes, that guy is dead. He's the one that played Leatherface in the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and he is now currently dead.
Yeah. Okay. Should we catch up on chat real quick?
Go for it.
Always.
Alrighty. So, Mikey says perfect killing ground for oversized skeeters equals picnics. LOL.
Oh,
Sean
absolutely.
said hello, everybody. We said hi to Sean already. And Gap says, hey, Sean. Mikey says, hello, Sean. Mikey says, that's a Canadian goose. You know, the best picture I've ever seen and the most patriotic picture I've ever seen was an eagle swooped down and stomped down a Canadian goose on the neck and said, we're stopping the border invasion. I don't know
Wouldn't
if I
it be
can
the other
find
way
it.
around, though? Because you guys are all wanting to come up here?
No. It's all those people that are drama actors that said that they're gonna move to Canada, but they didn't.
I know. Promises.
We are getting invaded by Justin Bieber. So don't give me that crap, Aaron Ambushes. We got to keep those Biebers out.
Well, I remember when Look Who's Talking, I don't know, 2 or 3, whatever. When it came out, Kirstie Alley said, in the publicity, she said, now, if this movie bombs, I swear I'm going to move out of the country. Well, she lied. The movie bombed. It was terrible, and she still didn't leave, but rest in peace now. She is dead.
Yeah.
Horrendous movies. I hated those movies.
Yeah. And Nemesis says, as a Canadian, I can confirm Canadian geese are evil.
It's true.
Mike says, yes, Nemesis.
Oh,
And
they're
Sean
very...
says,
They're very territorial. When I was a kid, we lived by a lake, and yeah, they'd go after you. I mean, if you weren't even doing anything to them, they'll attack, and they can cause damage. Ducks as well. Very territorial.
Oh, it's like a mini plane flying at your face, except they like beat you and they have like barbed tongues and like nails and claws. It's terrifying.
Yes.
you guys
their
are
beaks, their bills can actually cause a lot of damage too.
you guys are forgetting an important thing here with these Canadian geese.
What?
They're good eating. So there's
Yeah,
Oh, I haven't had one. We're not
If you're
allowed to kill them, man.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know in California you're not allowed to kill them. Ducks are also, I think, off the kill list.
Oh,
You have to live like in Kentucky. In Kentucky, you can kill anything and everything. They do. They eat everything.
Oh, Pop, you gotta get up to Minnesota. I got a couple ducks in the freezer right here.
No. You can buy a duck at the store, but you're not allowed, like for example, to go shoot a duck out in the wild.
I got one store bought and two freshly hunted ones.
So they're legal there? They have duck
still legal.
season?
Yeah,
Okay.
and goose season, and pheasant season.
That makes sense. They've gotten rid of most of that crap in California. Unfortunately, there is no hunting seasons hardly at all anymore. Most people have to head up to like Washington, Wyoming, and stuff like that around here to do anything.
Yeah. All right. But Sean says, "Hey, Mikey and Gap, sorry driving." Mikey says that movie was shot entirely in Michigan near the Detroit metro area. And Mike says they used some stop motion animation and puppetry.
That they did, and I like it.
And Sean says, I just hit 350 subs on my model channel. Ooh. No,
Nice. Congratulations, Sean.
Congratulations,
Congrats,
Sean.
dude.
More than
Gap
I have.
Yeah, Gap
More
says
than I have.
congratulations. And Sean says, thank you, Gap.
Yeah, you
Gap
deserve it,
says,
Sean.
And Canadian says, true, I'd rather face a black bear than an angry huge goose. Oh, they're both good eating. They're both good eating. And Canadian says, good evening, Gap there. And Euler Greg says, cheers. Well, cheers to you, Euler.
Hello, Ella Gray. Good to see you.
I said, I agree wholeheartedly, Canadian Spider-Man. I agree. Canadian Spider-Man hail, and Gap says hey to Canadian. Oops, and then Gap says hey Euler. All right, we're all caught up.
Thank you. Good to see you all. I'm glad you could join us. Yeah, you're right. The car made it into town. Alan Smithy. Interesting. That's the name the directors usually choose. Famous directors, when they make a movie and it's so bad they want their name removed from the title, they put it as Alan Smithy. So I think that's an inside joke.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you ever watch a movie and it's directed by Alan Smithy, that means whoever the original director was refused to have their name on the credits at the end of the movie because it was so bad.
Wow.
So here's where we have the young couple getting a room. And of course, he still doesn't think it's a bug, and she says that it was. I guess he says he can't fix a radiator. He can do a tire, but not the radiator. What a good time to go to the outhouse.
Yeah. Well, he was saying that the radiator, you need a pro for that. No, you don't. It's 4 bolts and 2 hose hookups.
Yeah, but you got to take. I mean, in a lot of cases, you got to take the fan off, the belts, all that stuff, right?
No, I just rolled up my car up onto the onto some ramps there. Then we went to go drop it down, but then we realized that the frame went into the radiator.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, so.
Oh, nice view here.
Yeah, I don't want to see a guy shitting.
Okay, here's a question for everybody: have you guys ever used an outhouse?
Yeah, we had one on our lake house. We used it all the time.
Oh yeah, I had one on the farm. We used it all the time.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we lived in a cabin for a while, and same thing. I mean, go out there when it was freezing. I still remember.
Right? You clear out the actual seat and make sure there's no spider webs so you didn't get bit. And you weren't usually too concerned about giant mosquitoes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad the movie doesn't waste much time showing the mosquitoes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's almost immediate. It's just like, boom, here you go. You're like, oh, sweet.
Yeah. Run, Forrest, run! Run, Forrest, run! Don't shoot me, you son of a bitch! Yeah, see, they missed that. They missed the perfect cussing right there. When they shot, he just said, "Don't shoot me now." I was screaming, "Don't shoot me, you son of a bitch!" And then, boom, right in the back.
Oh no!
Wah wah.
And there's some of the stop motion.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some real janky parts in this movie with like CG and stop motion and blue screen. You're just like, oh dear. But I accept it. It's still really well done.
Right. They did good with the money they had. You can see the money on the screen.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Gorilla, it's your favorite scene.
The original title for this movie was Skeeters. This was changed when another killer mosquito film titled Skeeter, 1993, came out while this film was in post-production. Other working titles included Night Swarm and Blood Fever. For the scene where the 2 fishermen are attacked in the boat, special effects man Matt Hundley was chosen to be the anchor in the water with weights tied to his feet to hold the boat steady. Matt informed everyone he couldn't swim, but he was chosen to do it anyway.
Yeah. Now, I had an issue here, but is with the way they're fishing. They should have just had bear hooks with worms on them if they're going to sit like that. But no, they put spoons on them and they're using them wrong.
Yeah. Yes,
because they only work if they're moving.
Uh-huh.
You mean spoons like for the lure?
Yeah, here, I'll grab one. Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Well, maybe because it's shiny, I guess. But you're right. Moving would help. It's tragic. I love fishing, but in California, you could, like I said before, you can't catch anything. Hopefully, I'll have better luck here in Arizona.
Yeah, we can't do much. Well, I mean, there's plenty of fishing here. Well, I just wouldn't recommend eating anything.
I was fishing with my Air Force buddy 15, 20 years ago. A nice lake in Oregon, beautiful clear lake, and we were on a boat like this, but we were drinking like these guys were, and of course we're drinking, and then we're pissing over the side of the boat every 15 or 20 minutes, and then like 2 or 3 hours passed, and we realized why we weren't catching any fish.
Oh dear. Yeah, no kidding.
I know, right? But we didn't want to go all the way back to shore for that.
So here's a nice little bit of, well, I mean, once again, you get to see the money where the money's at on the screen. Like that's clearly just a stuffed fish, but whatever.
Yes. Oh yeah. I hope I don't get copyright warning.
Here,
Jeez, man, it took
I'll show you
forever.
what they were using. Well, I had to figure out which tackle box they were in. This is the fourth one. But here, see, they're using stuff like this here. Here, these. I gotta figure out where my camera's at. So they're
There you
using
go.
stuff like this. This
Oh,
here,
okay.
anyway, as you're dragging through the water, water goes like this through the water, acting like a fish. Oh, my camera's backwards.
Right, but aren't
So-
there some lures that are like chrome teardrop shaped and stuff like that, or some that are
Like
spiral where they'll spiral through the water? No,
Yeah,
I've
the
seen
spinners.
lures that. I've seen lures that are
Yep.
like solid chrome, like silver.
Oh yeah, they got them.
Yeah. All right.
Oops.
So here's his friend. Apparently, instead of helping him, he takes off and like I would do too, I would dive underwater as well. But I don't know if it's going to do him any good. We'll see.
Well, it just
Ooh,
we
yeah.
missed it in the nice. Yeah, look at that practical effect. Awesome. Yeah, because there's another mosquito that's trying to attack him through the water. Yeah, look at that. Right through the eye. Awesome. Boom,
Nice.
skewered.
Ugh.
I love it.
Ugh.
Did you ever drinking
And then
Budweiser?
Oh, dude, right? And it's like sucking up his brain and eye matter and whatnot. It's awesome. Or like Greg's talking about using live bait normally, and I guess these people are the live bait right now.
Yeah. Here, let's
Right.
catch up on chat. Let's catch up on chat here. Basil says, "You're late, Oiler."
Baby gorilla.
Scurvy says, "Hey, Sean." Scurvy says, "Howdy, Oiler."
Better late than
Mikey
never.
says, "Congrats, 100%, Sean." Mike says, "Hello, Oiler." Oiler says, "Hail, Basil," or Basil. Oiler says, "Hey, Mikey." Oiler says, "Hey, Scurvy." Bazil says, "Howdy do, Greg." And Mikey says, "Matt Hudley, the special effects supervisor, took over this film after the original guy went out for smokes and never came back on set." Yeah. Oiler Greg says, "Toasty, Texas, Bazil, but I'm okay." And Canadian says, "I used to solder holes in my radiator in my 1988 Toyota Tercel. Just do it slow."
Tercel.
And
Why did you put holes in your radiator intentionally? Or you mean
I
soldering up
know.
to seal holes is I think what you mean, right?
yeah, I'm not sure.
I believe that's what he was meaning, yes.
And
Yeah.
Canadian Spider-Man says, "Hey, Scurvy and Oiler." Mikey says, "We used an outhouse for camping trips up in northern Arizona in the 1980s. Canadian says, "I used an outhouse on a regular here camping." And Oiler Greg says, "Skeeters!"
I
Yaps
probably
says,
prefer an
"Run!"
outhouse over a porta potty. Porta potties are the ones that are nasty and they stink.
Yeah. And this is Nemesis channel. Make sure to check him out whenever he decides to stream again.
Yeah.
Oiler Greg says the little skeeters are the worst. Oh, I could think
Yes.
of worse there. Oiler Greg says,
I can-
please like, share, subscribe, all that good
Thank
stuff.
you.
And this is why
Yeah.
Nemesis won't be taken out by the AI because he thinks it.
That's right.
Bats eat 1,000 skeeters an hour. Support your local bat. Yeah, tell the Chinese there to stop eating bats. Then we won't have this stuff pop up for 2 years. Mikey says Detroit Tigers cap. LOL. Wait a minute. Why can't you catch anything in California pop culture? That's Spidey.
So many people, the lakes are empty. They're so empty they have to stock them, and when they stock them, they're empty within a week or two.
Yeah. That's why I'm glad I live in a remote area. Plenty to go around. And Canadian Spider-Man says spiders eat them too. Bats and spiders can work together. So we can get spider bats.
I know
Yeah.
with our college, they say there's a meaning for everything, but I never figured out why mosquitoes have to exist. What benefit are they? But I guess there's something up.
Food. They feed the frogs. They feed the which then.
Well, but let me flies. But I know they do feed other creatures.
The males drink nectar and pollinate as well, so they have their uses.
They pollinate plants.
Yeah, the males do. They drink nectar. They don't drink blood.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's only the female skeeters that suck your blood.
What a
That is
surprise
correct.
there, huh?
Well, they need the iron for that to fertilize their eggs or to help with their eggs. They don't need it to fertilize, but it's part of the process.
Yeah.
Did we lose you, Gorilla?
Gorilla dropped out. I guess he'll be back. He probably had to reboot his machine.
Oh,
It
no.
happens sometimes. Is that you popping back in there, Gorilla?
Oh, wrong button.
There
There
we are. There we are. Okay.
Yeah. And Mikey says fruit bats are great eradicators of mosquitoes. And Oiler says I use live bait normally. Yeah, it depends on what I'm fishing for. If I'm fishing for bass, I'll use my poppers. For bullheads, catfish, and that, I'll use a worm. Cody guy says, hey, the Canadian Spider-Man. Hey there, Cody. How's it going? Mikey says, hello, Cody guy. Gap says, hey, Cody.
So,
Nemesis
Gorilla,
says,
what do you?
What?
I was just
What
going to
was
say.
that,
So, currently, what do you use for mosquitoes when you go out? What do you use for mosquitoes when you go out fishing?
My hand.
Hey-o.
Oh, okay. You've got more patience than I do. I don't have the patience for that.
Yeah, the bug bites go away after a couple hours. But I keep forgetting my can of Repel. And Nemesis says, love bats. They are wonderful creatures. I
They
think
sure
Yes, they are.
Nemesis is secretly a vampire.
Maybe.
And Stream Elements there's my channel if you guys want to check it out.
Yes,
Hell
check
yeah.
out Gorilla's
It's awesome.
channel.
Yeah, and Canadian says, woohoo there. Don't go spreading rumors that Chinese bats being eaten is what caused the last 3 years. It was patented. It was from the lab. Fact.
Well, remember,
I was making it.
right? It came from the lab. The whole bat thing was a lie.
No, I was making a joke on the original story that they tried getting us to swallow. Is what it was. I was making a joke.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Greg says
And
I'm
of course,
drinking
he's having
12-year-old.
trouble getting a radiator.
Yeah. Layla Greg says, I'm drinking 12-year-old single malt scotch. We just got a couple more left. Canadian says,
Sounds
Nim in New South Wales had great population of fruit bats. Gorillas fighting a giant mosquito. Yeah, damn right. And Canadian says, cheers, lucky mate, Layla Greg. I'm on the 7% old Stocker beer. Oh, look there. I just got a bunch of different beers now. Alrighty. Yeah, it's gonna take them over 2 weeks to get a new radiator. So
Yeah,
that's
I
the
brought
problem.
some. I brought some when I moved here. I brought some beers with me, but my roommate drank them, so I guess I won't be buying beer. That'd have been nice to have something for tonight.
Yeah.
I can mail you
And
down some. I could FedEx you some fat squirrels.
no.
No, that's the name of the beer.
You guys got
I'm
some
not.
funky names back there. It's interesting. Some of that candy you showed in your shorts look delicious too.
Which candy was that?
So you had a beer that tastes like butterscotch.
Oh,
Then you
that's
had a
the
bag,
butter beer.
right? Then
No,
you had a
no,
bag of candy that was like a cellophane bag, and I can't remember what flavor that was.
yeah. Oh, the butter
Oh,
beer is was a Harry Potter. Was a Harry Potter novelty candy.
That's
weird.
it.
So be
Okay,
careful with the
that's it.
scene pop. There is tits that you get to see.
Titties!
Weird, right?
Titties!
Beware, everybody. I hope
I
not to
know.
offend you.
Nobody's ever been offended by a pair of titties. It could stop a war if it really wanted to.
No, they've started wars. Really, like the whole War of Troy was because a king got cucked.
Right. And right. And
Oh,
how many times have you had two men fighting over a woman?
yeah.
Well, exactly.
Okay, the only other candy one I got was the Superman Hershey bars or the DC uh, Hershey bars.
Now, this
That
is
had
100% American male. It's like, yes, you're going out to take a leak, but obviously take a beer with you.
damn right.
You got to stay hydrated.
That's
Now
what I
this
think is
reminds me.
funny.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Gorilla.
I was gonna say this reminded me of the song. There's a skeeter on my Peter, wreck it up, wreck it up. Here's a skeeter. All right, I'm done.
Oh, yeah, we used to sing that in Bible school.
I'm done.
I don't think I've heard that one.
What? There's a skeeter on my Peter.
Right. And of course, she's not looking and she thinks that's her boyfriend coming up behind her.
Yeah, she's getting all turned on, getting ready to spread those legs in it. Ah! Oh! Ah!
Oh no! And then she gets
Ooh,
it
I
in the
wanted
butt.
to show that part.
Oh, he missed the hole. He missed the hole.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean, it's probably better.
And
I'm sorry. I
I
had
know,
to say that.
and you know what I thought was funny too is the man is in control of his senses. He hears her scream, and he's running back, but he still keeps that beer in hand, so he doesn't
Oh,
drop the
dude, he
beer.
takes
Now
his,
that's
Yeah,
priorities.
damn right.
he swigs the beer on the run back. He's just like, oh no! I'm like, attaboy.
Right.
Oh, we got a couple more chats here. Oiler Greg
Sounds good.
says, Grill has a pair of trained bass to protect against mosquitoes when fishing. No, they ran off. Yeah! Mikey says, so new to this film, Grill. Yeah! Yeah!
That's right. We're not too
Yeah,
shy.
And Mikey says, Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, product placement. You know, I actually seen a hat in Walmart that was a cowboy hat with made out of boxes of Pabst Blue Ribbon.
I saw your
Actually,
short when you showed that, and I was like, that's the ugliest thing I've seen in a long time. I'm glad you didn't buy it unless you want to be target practice.
well, no, that's one of those. I'd have to kick my own ass if I wore that.
Yeah, I know it. That's a total redneck.
Yeah, and Canadian Spider-Man says, did someone say titties? LOL. And here's Jim's landscaping here. And here's a name I don't recognize. Welcome, Illumination News. Welcome, welcome.
Hello, Illumination
Welcome.
News. Glad to see you. Glad you could join us.
Thank
Yeah,
you for
we're
being
just
here.
reviewing the Mosquito right now.
It's a
Nothing beats
review. Illumination. It's a review so we're not allowed to play sound, and I have to skip it by frames for copyright issues. So, if you have not seen this movie, I highly recommend you watch it on its own.
Holy crap!
Nothing beats Rosemary's Baby. I completely agree.
All right, what's that the reference to?
There's a movie called Rosemary's Baby with Mia Farrow, and early mid '70s, and it's a really good haunting horror movie. It's about a woman that lives in this apartment complex, and she's basically sexually assaulted by the devil. I don't want to use the R word, but she ends up pregnant with the devil's baby, and she wants to try to get rid of it, and she can't. She finds out everybody. I'm trying not to give away. I shouldn't give away spoilers, but
Yeah,
everybody
don't
in
give
the
away
apartment
spoilers.
complex.
That's about the.
Yeah, it's about as far as I'll go. But yeah, it's a woman who's assaulted by the devil, and he impregnates her. I'll put it that way. And it's a really,
Okay.
really good movie. I'm trying to think of the name of the director. It's a famous director, but it stars Mia Farrow, and it's got a few other big name actors and actresses.
The one thing
Yeah,
that strikes my mind immediately is the theme song. Like, it's one of the few horror movies that has a theme song. You're just like, oh yeah, like
It
the
does.
woman
It
singing at the
does.
beginning. Yeah, fantastic.
Yes, and it's got an
And then,
excellent twist ending, which I will definitely not ruin.
yeah, definitely. And then
all
we
right.
get
Ruth
this.
Gordon.
Speaking
That's
of
the name of the
reveals,
old lady. Right. It also had Ruth Gordon in it. I always forget her name, and I loved her.
Yeah. All right. Spidey here says, sadly, most of my family won't believe that COVID was probably grown in a lab and released by accident or otherwise. I still don't believe it was by accident.
Mine too. Mine too. I was living with my sister and brother-in-law, and they asked me to move out because I refused to get the shot. Believe it or not, that's how I ended up in the Bay Area. Because they were idiots. They were like getting every shot, every booster whenever it came out, and they kept asking me, "Did you get the shot yet? Did you get the shot yet?" So, and at first I was saying, "Is that any of your business?" But that's what propaganda in the news did. It turns family members against family members. Normally, it's nobody's business what shots I get or don't get.
All
But
right.
it
yeah,
divided people, unfortunately.
All right. Canadian says they believe the labs have protocols. They never worked in an environment like that. I have. Yeah, protocols only go as far as you actually use them. And illumination is asking if it's an open panel.
Illumination. Give me just a second. I'll post the link. Thank
All
you for
right.
reminding me.
Yeah, Canadian says don't think so. Illumination. Mikey says hello. Illumination. COVID was grown in the lab. Wuhan wheat.
Well, in the advertisement for this, I did say open panel, so I'll stick to
Okay.
my word.
Alrighty. And COVID was grown in a lab, Wuhan weapons virus facility. Former President Obama actually shut it down during his administration. For some reason, it kicked back up during. Yeah, but that's an all complicated story. That's not for this stream here. Canadian says cooking
I noticed
carrots.
YouTube got rid of that. Go ahead.
What was that?
I was going to say YouTube got rid of that stupid heart in the chat. Thank goodness. Because the last
Oh,
time I had
did
a
they?
stream, I couldn't pin my message because that dumb heart was in the way. Yes.
Okay. And Canadian says cooking carrots from
Oh,
my
that
garden
sounds
with
good.
real Quebec maple syrup. Trust me, it's good. And that's how we can tell he's Canadian because he puts maple syrup on carrots.
hey
On
dude, it's a
yeah,
really nice
carrots.
day. What are you
yeah.
talking
Thank
about?
you.
It's awesome.
Yeah, Illumination says love this show, guys. Keep going. Subscribe. Thank you, Illumination.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
Mia
you very much.
Farrow. Yeah, Mikey says Mia Farrow was great in Rosemary's Baby. Sissy Spacek was the original Carrie.
SpaceX. Sissy Spacek was in the movie Coal Miner's Daughter. You were talking about movies with song names, and she played Loretta Lynn in Coal Miner's Daughter. And I was never a fan of the movie Carrie. And the reason why is I never saw it. I I understand that it was a big thing and people were into Stephen King, but I never saw it as scary. I mean, the jump scare at the very end, sure, that was good because jump scares were relatively new at the time. But I found the movie kind of boring. But like I said, I'm not going to knock the fans. I know there's a lot of people that do it, enjoy it.
And hey, Mikey.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yeah. And
Hello.
Illumination News says Roman Polanski. He's hiding in France.
Thank you. Yes, Roman Polanski.
In extraditional state where he hides from raping, or let's say making someone an unwilling sperm donor, a minor in
Sexually
California.
assaulting.
All facts, just an FYI. Well,
Yes, he's been hiding for years. Yes, he's been hiding for years.
Yeah, and it says you can look up the charges that still stand against him. He's a great director, but a real freak.
Right. If he steps foot in this country, he'll be arrested immediately.
All right. There's the panel link, and there we go.
Show. Yeah, we're caught up.
All right. Here we go.
They're all caught up.
So what we missed is there's a dead body in that boat. It's the corpse of the fisherman who was attacked earlier and got the skeeter proboscis through the eyeball.
Ugh.
And now they're checking it for some sort of gamma radiation because the gentleman.
Are they going to show it?
Yeah. Oh, it showed when it missed. They only showed it briefly, very briefly.
Gotcha. I'm a gore hound. I always look for that stuff.
Right? And so now they're coming up into the camp and everything's suspiciously quiet.
Yeah, now that girl is the one there in the hat is Rachel Loiselle. And she's the one that's been in lots of different horror films. Lots of them.
That's cool.
Yeah. A lot of B-movies.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
So there you go. There's your gore. A desiccated corpse.
Yeah, awesome. It is great work.
Oh, dude! Like I'm excited for the scene coming up later where we get the full on, over the top gore fest, and it's awesome. And I'm sure Gorilla fucking hated it, and I was like clapping and screaming and hollering at the TV. It was a beautiful thing.
Are you talking about the campground scene?
No, I'm talking about where Buddy after the RV.
Yeah, that
it's
was
the gift at the top.
According to IMDb, that was Gary Jones' parents. Yeah, that was Gary Jones' parents' RV that he got to use in the film.
Yeah, just like I said with that guy earlier, they hired their family, right?
Yeah. And see, I like to. Oh, I don't see why everything has to be such a mess, though. But I did like that they didn't cover like the campground in like blood and guts. They just kept it nice and simple. Dead bodies everywhere.
Well,
because they want to make it easier to clean up. Right. That's true. The mosquitoes are going to suck up the blood. But remember, they have to clean up this campsite or this area here when they're done filming.
Yeah. Doesn't mean you can't splatter like cow guts and pig guts everywhere.
Oh, man. Late night cable network. That was back then. Yeah.
Oh, then it would be all horrible CGI. Did you guys check out that newest Red Letter Media video where they talk about 50 different kind of Amityville movies, 50 different kind of shark movies, and all that stuff? If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. And they mentioned Exorcist, which we were talking about last week, how there's like 100 different movies with Exorcist in the title.
Oh, for sure, right? Like, so what we can't hear is that there's noise.
Yeah, there's even like Shark Exorcist.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we own it.
You haven't seen Shark Exorcist yet?
Yeah, we own it. We own it.
Yeah, nice,
We have
nice.
it.
What?
Yeah.
Oh God, goodness. A lot of them are
Oh wait,
cheesy originals, and they're just like bad.
oh wait, you bought a movie called Shark Exorcist?
Yes, we did. We own it. It's part of a four set of shark movies. Oh my god, it's insane.
Oh, dude, it's ridiculous. I
Well,
don't
there.
own it, but
Well, I guess there goes my thoughts on doing a Ouija twister.
Yeah, we own Ouija too, or Ouija too. We own that movie.
That was it.
Ouija.
That
Yeah.
was another thing they mentioned. Yeah, there's like 100 movies with a Ouija in the title. 100 movies
Oh
with
my god.
Conjuring in the title. 100 movies with
Yes.
Amityville in the title. Amityville Christmas Vacation. Oops, pixelizing there a bit.
we finally
Yeah,
get a
we
big
just
reveal
saw.
of an actual mosquito
We
coil.
just saw the latest Conjuring.
I'll pass on that. I don't like Blumhouse. I hate to see what they're going to do
Uh,
to The Exorcist.
Jason Blum's cool though. Might not like the good
It's a
horror
matter
film
of
actor
it's a
and
matter of
producer.
opinion. It's a matter of opinion. There's not one Blumhouse movie that I like. So, and I don't like what he did to Halloween, especially that last movie. That was upright. That was just downright shit.
And it's still a good, cool, dead ending for. Well, I don't want to ruin it if hasn't seen it yet. But it was a cool death for Michael Myers, though.
Unfortunately, the movie did not focus on him. It focused on some guy from out of the blue that nobody even knows. I
Uh
can't
huh.
believe they were that dumb. That was such a stupid decision to make.
Yes, it was. I agree with that.
And then the movie before that, where how many times did they say "Evil dies tonight"? 100 times, and of course it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
Yeah.
Blumhouse. I could go on and on and on about how bad Blumhouse is. Now, you want to talk about a studio that makes good horror movies? New Line Cinema. So it can be done.
Oh yeah, New Line does great films. Yes, it does, Pop.
There's Mom and Dad's Camper that you were talking about.
Yeah, the RV. Yeah, that's Gary Jones' parents' RV they used in the film.
I'm sure his relatives are in the movie.
Oh yes, they are. In fact, they were the
Oh,
couple that showed up at the very beginning. The old
at the
couple.
very
That's it.
beginning, yes, yes.
Yep, that's them.
I can't wait till we cover the giant spider invasion. This movie reminded me of it.
Yeah, I hope you get them, Pop. Them, which was filmed all
I
over
definitely plan on
Arizona.
covering them. Yes, I'm
Yes,
definitely planning on covering them. In
that'll be
fact, I was
awesome.
mentioning that during our last stream. Is I need to get back to showing the classics because lately I've been kind of focusing on the 80s and 90s. So I need to pick a classic movie. So maybe it might be them. I'll put up a poll. Maybe I'll put them and then maybe like Frankenstein, Thing from Another World, something like that. I'll let people vote.
And also, don't forget The Day the Earth Stood Still, the original. That is a great
Yep,
one.
it is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start making it a habit. If I'm going to do the horror sci-fi stream every week, then I want to at least once a month cover classic movies. Doesn't matter if it's horror, sci-fi, but at least once a month cover classics, if not
Yeah,
more.
yeah. If you do those classics, Pop, I will definitely join you on the panel for those because I
Yeah, and what
respect
I'll
those.
do is I'll make it predictable. Like I'll make it like on the first Monday of every month, Tuesday of every month, or something like that. And that way,
Yeah,
people will remember if they're looking for a classic review, they can tune in like the first Monday or the second Monday. I might make it the first now that we're talking about it.
yeah.
So maybe the first of August, which is about what a week or two away.
I
We'll
think so.
cover,
Yeah,
yeah, we'll cover a
yeah. A
classic
couple of
movie. I
weeks away.
promise.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
So
Now
now I got everybody here. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead, Gorilla.
I really hate what they did to this guy's character. He turned out to be the beginning naive park ranger, but he was brave.
Comedy
You know,
relief, right? Yeah.
brave. But then in the end, they turned him into a fucking pussy just to
It's
kill him
comedy
off.
relief. This is playing a little fast. Is that my player? Let me see. Speed normal.
No, they did roll it up fast. But I was still taking the Jeep. You can get a lot farther and a lot faster in a Jeep.
But apparently they can afford to rent one for the movie. Oh, I always wanted to
Yeah,
own an
they
RV,
probably had a very
but then
low
when
budget. Yeah.
I'm sure they did, but I always wanted to own an RV until I got older and I realized and found out how poorly they're built. They're very unreliable. They're basically crap. The smartest thing is to buy a good truck, like a Chevy or a Dodge, and then buy a fifth wheel trailer and attach that to the back. You're a lot better off. Don't buy
Yeah,
one that has an engine built into it.
yeah, RVs are nice if you're gonna like use them for extended camping trips because then you don't have to be outside, especially if you don't want to be laying on the ground with a tent or whatever.
Yeah,
But
but I'm saying though is they fall apart. They're built really poorly. So I mean,
yeah,
if you have
oh,
one
yeah,
that's
yeah.
brand new, that's wonderful. But don't buy a used one.
Well, I heard there are also bombs on wheels because of the propane and things you use it. And if you hit it wrong, that whole thing will explode. It's
Ooh, that'd
just
be
not good.
exciting.
Yeah, sure it would.
I don't know why, but that reminds me
Also,
of another movie I want
Exciting
to
for
cover,
everyone
Race
else.
to the Devil.
yeah. Also, if you guys notice, this was one of the many movies that featured maybe or one and maybe two, if you were lucky, black actors. So whether that was a racist issue or not, I'm not sure, but I do know that this was one of those films that only had like one or two black actors in it, and the rest were all white people. So it's really weird, just to see that.
And we noticed
Well,
this
Night of the
black guy
Living
doesn't
Dead,
die first either.
right? Original
Yeah,
Night of the Living Dead was like that, 1965.
yeah, that was just that one guy, right? Yeah, the original Night of the Living Dead. Yeah,
And he was the last one to live till the end.
yeah, he was. They're gonna get you, Barbara.
Even the
That's a good
remake
one
was
too,
good. The
too,
one
Bob.
directed by Tom Savini, 1991, 92. Even that one was good.
Oh, yeah, oh my God, I love Tom Savini. He's a great
Yeah,
makeup artist, great director, wonderful producer. Uh,
great director, great makeup artist.
and
So on the acting,
and
but I love him too. I worship the ground that he walks on.
Yeah, he's
I
amazing. He really is. So one
got to
thing
actually
that
meet him, and he's so humble, and he appreciates.
All right, go ahead, Nemesis.
I was going to say, wow, one thing that I can't stress enough about this movie and that we're missing entirely because of the system that we have to do to avoid copyright issues is the acting itself. Like the tones, the line delivery, how they say stuff in this movie is like so B movie. It's amazing. And you definitely
Yes.
need to at least hear the line deliveries for
But
themselves. Because, like,
yeah,
hearing, nope,
sure.
Buddy there chatting away. You're just like, oh, and then Buddy comes out of the trees and he's just, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And then here we get some amazing
I
special
just
effects.
love this. Oh yeah. Now, like we said earlier, or like I said earlier, stop motion and puppetry. You have to love it when you see in these. Like I mean, look at all of those mosquitoes, and they're like, attacking the roof, and like they're gonna, their proboscis, the C's, proboscis, are going to like go through the roof and probably kill a few of them, and you know,
Well, at least
it's so
at least
cool.
it's better. It's better than that god awful birdemic.
Oh
Oh my
Jesus!
God.
Oh yeah.
Like, there's bad
Oh,
movies, which are
yikes!
amazing, like this, which I wouldn't even say that this is a bad movie. I'd say that this is like a high A to a B plus movie for sure. It's a B movie.
I
There's no getting around it. But
Yeah, I
Right.
watched I watched some scenes from this earlier, Pop, and that's why I gave it a B plus. I gave it a B plus grade. Yeah, I gave it before I started. So
I
yeah,
love
it's
giant
it's
insects, monsters, animals, all that stuff.
Oh yeah, you gotta love those giant insects. They're so awesome.
Well, yeah, for sure, right? Because like bugs are absolutely terrifying. I'm like the only thing that's stopping them from ruling the earth is size difference. Like it's
Well, there's one cringe-worthy movie I forgot to mention to Gorilla. I mentioned one before, and I hope he does it next week when he wants to
I think you're cutting out, Mikey. We can't hear
get
what
me
you're
on a
saying.
cringe-worthy film. But there's another one that I
you keep dropping out, buddy.
Yeah, you're dropping out, Mikey. We can't hear you.
Like
but
you've
it was
gone to
scary
dead.
as hell. I was only 13 when I saw
Mikey, we
yeah.
can't hear what you're saying. All we're hearing is bits and pieces. It's illegible.
I'm sorry.
Canadian Spider-Man says I
Can you
got
hear
a
me
good
now?
one.
That's better.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
79, you better take good care of that. But at least it's a Dodge and not a Ford.
Dodge RV with a huge 440 in it, less than 33,000 miles.
Yeah.
So you should get
Nice.
it. So you should get an extra 1,000 out of it. Another 1,000 before it breaks down.
Well, see, let me clarify about what I said about RVs. Is there's a guy on YouTube? He's called the Lemon Lawyer. I highly recommend his channel. He's a lemon law lawyer, and he talks about all the lawsuits that he's gone through with RVs. If like, I'll use Spidey's as an example. If you've got a Dodge RV, if that entire RV is made by Dodge, it's going to be a pretty good vehicle. But the problem is, a lot of those big ones, they're made by like 10 different companies. So things start breaking down, and when they do, when you try to go get warranty repairs, they're all pointing at each other, and ultimately it's going to sit for months and months, if not years, in the repair shop. So that's the reason why you want to stay away from most of those. If you buy one that was made by one company and everything's covered under one warranty, sure, go ahead and buy it. But that's hard to find. And of course, Spidey's is no longer under warranty, so. But 79, you could take care of that. You could repair that yourself. 79. That's back in the days where you could work on the engine.
I like that Star Trek sound effect. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
somebody
don't,
messaged me on the.
Yeah.
now, can I just
How
say
are we doing on the chat, Gorilla?
we're all caught up. No, but the beauty of this scene here, I thought he was gonna take the buckshot, because the whole time that they're shooting freaking shotguns, that none of the bullets are acting like real bullets anyhow. So I thought he was just gonna shotgun his ass right in the face.
Yeah, but that would have killed his girlfriend too.
No, but every shot they taken in this, everybody with as many shots as they fired off in the camper, there, everybody in that camper should be dead anyhow. So the bullets they're acting like 9mm instead of shotgun shells.
Well,
That
maybe
guy
they were
behind you sure
slugs.
is having a good time.
Oh, his
That's
inbred
true.
son. Yeah, amazing. And then here we go. Awesome. She like stabs him with the proboscis, and he's just like, blah. And he's just like, oh my god.
There's your shaky cam.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, there it is.
this one. I swear to God,
No, I know.
whoever the cameraman was on this had Parkinson's.
Right, but that's so low budget when they're not going to wreck the trailer because it belongs to mom and dad. So they'll just hold the camera in front of it and shake it.
Oh, it looks like
There we
they
go
wrecked it
again.
anyhow.
We'll see how far they wreck it.
Oh, they total that thing out.
Yeah, they're not gonna crash that thing. It's the
Oh, but they do. They do crash it. They crash it good.
Maybe the budget paid for mom and dad to get a new one. Looks
Oh,
like an
that
Econoline.
Yeah. It was $200,000 was the budget in '94.
That wasn't enough to cover everything. Plus, buy a new one. Maybe mom and dad just took a sacrifice or use it as a write-off.
Well, no, I bet you they found a used one for like $2,000.
Replace it, or you mean for the stunt?
No, the RV. I bet you they found a used one for $2,000.
But he said it would belong to mom and dad, is what Mikey said.
Yeah, it did. It belonged to their parents, Gary's parents, the director, Gary Jones. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
they probably must not have told them that they're going to crash it then.
Well, I'm sure he bought his folks a new one after or something. You would think.
You'd think, but
if it was crap, yeah, they'd probably buy
no,
him
just
a new
hand them
one.
the keys back and go. So, it'd be like John Belushi there when he smashed the guitar in Animal House. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. On Jill's stream, she showed the clip where Worf did the same thing. And I remember even when the first time I watched that episode, I hated that because everybody was laughing and it was like, come on, they stole that from Animal House. But I know some people haven't seen Animal House, so it's okay.
Well, depending on how good your lawyer is, if you talk it down to it, it's fired.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's just a scene where him smashing the guitar. I think it was maybe Data playing the guitar. I don't remember.
I can't remember either. I know which episode you're talking about.
It's the episode where Worf says, I'm not a married man.
Yeah, I know which episode. That's Cupid.
Yeah.
Horrible
No,
episode. I
and-
hated that.
Yeah. Pop in that episode, TNG, they were transported by Q back to the, ancient times, like Robin Hood times. And so Data was playing the Mandarin. And Worf said, I don't want that, and took that thing and destroyed it.
Right, it was a direct rip-off. Right, except the difference was it wasn't funny like it was in Animal House.
Yeah.
Right.
Worf couldn't pull it off like
I-
John Belushi.
And I mentioned before that I'm not a fan of Q. I did not like Q.
No, that's too bad. I love Q. Q's awesome.
Q is Gazoo from the Flintstones. Even down to the
No,
snapping
yeah,
of the
but he's done
fingers.
right. Kazoo was awful. Gazoo, or whatever the fuck his name was. He was terrible. He was way better than that.
The only reason why we got
Gazoo
Gazoo,
was awful.
the only reason why we got Gazoo is because the ratings were sagging.
Oh, dude. Well, I mean, I went back and tried to watch the Flintstones, and like, fuck, Fred is just such a dick. Like, he's just such an unlikable character. I just don't understand. Like, everyone else is good, but like, fuck, we're supposed to like this person. Anyways, let's talk about
What do
Mosquito
you-
and not the Flintstones.
What do you think about the Honeymooners? Have you seen that?
Oh, I'm not a big fan of, spousal abuse, that kind of stuff. Pow, right in the kisser.
He-
To the moon,
he never-
Alice, to the moon.
No,
I
but
know,
he said
I know
he
he didn't,
never
but-
touched her.
Oh, I know,
But
but
he
the
never-
implication is there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well-
Well, back then you could joke about it. Now you can't.
Hey, Nemesis, here you go.
Wagon.
Hey, Nemesis, just for you, here you go.
Hey guys, getting off the the topic. So if we could all get back on the the thing and stop all these distract. Oh look, ice cream.
Ice cream. I like ice cream.
All right, so they're all crawling out. Now this scene here just reminded me of what's that movie? Shawshank Redemption. There when he had to crawl through the sewer.
That's an interesting.
And this is
comparison.
the scene that I was talking about earlier with like the over-the-top best practical effects is this dude's death right here. This is fucking awesome.
Hello? Yeah, you let him in. Someone named God is Good.
Hello there, God is good. How you doing? Maybe he's working on his audio.
Yeah. So, this is the scene you're talking about?
Hey.
Oh, right in the groin. Right in the groin. snipped off your old schnazzer so you can't reproduce.
No, I was like right in the sternum, yo. Like he's hitting right in the carotid artery.
Guys.
No, they went lower.
Hey
Hello,
guys.
Yeah.
hello there. Now we hear you.
So this is Illumination.
Hi, Geo. Is good.
Just subscribe to
Glad
you guys.
Thank you. Glad you could join us.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, glad you're
freaking
here.
love this show. I just want to see.
Go ahead.
I think he's fixing his thing. Probably the same
I think
problem I
you're-
have.
Yeah, I think you're cutting out illumination. But we're patient. We'll wait for you. Yay!
Woo!
Look at that was awesome
I
effect.
love
Check this
that.
out. Ah, blah,
I
blah,
love
blah.
that.
Gotta have the popping eyeballs.
Oh, dude, just wait till his eyeballs explode. There we go.
Right there.
Amazing,
That's so
beautiful.
cool. That's so cool.
Are you okay, Gorilla? Can you
Wow.
handle the gore?
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
I'm
he's
fine. He's a trooper.
I know Gorilla's not a big gore hound.
That's okay. They're in the plane. They're right behind us. Come on, Parks, move. Not hit them again, Hendrix. They're close, man. They're close.
All right.
Pick one of them.
Canadian here. All right, Canadian said maybe if we hadn't have stopped joking about to the moon, ladies wouldn't have lost respect for men. Maybe we should never have stopped acting like men like our grandfathers. They never hit them. It's the plastics, I tell you. It's all our food wrapped in plastics. I'm high on mushrooms and weed, though. Kenny Rogers.
He's not in this movie.
Kenny Rogers is another one that had botched, horrible plastic surgery before he kicked the bucket. He looked ridiculous.
He looks
Dolly
sad.
Parton talked him into it. I don't know why she did that. I don't know about sad. I didn't feel sorry for him.
Oh, okay. These guys are going to shoot through these. Okay. I get it.
There you go.
Woo. Ooh.
So once again, making what they got with the limited budget, right? Like they're trying to say that they're shooting all these bugs, but like in reality, they're just.
Go ahead, Nimbus.
I was just
I
gonna
think
say they're
with
just.
Sorry,
What?
go ahead.
No. My point is made.
Well, I think what they did was like they would have one prop of a mosquito, and they explode and they shoot it from like several angles, and that way they could show that as 4 or 5 different scenes.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Totally.
Yeah. Well, it's not like the stormtrooper shooting in Star Wars.
No.
At least they're hitting something.
I never thought I'd hate Star Wars. It used to be my favorite movies, and now I loathe it, and I will never watch it again. And that's sad knowing that. Same with Star Trek.
They're just
Not
taking
too
so
bad.
much away, Pop. It's
Think about it. They've ruined everything. Scooby-Doo, Barbie, everything you could possibly think of. They've ruined He-Man. I mean, they're literally going for every single thing so they can destroy it until there's nothing left. Like
Hey,
locusts.
Pop. Pop. I just found out that they bought out Deadpool 3 also, so that's going to go down the tubes as well.
Oh, you just now
Daniel's
realize
not
that? I
happy
knew
about
that.
it.
I knew that from the beginning.
Oh, okay. Well, no, it was just confirmed by Daniel. Daniel was Hot Topics told me the other day. He just confirmed it to me. I wasn't sure. I thought it was.
Well, he found out from me. He found out from me. We were on a
Oh,
stream a
that's how
couple
he
days
found
ago.
out.
Yeah,
Oh,
we were on a
that's how he
stream a
found
couple
out.
days
Okay.
ago.
You guys ever seen the movie Stay Alive?
Staying
No.
Alive with John Travolta?
No, it's about these fucking nerds. Sorry, excuse my language. It's about these nerds that play a video game about a Elizabeth Bathory, a woman in Hungary who would like drink the blood of
She
girls.
right, she virgins, right? She would hire
Yeah.
virgins and then kill them and bathe in their blood.
Whoever's showing that screen, if you can like show a few pictures of that movie, and if you guys know about it, that's a good one too, man. I freaking love
Now,
this show.
was it Stay Alive? Staying Alive? What was it?
Just Stay Alive. It's a video game where they try to stay alive in the game, and if they die in the video game, Elizabeth Bathory kills them in real life.
Isn't that the
Do
one
you know
with
about
Frankie
what year it was
Muniz?
made?
It's like early 2000s, I want to say, post 9/11, but before 2008. You know, the housing crash.
Yeah. Cool.
It was a good movie, kind of cheesy, but really good, man. I mean, like, it had a lot of context with historical facts. Like, Elizabeth Bathory was a real woman. She actually like vampirized young girls from royal families. She was hired by the monarchs in Europe to basically teach them how to be wives and women and act like women.
Well,
And a lot of them
that's
wouldn't
fiction.
get back home.
That's fiction. What she was a princess.
Right,
She
but
was
she
a
was
royalty. But
she locked away in the tower for the rest of her life because she did kidnap girls.
what she did, she ran ads, because even back then they had advertisements, and she ran ads in all the villages around saying that they had to be virgins and young women to be servants in the castle, and that she paid very well. And then once they got there, of course, she would kill them and then bathe in their blood. And when they found out what happened, the courts or whatever at the time, is because of her royalty, they weren't going to put her in prison, and they didn't want to put her in an insane asylum because they knew both places she wouldn't last. So she was quarantined to her own castle for the rest of her life. In other words, she got off the hook.
Yeah.
And nothing's changed, right?
Yeah. Did anybody else notice that gal park ranger was totally nipping out in that tank top?
Oh, dude, immediately. Of course I did, Gorilla. Come on now.
It's been cold when they
Yeah,
filmed it,
I noticed she was braless like the most of the movie. She didn't even have a bra on at the beginning of the movie, and it's like wet now, so it's really evident. Must have been cold. Because even the dude's fucking a bit nipping out. Ow.
That's interesting. Canadian Spider-Man. You would.
Here, let's read this real quick. He's Canadian says we have physical media. And we can snail mail each other in case I exhaust my library. And Canadian says bitches be cray cray. I don't know. Did I say it right? And
I think so.
Yeah, it's not cray cray.
Right.
It's
you said it right.
cray cray. You know, you gotta have the get a certain up to it. That's known for like let's just say the guys in downtown San Francisco. Let's just put it that way. And Canadian says, "I'll stay single, thanks." He.
Do you guys think the New Jersey monster is real? You know what I'm talking about? The New Jersey. Help me out here.
What, the Jersey Devil?
Which one are you talking
Yes,
about?
the Jersey Devil.
Jersey
Yes.
Devil?
Yes.
Yeah, that could be. It could be real. It could be a cryptid. They haven't proven it yet. Similar to the Mothman, what I've heard, but can't really have proven it yet. GS.
I don't know if I've heard of that one. I've heard of Mothman.
Yeah, I've heard of Mothman. Yeah. But the New Jersey Devil is, or supposed to be similar to the Mothman.
All right. Oops. On the movie.
So that's a beautiful picture of a desiccated corpse and Leatherface standing over top.
Yes, I'm definitely happy with the makeup effects.
Yes. And that's funny. Did you guys notice the name of the mobile is called Paddy Wagon?
Yep. Sounds like it was probably mom's idea to put that on there.
Yeah. That's probably why they wrecked it, Cock.
Now you notice here where he's said that those mosquitoes are making the bodies radioactive. So you can see where they were kind of hinting
Yes.
at the idea that it would affect the bodies, but they didn't go to the zombie stage.
No. I'm glad they didn't go to the zombie
Oh,
stage personally.
if the bodies were turned into zombies after having all the blood sucked out, I would turn off this movie. To be honest,
Well,
I would
what's the
turn it
difference
right
in
off.
zombie movies? They're almost skeletons, some of them. So that
And
wouldn't be
I've
the
never
point.
watched a zombie movie.
Ooh. Well, too bad because we're going to be doing Return of the Living Dead here soon.
Yay! I love the Living Dead films. I do. I love every
Well, I'll
one.
cover the first one. It was bad after that, but I will cover the first one.
Okay. Night of the Living Dead? That's a
No,
good
no,
one.
no. I'm talking about Return of the Living Dead.
Oh, Return of the Living Dead. Oh, okay. The other one.
Yes, yes. Yeah, Night of the Living Dead, absolutely. I will cover that one. But I just meant the Return of the Living Dead movies. There was like 3 or 4 of them. And the first one was the only one that was good.
Yeah, we have Day of the Dead, Land of the Living Dead.
I think I've got about 150 zombie movies on my server. I even recommend Cockney versus Zombies. That is a great comedy horror movie. Very, very, very funny.
I mean, if we're going to
Well,
talk about like a zombie movie, I would certainly recommend Train to Busan.
yes. And the sequel was one that was animated, right? It was supposed to be a
Oh,
sequel.
oh my God, I wouldn't. I'm sure all the sequels are terrible. Like the first one though was amazing. It was fantastic.
It was. I wasn't a big fan of World War Z. I think it's because I was disappointed because I read the book and the movie was nothing like the book.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
that's
could go out by
disappointing.
themselves.
Well, see, we missed a little bit of dialogue there, where it's a callback to a conversation that Buddy was threatening earlier, and then it was thrown back in their face. Now they're kind of buddies. So once again, there's a lot that we miss out because we can't hear the acting and we can't hear the lines, and we're skipping ahead. So definitely check this movie out, you guys.
Absolutely. That's what we encourage you to. The whole idea is we introduce you to it if you haven't seen it, and hopefully it will pique your interest where you will watch it. And Gorilla, if you could post a link in the chat to where they can watch this, I'd appreciate it.
What's Mosquito?
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright.
Public chat.
You
No,
all right,
no.
Cock?
Chat's doing good so far.
Oh, I'm going to be coughing off and on. I usually try to mute before I do, but sometimes I'm not fast enough.
Well, it's
But
all good, buddy. We understand.
I know there's a lot of people out there that can't afford to, or that are smart enough not to pay for streaming services to find Mosquito. So when we can, we usually put links where you're able to watch it online for free.
Hendrix, check the basement.
Yeah, I would just sent that guy. I would sent the white haired guy.
Gorilla, you haven't seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre either, have you?
And I probably won't watch it.
Okay.
That's a shame, Gorilla, because it's really a good film. It really is.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah,
legendary.
Yeah, and I don't want to see blood splattering around like a damn spigot.
I don't remember blood splattering in that movie. You guys remember a
Not a
lot of
lot.
blood splattering in that movie?
I don't remember the
I don't remember
original
that.
74. No. Mm-mm.
No,
Maybe
not in the
later
original.
on when they
No, right. Not in the part 2 and after that. Yeah, they had more blood and stuff because Tom Savini did the effects. But in the
Yeah.
first
Hey
one,
guys, I gotta
I
head
would
out.
say
Thank
no.
you so much. I'll be tuning in. God bless you. Thank you for this amazing show tonight.
Well, likewise, thank you for spending time with us. It was good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah,
Take
please,
care, Lemon.
please join us next week if you can. That's excellent. I'm glad he came by. By the way, that house from the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre You guys know that it was bought, sold, moved, and now it's a restaurant, right?
Nice. That's
No, I
awesome.
would love to
At
go.
least it's
It's in
preserved.
Texas. It's right. It's in Texas, and it's only a few miles from where it sat when they filmed the movie. And I would love to go eat there.
Okay, I might give this a chance here, but the 2022 version I will not.
No, no, I wouldn't watch the 22. No, none of the remakes. None of them. I don't care what year they were made. Only the first one.
Yeah, only the 74 version is worth watching, to be honest.
Yes,
Though
the rest of
though
them are crap.
yeah. Well, the Jessica Biel one wasn't too bad. I didn't mind that one.
Well, it's a matter
The
of
other
opinion,
ones
but
were crap.
I can promise
Yeah.
you won't see that on my channel.
That's all right, Pop. No worries.
But when it comes to my channel, my horror sci-fi reviews, very few remakes will you see on here. I'd put it down. I'd probably count on one hand how many remakes you'll see on my stream.
Wow.
Batten down the hatches.
Bit natures! Bit natures!
And it's nighttime. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, but yet there's still a lot of light coming through the windows.
I
Yeah.
honestly think the original Night of the Living Dead was the first movie that started this trope, where people holding themselves up in an old abandoned farmhouse, nailing wood up against the windows. I think the original Night of the Living Dead was the first time I ever saw that, and now almost every horror movie has it. Oh yeah, that could always come in handy, right? That's funny to shoot Leatherface with a chainsaw.
I think it adds a lot of subtext to it. There's a lot of
But
humor there
look
that
what he's
most
saying
people would have
there.
missed. I would have missed.
Look what he's saying here. Now
Yeah.
remember, this movie's 1994, and he's saying, "Man, I
Oh
haven't
yeah,
handled
yeah.
one of these babies in 20 years."
Yeah, isn't
So
it ironic?
right, only us
Yeah.
Texas Chainsaw fans would get that one.
Oh, I
Yeah,
would
it's a
have got
wink
that
to the
one in a
fans.
heartbeat. Yeah, that's a wink to the
Yeah.
fans. That's for sure. Yeah. Uh, Gorilla or Nemesis? Could you do us a quick favor and find out what other prominent horror film did Rachel Loiselle do? Because she's been in like a lot of different B horror films.
I
Stay
got a
on that,
stinger up
Gorilla.
my ass.
Yeah, then you also get like you said, Rachel Loiselle.
Yeah, Rachel Loiselle, Loiselle. Yeah, Loiselle.
I can say a Lozoo. Loze.
No, it's Loiselle. Loiselle.
It's in
Loiselle.
the description of this stream on the
I
bottom.
got it.
Yeah.
She was in Mosquito and Stone. That looks about it.
That's the only two she did? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you ever
Oh,
met
wait.
these with somebody else,
Oh, wait.
Gorilla.
Wait, never mind. Never mind. I was looking at something. Let's see. There's Stone, Mosquito, Mosquito 2, Blood Fever, Bugging Out, The Making of Mosquito. So that looks like the only few that
That's the only two that she did. Okay. Now I remember her in Stoned. That I do remember. So that's the only other one that I remember seeing late night, and she was in it. So yeah, she did a few more of these Mosquito films.
I miss when they used to make good horror movies.
I know. Me too.
That's another thing that's in the past.
Yeah.
You notice it's not a bunch of little girls that are running around with a bunch of jump scares. Like they're all of them are now.
Yeah, all they do is slow down a film. A lot of jump scares, and if they're not effective,
Yep.
it makes it even worse. So
It is a horrible. It's just Blumhouse. I mean, every Blumhouse movie is all jump scares.
Yeah.
Elves and the Cub Scouts. Oh, yeah, that means he's prepared. He's prepared to save everyone's life.
No, like they're going. Like one guy was talking about with Dom, and the other guy talks about the like life doesn't prepare for you. Then they're talking about the how hard stuff to get through stuff was. This guy's making it to Weebos and Cub Scouts. That was the toughest thing ever in his
Oh,
life.
wow.
The toughest thing.
Hello,
Hi,
PvP. How you doing?
PvP.
Hey, hi guys. I'm doing okay.
Yeah,
Doing okay.
PvP.
Well, almost
Hey,
halfway
PvP.
through the work week, so that's always good.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I found out one of my guys that I work for is ill, so we working 4 hours less this week, which is fine with me because that means I'll actually have a little more time off, which I don't mind once in a while.
Oh,
So
good. Yeah,
yeah,
rest and take it easy.
yeah. Well, try to. I never seem to catch up on sleep somehow. So.
Have you had a chance to see this movie, PvP?
Oh yeah, I watched this ages ago, like because you delayed
Okay.
it last week, right? Because you had your
Yeah,
rumblings.
right. But as of tonight, we'll be back on track, and we'll have a new movie every week.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I watched it, I guess, just a little over 2 weeks ago now. Then I always try and watch the stuff on the weekend, right, when I got some time. So
There you go.
interesting film. Are you we about what? We must be what more than halfway through it. Oh, we're almost to the end already. Wow, you guys
Yeah,
have
we're
been
more
making
than
good
halfway
time.
through.
20 minutes left,
Yeah, you guys have made good time tonight.
and that's including
Yeah,
credit.
it's shocking.
Yeah.
Hey, did anybody find this a last part of the film where they're all trapped in the house trying to survive? Did it remind anybody else of A Night of the Living Dead by Romero back in the 60s?
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does
Yeah,
it
in
seem
fact,
like
what I was saying was not only is it Night of the Living Dead, but I was saying Night of the Living Dead, I think, was the first movie that started the trope where people locked themselves up in an abandoned house and board up the windows, right?
yeah,
And now it's
exactly.
like it's in almost every horror movie.
Yeah, as soon as I saw it, I instantly thought of Night of the Living Dead.
Very
Because
influential.
well, it's a very cool scene, right? Right, like when they're trapped in the house and boarding everything up. It's kind of a lot of fun.
I love the
Well,
practical.
maybe not fun for the people in the movie, maybe, but for the audience, it's more fun.
Yeah.
So I yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say PvP that that's interesting. There's actually 3 more movies after this one, sequels after this one.
There's 4 Mosquito films.
Oh yes.
Oh my goodness. I'm not so. Well. I guess if they could keep them all as interesting as the first film, I would consider watching them for sure. But
Unlikely.
somehow sequels tend to usually go downhill pretty rapidly, don't they?
Oh,
I agree
quickly.
completely.
Yeah, quickly.
So I imagine you guys have discussed the special effects in this film at great length by now, probably.
Well, somewhat. We are so far. We've mentioned that we like the practical effects.
Oh yeah,
For the
definitely.
low budget, they really stand out, and
They-
because it's only a $200,000 movie, and
Wow.
you can
Yeah.
unlike the new Star Wars and Marvel, you can actually see every penny on the screen.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, they use cell animation, stop motion animation, and puppetry PvP.
Yeah, well, I like the puppets. They were pretty cool. They're probably my favorite part of the special effects, like this
Um,
stuff right here.
PvP, you know that actor there is Gunnar Hansen from the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh, really? Okay, I did not.
Yeah,
I did not.
that's the original Leatherface.
Oh, geez, good casting.
I did
Oh,
not know
definitely.
that.
That's
So
cool. Wasn't there one of the guys from Iggy and the Stooges band in here too? Thurston
Who?
Moore or something?
I don't
Iggy
know.
Pop.
I know. Oh, I've heard of
Iggy
Iggy Pop. I've heard of Iggy Pop and the Three Stooges, but not Iggy Pop and his Stooges or whatever.
Yeah, his band back in the late '60s, early '70s, they put out 3 albums that were called the Stooges, probably in honor of the 3. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised.
Probably. I'll be right back. I gotta let my dog down to eat. I'll be right back.
Yeah, this is a pretty enjoyable film, actually, though, considering, it's kind of a basic horror film, but it was still pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, I thought it was worth the watch for sure. Actually, it's amazing how good a lot of these low budget horror flicks actually are when you think about it, compared to some of the stuff that's costing hundreds of millions now, and it's so boring. It's you can almost hardly get through it without looking at your watch repeatedly.
Well,
Oh,
this is
dude, 100%.
yeah, this is one of them that didn't have to deal with CGI, right? So,
Oh, definitely not. I gotta say, some of the flying stuff was pretty primitive. I must honestly
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
It was so primitive. It was kind of, well, it was actually made me laugh, and I kind of enjoyed it because it was so bad. But it worked on its own level, I guess. So, but I still
well,
thought the practical was much better.
well, at least they could shoot straight better than stormtroopers.
Oh yeah, geez, yeah. What is it with stormtroopers? Like, do they go to red shirt school to learn how to not be effective to survive? Like, you know.
It's the helmet.
Well, here's a question.
I think.
Here's a question for
Okay,
both of you. Oops, sorry. Go ahead, Bob.
well,
Go ahead, Bob.
I was just going to say, and I'll make this quick, but I think within Star Wars lore and canon, I think that the reason why the stormtroopers are not good shots is because they're slaves. So
Ah,
it's not like people who join the military and then practice to be a good shot.
okay.
But I could be wrong. There's probably bigger Star Wars fans out there that know better than I do, I'm sure.
No,
Yeah.
here's
Go ahead.
I think you're mostly right. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
no. Here's a question for you, Mikey and PvP.
Hmm.
If a group of stormtroopers and a group of red shirts get into a firefight, do the stormtroopers actually hit something, or do the red shirts actually survive a away mission?
I don't know. I think it's kind of. Well, I actually might kind of side with the red shirts a bit on that one because stormtroopers are such bad shots. I don't know if they can hit anything, to be honest.
Well, and the red shirts might get too afraid to phaser them with their phasers. Like, I don't know. It's kind of hard to say.
Well, I
I
guess
think
the red shirts do
it-
hit the occasional
Yep.
target, I guess.
A whole bunch
You're
of
breaking up, Mikey.
stormtroopers going in and
Ma-
like charge,
Hey,
Mikey,
maybe
you're
it's
breaking
just
Oh,
maybe we created
Sure they
what's
did.
that paradox called? Maybe it creates a what's that paradox called? Prime's paradox or something like that. I don't know. Let's get back on the movie.
Yeah, might as well get back to the
Here
film.
we go.
You want to get back on the topic there, Gorilla?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, look, some ice cream.
Yeah, I'll wait till after we finish going through the whole movie before I make any comments. I don't want to sidetrack things, but I do have something I'd like to add, which I found kind of interesting. So, but I don't want to go off topic too much, like I tend to do at times.
Oh, who's trying to? Oh, Mikey's popping. Hey,
Somebody
we
just
lost
popped
Mikey.
in.
yeah, I think Mikey rebooted.
Probably a
Okay.
good plan.
Well, it's not going to help if it's his internet.
Oh well, you never know.
Can you guys imagine just like opening that door and seeing thousands of eggs? Just being like, oh my god.
But there's nothing down there,
Fire!
according to the.
Right, burn it all down. Burn it all down. That's what I would do. But then, of course, you'd burn the house down with you in it.
Yeah.
A noble
Yeah.
sacrifice.
By the way, I recommend a book if you guys, any of you haven't read it, and that's the Zombie Survival Guide by Max Brooks, Mel Brooks' son. It's an excellent book. It's where
Oh,
it reads
really?
more like a handbook. Yeah, it reads more like it's not like a story book where it tells a story with characters. It's like a handbook that you would carry around in an actual zombie invasion. What to do, what not to do, what to carry. Ride a bicycle. Don't drive a car because they can hear a car motor. All this kind of stuff. Don't go to any big populated area like a hospital, a police station, places like that are the ones you want to avoid because that's where everybody's going to go and die.
Good point.
Consider some of
Yeah.
the best places to go would be like a gymnasium,
Hey, doesn't
second
our
floor of a
government?
house, and use an axe to destroy the stairs.
Yeah.
Mm.
Doesn't our government have like
Or what's that, Gorilla?
contingency? Doesn't the government have like a contingency plan for a zombie apocalypse?
No, because it's totally fictitious. It'll never happen.
I swear
But
there
I
was
don't know with
something
all
in
their
that.
with all the with Fauci and all his experimental crap, we never know. But honestly, the only thing they care about right now is population control. That's the reason why we had. At least our vice president was honest about that the other day when she made that speech.
Freudian slip.
No, it wasn't a slip. It wasn't a slip. There it is. You got to set the house to blow. You got to have your explosion there at the end. See, this here is almost like a direct rip off from Night of the Living Dead. He's notice the black guy's giving all the orders.
Yeah, that kind of was pretty obviously a kind of a tribute to. Yeah, kind of. I think it was a kind of a tribute to.
I love it. The original, I watch it every Halloween, and I can never get sick of it.
Yeah. Oh,
The remake,
hey,
by the way, I know this is gonna.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I was right. Complan 8888, also known as the Counter Zombie Defense, is a U.S. Department.
Well, I
of
was going to
Defense.
say the remake of Night of the Living Dead that was directed by schools. Whenever I had a bad, oh,
All right.
oh, good thing he's also an electronics expert, I guess.
Well, he's the one that built that thing.
Actually, I have a question.
For his abandoned house that has gas, yeah, where are you gonna?
But here's the thing: they broke off like
Go ahead.
two. They broke off like two pipes and all that. But the thing is, once you break the main gas line, there you should be set. But I don't see how the gas is gonna spread around the house when every window is broken. There's holes in the basement floor into the outside access to the basement and all that. All that's broken and stuff. And that's an awfully big house for gas to spread around. And should the gas line have an emergency shut off in case something breaks? Like they release a massive amount of gas at one time?
No, it's got a manual shut off. Manual shut off. And aren't they lucky that the fact that nobody lives there but somebody paid the gas bill?
Oh, I just figured they were dead.
House, there's no gas, no electricity, no water.
Yeah.
No, I just figured the people were dead. I just figured they were dead.
This could be right. Maybe it's not an abandoned house.
Oh, so maybe like the mosquitoes attacked and they all ran out the day before and got killed in the woods or something.
Yeah.
Okay, that's plausible. That's a good point, actually, girl.
Or unless they showed the bodies here and I missed it.
No, I never
because
saw
the house
any.
is fully
no, there's no bodies. There was no bodies in there, but
the gas line.
But it's like one of those. The gas would all escape before it built up enough to do any damage.
Not with those broken windows. And of course, they're assuming that all the killer mosquitoes are right there at the house. God, LED clock.
Now, if they were, then we wouldn't have sequels. So we have to assume there's a few that are not there.
Now we just got to bear in mind that this dude has like lifted up a girl, another grown male, and now he's going to start lifting up like a very overweight gentleman, and this dude's like not tired. I don't know if anyone's
Right.
ever tried to like lift stuff up like a story or two by rope with one pulley, but it's really freaking hard. So
Yeah, I imagine you have to
and
have
he's
pretty,
doing it
I
in
agree.
like
you'd have to have pretty muscular arms. Yeah, I would think so.
Plus, he's
I
only
kind of
trying
felt
to do
sorry
this in
for.
a minute and a half. I mean, come
yeah,
on,
that's
it's a
yeah.
minute and a half.
You're forgetting this guy. This guy was a nom.
Yeah, but so was the fat dude.
The fat guy was too young to be a nom.
Shit,
No, he
no.
says he does. He does. So I've been in a situation like that where the fucking elevator fails and smashes into the basement, and it fucking sucks. So that dude, like from that height, is certainly dead. Like at the very least, like I have like my bone has shrunk. I'm an inch shorter than I used to be, and I have a couple herniated discs. So that
Ouch.
dude's like seriously fucked up.
Jeez, what floor were you on when
Yeah,
the
that's not good.
elevator failed?
I was
Yeah, how many
on
floors you could do?
the
Go
second
down?
floor, 2 floors, and then the basement, and then I hit the concrete.
So you went down like 3
The
floors.
break, no, down.
Yeah,
The break didn't kick in.
no,
That sucks. Wow.
What is this like?
I'm on
Was
the
like in a
third.
private apartment?
I'm on the 3rd floor. I'm going to think of this
Was
story
like a
for a
private
week.
apartment building or a hospital or what?
You're welcome, PvP.
no. It was in a
Uh,
tower building downtown, and trust me, I could get into the semantics of it. It was very. I didn't handle things properly, but yeah, no, it was. It was going up. It released. It failed. It smashed into the ground. Shook the entire tower.
ooh.
Meanwhile, my journeyman's like, "The fuck." So he like phones me. He's like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm trapped in the elevator." And he's like, comes down, laughs at me, and he's like, "I'm going up to work." I'm like, "All right, man. Well, I'll see you when the ambulance gets me out of here."
Hey,
It took like
I don't know. That
Wow.
sounds like a lawsuit.
Yeah.
hey,
yeah,
Nemesis.
that's it.
You,
Yeah, what's up?
you know how many millions of dollars you could have gotten for that?
Yeah, I'm an idiot. I know.
Hey, welcome, Jedi Bill.
I know. That's like the lady in the hospital. That's like the lady in the hospital, that nurse that was supposed to be watching over me. Half the people were saying sue the hospital, and the other half were saying no, it's not her fault. She probably works really hard. She has a family and kids, so that's why I didn't do anything about it.
I work hard. I still don't fall asleep at work. And Papa got a
I
message here
know.
for you from Jedi Bill.
Hello.
Yeah, I could never fall asleep at
There's
work.
it. We had the eggs.
Dude,
No,
I was
I
not
would
allowed
never
to
even.
not fall asleep at work.
Yeah, I learned it from when I was in the military. That's a no, no, no. And I was
Uh-oh.
young when I was in the military, so even after that, I never, at any job, never ever.
Yeah, that sounds like it could be a painful mistake in the military. I'm guessing.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
you get caught twice and you're out with a
Ouch.
dishonorable discharge. Right?
Wow.
First time is an Article 15, and the second one is a discharge with a dishonorable discharge.
Well, I guess it kind of makes sense. I guess they can't have soldiers, taking a nap anytime they they fall asleep, right? Like,
Nope.
I suppose.
Right. Even if your job is something that's small and not, you would think, not important, it's a matter of principle for them.
Well, that's true. I mean, I take pride in my job, and I would think it's, I would think I suck if I fell asleep, at my job, to be honest.
I've seen people do it
is
all the
that
time, though,
supposed to be the
and get away with
Mosquito
it.
Queen? Yeah.
Probably
it's
so
just
with all
a
those eggs
mosquito.
Mosquito Queen.
there.
Yeah.
Come and get me.
Come on, you bastards.
I think that's the last thing I'd be saying.
I'd be saying the same thing, actually.
Nice.
Yeah,
Put
considering
that
the
phone
budget,
home.
Right?
these practical effects are really, really good.
Oh, they're off. They're
Yeah, I
awesome.
like it.
Right? Like, oh, I like that shot too. For no, I mean,
Yeah,
I can
just
think of a couple
compare
reasons
this.
why I like it, but
Right. If I was to compare this to the modern day Sci-Fi Channel horror movies, my God, those are god awful. They don't even try and make them look realistic. Sharknado and all that
So-
crap. My God, I hate the Sci-Fi
Oh, yeah.
Channel, but it's turned.
Woo!
Boy.
So ultimately, it's Leatherface who kills the mosquitoes because he slips and sparks the chainsaw against the stone, and it causes sparks, and it causes the place to blow up. So he's the one who kills all the mosquitoes.
Wait, I thought it was
Yes.
the machine actually went off at the same time.
No, there was 2 seconds left on the machine, so Leatherface
Yeah.
beat him to the punch.
Yeah.
And of course,
And it will be
obviously in
noted
miniature,
that,
but it
like-
still looks okay.
Oh, dude, it looks awesome.
Hey, just a little paint and it'll be like new. Just a touch of paint.
Dude, did you not see that basement? There's so much black mold and whatnot. Like, there needs a little bit more than a touch of paint.
I actually lived on a street once where the house right across the street burned down. Some guy had a trailer parked out front and he fell asleep. He actually fell asleep with the gas on because it was one of those gas trailers, and blew the whole trailer, blew him out of the side of the trailer or something, and ignited the house, and the whole house bloody burned down. It was unreal. And they actually did rebuild it, believe it or not. They
Did he
actually
live?
did. He lived for about 6 months.
No,
So it didn't do him much good, obviously. I think it messed him up pretty bad, actually. Yeah,
Yeah, it was probably very painful, slow 6 months.
I can imagine. Yeah, he must have been in bad shape after that. But yeah.
And this is before they nuked the fridge.
Hey, as much bitching as I heard about from the fridge in the Crystal Skull here, I better hear some bitching about this one here.
yeah, right? Like, everyone harps on that.
Yeah, no. You know how many streams and how many times I've had to listen to people bitch about the fridge in the Crystal Skull, but yet this year I want to hear some bitching.
Well, I think the difference probably, Gorilla, was that people expected something half decent when they went to see Indy 4. And people probably went to this one thinking it was just going to be like a fun, escapist, 80 minutes or whatever, right? Which is the best way probably to watch these low budget horror flicks, because if you're not expecting too much, they generally are pretty awesome, right? So,
Right.
Oh,
Well, yeah,
and by the-
the less money they have, the more harder they work to put out a good product. The more
Yeah.
money they have, the less harder they work, and that's what was wrong with Indiana Jones 4. It was like Steven Spielberg said, "Don't worry, we got plenty of money. We'll use CGI to cover up everything. We'll use a double here and there, and CGI here and here." It was like, if I was to describe it, I would say it was very lazy.
yeah,
Oh,
it was.
yeah.
It was just, I thought,
Yeah.
just a poorly constructed film from beginning to end, pretty much. Yeah.
It was.
And,
I can't think of any
but
appealing part of it.
Gorilla, you're. Oh yeah, sorry, Pop. I was just gonna say to Gorilla. I said, Gorilla, your girl is wearing see-through clothing. So, if you're
Man,
paying attention,
where were you at when where were you when I was talking about her totally nipping out here? You were like half an hour ago.
I just
He
told
was
you
not
that
on the ball.
earlier. I wasn't
Yeah, I
here
mentioned-
when I told you there was some nudity in it. I told
No,
you
don't worry, we got that covered. We had it all covered.
that.
Yeah, I hope I don't get stricken for it. For any
Oh,
I
warnings.
hope not.
I thought you would mean
Oh, you'll be
all
fine.
uncovered.
No, you flashed through it fast enough.
No, you went
And
fast enough.
And I've seen titties on YouTube with other movies too, so a lot more than what you showed.
On YouTube?
Yeah,
Oh,
hers
yeah.
might have been small enough
Oh.
that they might have just saw. No, I'm not gonna go there. Not gonna go
Oh,
there.
so
Not
it
gonna
goes
go
by
there.
the size.
Hey, I got bigger boobs than her, so
Oh, hey, guys, I just want to point out right there on the cast of characters, if you want to scroll back just a half second there, Pop, if you wouldn't mind. It was Ron Asheton in the film as one of the characters. I missed the name, unfortunately.
you could probably play the credits and
But yeah, I
Ron
thought
Yeah,
Ashton.
yeah, he played
Ron
Hendrix.
Ashton.
Hendrix. Yeah, the guy that played Hendrix. He was actually
Is
one of the. He was
in
actually
there. Yep.
played guitar and bass in the
He was
Iggy Pop
Hendrix.
Stooges.
Yep.
He was
Oh,
actually a pretty
crazy.
good
Yeah,
player
I
too.
totally recognize him.
Interesting. I wonder if the director knew him personally, and that's how I was able to get him in the movie.
Wasn't he in the Destroyers though?
Oh, let me take a quick
Or
look.
no,
Here.
the song was "Search and Destroy." My apologies. It was
Oh
Iggy
yeah,
Pop in the
Search and
studio.
Destroy. That's a great song. I think that was
Yeah.
off the third and final album, Raw Power, and that's that's pretty intense. Well, they call it proto punk, right? And kind of it was basically like in
Yeah.
early '70s, late '60s kind of time, right? So they were ahead of their time for sure. But yeah, he was in Mosquito. I'm just looking at his resume here. He was also
Yes.
in Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Hey, look, he's
Amazing.
also in that. He's right there too. If you look at that, performed by the Shemps, Ron Ashton guitars.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, he was
Yeah.
active from '63 to 2009, so that's a pretty long career. It looks like here. So, yeah.
Yeah. So this movie is 29 years old. It'll reach its 30th anniversary next year.
Wow.
Uh,
That
Jeez.
makes me feel old when I think about that. I remember watching it when it was
oh my
brand new.
God. Yeah. It
I
makes me
feel old when I
for
think
sure.
about just about anything these days, to be honest. It's like everything I remember is like too long ago, you know? It's like, oh, God.
Remember, everybody, there's a
Oh
poll
my gosh.
in the chat. Please feel free to vote for the movie and vote. You can vote for your opinion on the movie, or you can vote on your opinion of our review of the movie, whatever you prefer. I'll be going around here shortly and asking the panel what they think about the movie. So let me get prepared to do that. All right, Gorilla, what did you think about the movie and tell us about your channel?
All right, one of the biggest troubles I had with this was the guy with Parkinson's disease was given the camera there. That shaky, it was getting hard to concentrate on a lot of stuff with the camera just shaking all over the place, especially like in the campground scene and everything. That was kind of taking me out. But I am a fan of bad acting and low budget special effects. I liked Feeders, for God's sakes. That had a budget of $500, not 500,000, $500, which I hope we can cover that one of these days. But then, it was a good plot line. They didn't go with the zombie singer, else I would have totally been nope. No, but it actually kind of freaks me out because I spend a lot of time on the lake. If you could tell from my shorts there, but and I'm always getting beaten by mosquitoes. So just to think of these, something can make these things so fucking gigantic, fly around and just suck you completely dry. It's like, oh shit. Because I don't think Raid will cover them. But the cameras
probably
take me
not.
out of it. Probably, I mean, just because of the cat, mostly because of the camera work. B minus.
You know, another reason why they had those horrible shaky cam is they were trying to make up for the bad plot because they thought it would make the movie look more expensive than what it was, and unfortunately they were wrong. I don't like shaky. Here's the two things that you don't do in a movie. You don't, when you're in a scene, you don't shake the camera and you don't zoom in and out. And tell us about your channel, Gorilla.
Well, I've been doing a lot of shorts there. They're just random stuff because I have random thoughts and stuff. And I'm gonna be pumping out a lot of shorts here because I just got my dad's comic book collection. So,
Oh, nice.
Oh, really?
all from the 80s, 70s, and 80s.
Oh, hey, Gorilla, if you ever want any advice on '70s comics, I know a fair bit about that because I used to collect them. And if your dad kept his comics in decent shape,
Now,
those suckers could be worth a
well,
lot of money.
okay, I should say they were his. He bought a storage locker that had them in it.
Oh, wow.
Were they taken care of like in plastic sleeves and everything?
Nope.
Oh, shit.
Oh well.
Well, even if they're in mediocre condition, some of those old '70s comics can be worth a lot of money. So if you ever want any advice, I'm happy to offer free advice if you
Yeah.
want some. Because
Cool.
I actually was a big collector in the '60s, '70s, and I sold them all off on eBay about 5 years ago, and I got some good money for some.
Did you
Definitely
grade
worth
any of
checking out.
them?
Oh
Did
yeah,
you grade any of them before you sold
I
them?
I graded them all
Yeah.
religiously, very conservatively. I did, I'd rather like underestimate the condition than overestimate because I want, if I sell it to somebody, I want them to be happy, which they always were, because I was very picky, right? And
Yeah.
I had a couple of grading guides which I referred to and I used religiously too, when I graded them. So it takes time, but it's worth it because you'll
It
get more
does.
money,
It's a
right?
little bit of investment, but you do get more money because people can trust you. I got
Yeah,
a friend who
exactly.
does that with trading cards.
Oh, really? Yeah, trading cards. Yeah, I think that's a little tougher with trading cards because they can be hit or miss value wise, and the market did kind of collapse. I think back in the '80s or '90s on trading cards, a lot of stuff. But I guess you could still make a buck if you know what you're doing, though,
Oh,
right? So,
well, these cards are still valuable. It's Pokemon.
oh yeah, some of the Pokemon can be worth quite a bit, can't they? I
Yeah.
mean, I know nothing about Pokemon, but that's what I've heard.
Me,
Yeah.
I know, right?
Wow.
You're right. Same here. I know nothing about it, but I know that it's valuable. I know a lot of people pay a lot of money for it.
Hmm.
Gorilla, are you done talking about your channel?
Just a sec. Wednesday we will be starting watch party for Justified. We said fuck it on Black Beer when there's a couple episodes we would rather just talk than pay attention to the story. Friday we should have a Waltons review. Should have Babylon 5 back. Then on Sunday I might debate on doing a double feature since I missed last Sunday because I didn't even get home until like 5 to 7. So I was like, oh fuck it. But I would have been home a lot sooner if we didn't get stuck in some road construction traffic
Now,
up
what
in the.
movie was that you were going to show again?
The Sunday for sure is Schindler's List, but we might also do
Okay.
All Quiet on the Western Front depending on how long they are.
Oh, that's
Well,
right. Well, that's right.
Schindler's pretty long film, Gorilla.
Oh,
It
then
is
we'll just do
Gorilla.
the one. Then we'll just do the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You,
like what,
right. You might
two
want
and a
to do
half,
Schindler's
3
by
hours?
itself. It is 3 hours,
Yeah,
2.5,
something like
three
that.
hours at least.
Yeah, good film
Uh,
though. Good film.
all right, I'm done talking.
All right.
Oh, Gorilla, can I just ask quickly what Walton's episode would be on Friday this week?
Oh,
Because I'd like to take a look at it before. I'll probably pop in for a comment or two because I do love the Waltons.
all right, I'll get back to you here.
Okay, I'll just post it on your channel.
Nemesis. Nemesis, what say you?
Hello.
What did you think about the movie? And tell us about your channel.
Oh, well, this is a classic for me, man. I saw this as a kid growing up randomly on satellite TV, and it stuck with me for sure. So, like, the practical effects were ranging from outstanding and over the top to like super janky at times. But I like the fact that it's immediately gets to business, right? Like the aliens come down, stuff happens, and then within 5 or 10 minutes, you get a kill. You get to see the mosquitoes. There's no nonsense, and like it's even though it's an hour and a half, it's over relatively quickly, which is
Yeah,
nice.
the pacing is great. You're right.
Yeah,
It
pacing
was.
was really good. Yeah, I agree.
The musical score was fantastic in parts. Like it felt like a survival horror game once they got into the house. Like even with the music itself, I'm just like, oh man, this would be awesome. So yeah, like the acting is fantastic. Well, fantastic in quotation marks for bad acting. It's over the
Right.
top. It's wonderful.
But it's
It's
watchable,
something
right?
we
Sometimes the acting can be so bad where it's hard to watch it, but it was watchable.
yes, for sure. Overall, yeah, I definitely give it like an A minus for sure, solid B plus. Like this is a fantastic B movie for sure. Like if you want to have fun and enjoy a silly movie with monsters in it that are giant mosquitoes, watch this. This is fantastic. And so
And
yeah,
I
that's
agree.
my
I
review
agree
of the
with
movie.
that. I agree with that. You want to share anything about your channel?
Yeah, I do gaming and whatnot. I haven't been uploading too much. I've been setting my new room up to try and get things steady for that, plus dealing with life
Cool.
issues and whatnot. So
Mm.
eventually I'll be getting things underway. Until then,
Nice.
uh, thank you so much to everyone who subscribed. And if you want to subscribe, I would greatly appreciate it. And I will see you in the future there.
Yeah, I recommend everybody check out Nemesis channel. It's fantastic.
Oh, thank you, Pop.
My pleasure. Yeah, I can't wait to watch one of your live streams again. And let's see, round the clock. Here we go. Mikey, tell us about what you think of this movie and your channel.
Okay, let's hope I can. And hope I'm not going in and out. And if I do, I'm sorry. I apologize in advance. I gave this movie a solid B plus. I'm really happy that Matt Hunley, who did the special effects as well as the practical
It's cutting out.
effects, actually took over from a guy who probably would have ruined it. Um, I, it's
Mikey, it's cutting out. We can't hear you.
Yeah, you're pretty much gone there, Mikey.
Okay, let's go to the next
okay.
person. PvP, tell us what do you think about this movie and
Well,
anything you want to share about your channel?
well, I'll do the movie first, of course. I think I agree the majority opinion here that I gave it a solid B plus as well. It's a very good, enjoyable, you know, low budget, kind of B movie horror film, but it's kind of schlocky in parts, especially some of those horrible special effects when there's like mosquitoes flying through the air and it looks totally fake, right? But that's kind of adds
Of
to the
course.
charm. It's kind of the part of the charm of the film. It's sometimes so bad it's actually fun. Cast was good, solid cast. I thought, they're not like Academy Award winners, maybe, but they did a good job, for what they had. I mean, let's face it, they got a script handed to them where their lines of dialogue deal with trying to survive, killer mosquitoes, right? So it's not King Lear or something, right? You know,
Right.
so that was fun. Gosh, the cinematography was good. Everything, like, I can't believe this is a $200,000 film. Like, well, this is one thing I love about these kind of you know, cheaply produced films back in the day. Like, whatever happened to low and medium budget films that were actually great, and why can't Hollywood, get its head out of its butt and figure out how to do that again? Because they'd be a lot better off in the long run if they did. But
Well, yeah,
oh, and yeah, go ahead.
before you came on, we were talking about earlier before you came on that the low budget movies now they still make plenty of them, but they're all bad, horrible movies. Like we were
Yeah,
talking
well,
about Sharknado and Amityville Shark and Amityville Christmas Vacation and 200 Exorcist movies and all that.
well, even a title like Sharknado just turns me off so much. I have no interest in it, right? Because it
Well,
just sounds dumb.
a lot of
you
those
know.
movies, 98% of them, you start watching it, it's like, oh, somebody shot this at their house and in their backyard. It's like, no,
Oh yeah,
that's
right. They did it with their cell phone or something.
right, and they got their friends and family members as the actors, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's about it, isn't it? I just want to mention the budget again on Mosquito, though. It says the budget was 200 grand estimated in brackets on Wikipedia here, but the box office, it says the citation is needed, so maybe this ain't gospel, but it's like 986,000 bucks this thing made at the box office. So like that's a major, financial, profit, right? When you're making like five times your money back, that's pretty damn good. Hello?
Yeah.
Anybody there? Uh-oh, what happened?
Sorry, I
I
was
don't know.
coughing.
Oh, okay. No worries. Go, no,
but
go.
Oh, good, buddy.
If
No
you want to
worries.
mute and cough, I understand. I do that myself sometimes during the streams.
but that explains why we got four mosquito movies.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But hey, if you want to mute for a minute there, Bob, go ahead, please. I just thought maybe you dropped out like Mikey keeps doing.
No, I did get the Ethernet hooked up, so I'm getting a good signal.
Maybe have a drink of water or something there, Bob.
I do have water here, but honestly, I should have done some cough syrup.
I'll be right back.
I got
Yeah,
some cough.
take a
I
minute.
got
Take a
cough.
minute or two.
Yeah, I got cough
Take a
syrup from the hospital, but it tastes so bad. It's like, oh my god. So BBB, tell us about your channel.
Yeah, well, nothing much new. It's kind of the same thing so far. I'm still working on that playlist of songs that are 3 minutes or less. Just trying to put something together where the songs are so short that it's going to be pretty hard for anybody to get bored because I'm mixing it up too with different genres, right? So I could go from like a kind of a mellow acoustic number that's like 2 minutes long into like a 2.5 minute punk song, right? So don't expect anything that you're going to necessarily be able to just mellow out on. It's going to be like a roller coaster ride with all kinds of different sounds and bands, and but I think that's kind of more fun, right? Because when the songs average of 2 minutes, it's like even if you don't like the song, it's over before you get sick of it, really, right? So
That's
so
true.
that's fun. So I'm working on it. I way too many. I probably got 600 songs on there now, and I just haven't had any time lately to really do any editing, and because you have to YouTube, right? You got to the playlist, you got to sort them and move them around, and that's kind of a pain in the butt. But I'm working on it.
I
So
know. Yeah, I need to organize
yeah.
mine.
Well, there's no does anybody know, is there any kind of software where you can organize a playlist, like moves, stuff around easily instead of just having to, like scroll through it like
You're
YouTube
right.
makes you do?
YouTube is very cumbersome. But I
Yeah.
thought about that too, and the person asked would be LDG of
Okay.
FreeNet.
I'll keep
He'd be
that
the
in
one that
mind then.
knows. He knows everything.
Yeah.
But you're
Good
right. It's
advice.
cumbersome and it's horrible. That's the only reason why I haven't gotten around to doing it all.
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Well, they do have, luckily, they have that one button where you can like move a video to the top of the
To
playlist,
the
which I
top.
use quite often. So I'll maybe move half a dozen to the top, and then I'll kind of just grab one by one and I'll kind of move them down, somewhere where it seems appropriate. Just,
You're right.
stick them in, and
You
that
think
seems to work
somebody would?
okay.
Yeah, you think somebody would come up with the idea where if you pull the playlist and let's say there's 12 videos, it would just show them in panels, and you should be able to just move and arrange them in any order you want, right there on the screen, without having to scroll up
Exactly.
and
That
down.
would be if somebody, like I'm not smart enough to invent any kind of software, but if anybody could invent a software program where you could just like load in x number of videos on your YouTube playlist and just move them around like little windows, like you said, that would be fantastic because that would save hours of time. Yeah, that'd be
Yes,
great.
yes, yep.
But yeah, unfortunately, I haven't found it yet. So,
But
but anyway, yeah.
another suggestion I would have for YouTube is like if I have a video and I know it's very similar to a lot of other videos, I should be able to go into the description, type in a general description like "Welcome to Hi-Fi Horror Sci-Fi," stream, join us, have fun, open panel, blah blah, and then with the click of one button, I should be able to copy and paste that into all the other movies inside the playlist.
That would
Because
be great.
right now you have to go into every single movie and add the description. And excuse me, the easiest way to do that is a copy and paste, which is what I was doing.
Yeah, it's
What?
kind of, I can't believe how in 2023 that YouTube is so clunky and some of their design on here, right?
Yeah,
It's just nuts. It really is.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just recently started going back with Lost in Space and Gilligan's Island and putting the plot descriptions in each of the
Oh,
plot.
good
Yeah,
plan.
descriptions in each
Excellent.
of the description.
Good idea. Good idea.
Yeah,
Because that'll probably
I
get more
feel.
views.
Yeah, I know exactly right because instead of just saying the name of the episode, but it'll say like Doctor Smith is doing this and this. I feel bad. As you guys can see, my voice is not doing good. And
Yeah.
this is why I wasn't able to do Lost in Space last night. I feel bad because that's a good episode. But I
Oh,
promise you, I will be
yeah,
back
very
next
good one.
Monday for Lost in Space.
Yeah. Did we get? Did Mikey come back yet to give his quick review before you ended the
Mikey is
pod?
here.
'Cause
Yeah,
I know
I'm
you probably
here.
want to end it soon by the way you sound. So
No, I'm fine. I know I sound horrible, but I get better. I'll be up for
oh,
a while. I'm going
as
to be
long
I'm
as
working
you're
on my
okay.
servers tonight.
Okay, as long
yeah,
as you're
I'm
okay,
gonna
I
try to
can
get
hang
this
around for a
in.
little while.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
try to get
sound
this in
worse than I
before I go
feel. I'll
out
put it
again.
that way.
Okay.
Okay.
You know what?
So,
It's interesting. These, just a second, Mikey. I just
yeah,
wanted to
sorry.
say that these, for me, these streams are the best medicine because they say laughter is the best medicine. But these streams make me feel a whole lot better. I don't know why, and a lot better than what my medicine does. So I really, really look forward to getting back into doing these because it does. I feel better. It perks me up. I feel like I have more energy. It wakes me up. So I enjoy it. I know I sound horrible. I feel bad for that, but I'm doing my best to get better soon. Go ahead, Mikey. Take it away,
Dude, that's
Mikey.
Okay.
awesome.
Okay, let's try this again. Part two, Mikey's attempt at getting things in here. Okay, so B plus. Okay, Matt Hunley, you're a genius. Okay, practical effects, loved it. Um, it just reminded me of a lot of the, um, insects that grow big because of either aliens or uh, even radiation in the air or sludge or whatever cosmic, you know, things come out from it anywhere. That's what's so great about films like this is because you never anticipate blood-sucking mosquitoes being human-sized and coming after human beings literally and just want to, you know, go through the earth and kill them all and all the humans. So, like I said, I loved it for practical effects, and the special effects were cool. And seeing Gunnar Hansen without his leather face makeup on is kind of cool, So, and Rachel, I'm sorry, Loiselle. Um, yeah, I only seen her in that other film, Stoned, and that was like half the film, and she was okay in that, and I liked her in this one. So, uh, and not for the reasons that Gorilla might think, but I could have done without the nudity. Okay, I could have done without that, but that's okay. You have
Well,
to anticipate it in some films like that. But I
I,
am doing a stream.
I miss nudity. They don't show that anymore. So
Yeah.
before, if you'd have asked me 10, 15 years ago, I would have said, I don't really need the nudity. I can enjoy the movie anyway. But now knowing that we'll never get that again, I appreciate it.
Oh well, there we go. I am doing a stream after August 1st. It's going to be based on two movies we're actually going to go see. One is called Talk to Me. It's a horror film. Hopefully, it's uh, better than most horror films out there, which are crap.
Well, I think it's
And
called
then,
Answer the Phone.
yeah. Well, no, it's
It's like
about a hand.
they don't spend much time to try to come up with the title anymore these days, do they?
No. Well, that's what we said before, Bob. You and I both agreed that creativity's gone out the window. So,
No, it sounds like it was written by a 15-year-old.
yeah,
yeah,
creativity.
possibly.
Yeah, where did creativity ever go? I agree.
Sure, sure. And then the other one we're going to review also is Oppenheimer, which does look really good. Cillian
Oh
Murphy
yeah,
and
I
Matt
want to see
Damon
that
Oh,
eventually.
and Emily Blunt. That looks really, really good. So, and it's based on their archives. The Oppenheimer family, their foundation, is
Yeah,
based on his last years with his wife before and after the testing. So, yeah,
so you're
watch it.
talking
well,
Robert
beware. There's supposed to be
Oppenheimer.
frontal nudity in that. Yeah,
Robert Oppenheimer, the co-inventor of the H bomb,
nu-
right?
nuclear bomb. Yeah, or H
Yeah.
bomb.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
atom bomb.
I'd
Yeah.
like. Yeah, that sounds good. I wouldn't mind seeing that myself. Like,
but
because
beware.
it's
There was
real history.
there's frontal nudity. So if that offends you guys, beware. Be ready
What
to
Well, it
cover
movie's
doesn't
your
that?
hurt me
eyes.
that much.
What movie is that?
Oppenheimer, gorilla. Oppenheimer,
Oppenheimer?
gorilla.
Oppenheimer. Yeah.
But anything with Christopher Nolan, you can't go wrong. I mean, the guy is hit and miss. I'd say he's mostly hit. I wasn't a fan of Tenet, but most of his movies I enjoy.
Well, and I
I,
like
I
this Batman. I like this Batman with Bale. Christian Bale
I like the
is a good
Batman movies
Batman.
too, but right, But what's not his fault is those Batman movies were so successful. DC made all their heroes like Batman, and that's what destroyed DC and the whole Snyderverse. And even up to this day, they still can't make a good movie, all because of his movies, because of those Batman trilogy. They're making everything dark. They want to make. They even made Superman like Batman, and it's like
Yeah,
that's
that's
the
a big.
bad news.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
It's not
opposite of what Superman's the opposite of Batman, basically.
exactly. Christopher
Yeah.
Nolan is great, and those movies were great, but unfortunately, the studio said $1 billion each. Make all of our movies like that.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Jeez.
I like.
Well, and to be fair, I still to this day I'm so sad that Heath Ledger's gone, but he is
Oh
the
yeah,
best Joker ever. He was the
Oh
yeah.
best
no,
Joker
well,
ever in my
I could
opinion.
argue that. I'll take Caesar Romero, and I'll die on that hill.
Yeah, I
You
agree.
go campy, that's fine.
Well,
Campy's
Caesar's
cool.
kind of a nostalgic, choice, right? For us,
Yeah.
older folks.
Well, because like in the comics, he laughed all the time, and Keith Ledger didn't. He's like the brooding goth kid. It was like he was okay, but I will say this: my most or my least favorite Joker in movies of all time, who was actually the best actor out of all of them, was Jack Nicholson. He was terrible.
Oh
I
yeah,
agree
he's
a hundred
bad.
percent. I agree 100%.
Oh,
I
and
like.
Pop. Have you seen Joker with Joaquin Phoenix? That's a great film.
Yes. Well, I liked it, but do I want to watch the sequel with Lady Gaga and it's a musical? I don't know about that.
Yeah,
Nah,
I'm not sure about that one either. Yeah.
that sounds like Twilight Zone material, to be honest, guys.
Twilight, you mean? You mean Twilight?
No,
Yeah.
Twilight Zone.
Yeah,
Like
Twilight
out
Zone.
there so far, I don't believe it's even real.
But
Well, it's
that's
like
what's
somebody
coming up
said, "Hey,
there,
can we get?"
Pop.
It's like right. It's like somebody said, "Hey, Lady Gaga's popular. Can we get her in it?" Okay, go for it.
Yeah,
Now
that's
they're gonna
Yeah,
write
what's
the
coming
entire
for
movie around her being in it. Is what they did.
that makes no sense to me at all, to be
me.
honest. Yeah.
Now, isn't she playing Harley Quinn or no? I think she is. I'm tired of Harley
Pop.
Quinn.
Uh,
And then what's that chick that's playing Harley Quinn? Margot Robbie.
Yeah.
She's so overrated
yeah,
and bad actress.
something
I
like
mean,
that.
all people care about now is looks. They don't care about talent anymore.
And she's not even that. She's
Uh,
not even that hot at all, really. She's not
No,
that good looking. You
she's
know.
not. Linda Carter looks better at her age now than Margot Robbie does at her age.
No,
Heh.
she's not.
She's like
Oh, I just.
okay.
Yeah, I loved Linda Carter. Well, yeah.
Hey guys, Christopher
Well, do
Nolan
you remember
films.
before Linda Carter did it? Crosby. There was that Crosby woman that did it before. Uh,
Oh
you know,
yeah, well, that was
the
that first Wonder Woman movie which sucked.
yeah, the pilot. Yeah, pilot film. Okay.
Hey, what did you guys think about Christopher Nolan's Memento film?
Memento.
I liked it.
Yeah, that was
Memento.
pretty good. I liked it.
That's probably
Yeah,
my favorite
I
film
had
of his.
I had the DVD of it. Yeah, and I invited my Air Force buddy. I was in California, and my Air Force buddy was in Oregon, and I called him to tell him about it. He had never heard of it. Memento, isn't that the candy that they make those annoying commercials about? And I said, no,
Uh,
that's Mentos.
that's
Mentos.
Mentos.
So I told him, I said, when vacation came around and he was coming to my house, I said, you need to come and watch this movie. I'm going to show it to you. He said, okay. So I went and bought Mentos. So we ate Mentos while watching Memento. So there was no confusion.
Oh my god,
Oh,
that's hilarious!
Now, did you
you,
put it in a Coke and pointed at him?
yeah,
You
you
know,
you weren't
oh
chewing
no,
you weren't chewing Mentos when you took a swig of Coke, were you? I hope not.
no. What was interesting, that was the first time I'd ever tasted Mentos. Him too. We'd never eaten them before. They were really good, and I'd never bought them since. Just
That's
that one
Oh
night that I
hilarious.
my
watched Memento.
god!
Yeah. No, the only reason that Mentos is still in business and selling them is because people use them for the Coke bottles. That's the only reason.
That's probably it.
Yeah, they put them in
Probably.
the Coke. What they do, Pop, is they take a Mentos, bunch of them. They put them inside a Coke
Oh, I know.
bottle, and then they shake it, and then the whole thing explodes, and it's supposed to go in your face if you open up the cap and
No,
whatever.
no, no, no. You don't have to shake it. No, you don't have to shake it. There's a chemical reaction where all you got
Oh
to do
right,
is
right.
drop the Mentos into it, close the lid, and it does the rest.
Yes, yes.
Some diet sodas do the same thing. When I was a kid, I think it was Shasta, maybe a Shasta Diet Root Beer or Diet something Shasta. And my grandma brought it, and she goes, "Here's a soda," and it was diet. And I tasted it. It was like, "Oh, good God, it was horrible." And
Do
she
you
goes, "Well, it's
do you
sugar
guys?
free." And I put
Yeah,
sugar in it, and it foamed and foamed and foamed and flooded the whole table.
yeah, guys. Do you remember that one of the first videos that was done by that group Weezer? Weezer. They did the same thing.
I
They
don't know
they
who
took
that
the
is.
bottles and put the Mentos in. Now they did songs called Beverly Hills and and stuff like that. But one of their first videos was pork and beans,
I
and they
don't remember
did with
that one.
pork and beans. They put the Mentos in these huge 2 liter bottles, and and the big
Oh,
explosions and
Well,
that
everything.
sounds
I
really.
think,
That sounds
I
scary.
yeah, I think MythBusters even covered it.
Yes, they
That's
did.
wow. That sounds pretty weird.
Yeah,
The
they
only
And I
use
had
one.
a
it as the
science teacher.
chemical.
I had a science teacher working in elementary school, and he asked me
Yeah.
for advice. He goes, Friday is like a special day. The kids that deserve it, and I want to do something special for them. I don't know what to do. Do you have any ideas? And I told him about the Mentos, and he goes, "That's a fantastic idea. I hadn't thought about it. The kids will love it." And sure enough, they did.
That creates fountains. Like you put enough in, it'd be like a fountain coming from the bottle. 2 liter bottles. I've seen that. Yeah, that's insane.
Hey, I just want to mention. You mentioned well, what a band you just mentioned. Oh, my brain.
Weezer.
Weezer.
Weezer. Yeah, I was never a
Yeah.
huge Weezer fan, though. I must admit, I haven't heard a ton of their stuff. But I do remember one of their early videos, Buddy Holly, which I thought was awesome song.
Oh, it's a funny song.
Tribute.
It's a
It
tribute to
was
him, but they
great.
also make fun of Happy Days with
Happy
Buddy
Days.
Holly.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah.
Actually, if you've never seen it, Pop, you should check that out. It's really good.
Oh, it's so funny.
It's a great
All right.
tune too.
I'm gonna end the poll, and I'm gonna share the results
Okay, go ahead.
before I forget, because I always seem to forget
Yeah.
that. I'm glad I remembered. In fact,
Oh, you're good.
where is it? I told you to pop out the chat. Okay. Looks different now. It used to come out in a separate window, but I guess not anymore. And there we go. Let's see if it shows. There it is. You might have to. I don't know why it does this now. It used to pop out a separate window to where I can enlarge it, and unfortunately now it just shows it within the YouTube because it didn't pop out like it's supposed to.
Oh, I just want to mention,
But
Pop,
is there?
I just put in the private chat the Buddy Holly
And there-
video, which is a parody of Happy Days and also a really awesomely fun song. So I think
There
you
it is.
will enjoy it.
Now it can pop out a separate window to where I can enlarge it, and unfortunately,
So,
now
what
it
do you
just
think
shows
of
it within
Mosquito?
the
Looks
YouTube.
like you got
44% gave it a B plus to a B minus. 33%
Oh, I
gave
just
it
wanna
an A
mention,
plus to
Pop,
an A minus.
I just put in the
11%
private chat the Buddy
gave
Holly
us a C
video,
plus to a C
which
minus,
is a parody
and
of Happy
11%
Days and also
D
a really
plus
awesomely
to
fun
F
song.
minus.
So I
Very
think
cool.
you'll
Thank you,
enjoy
guys.
Oh man, that was major echo.
There was an echo there. Yeah, that's freaked me out. Like, man, that was weird.
Well, I'm moving
Yeah.
around because
Yeah.
my dog's trying to get off the bed to go get some water.
Oh, Gorilla, you didn't give it an automatic F, did you this time?
Automatic F minus.
There we go.
Oh no, you didn't.
Oh,
Oh, don't say it's not so, my friend.
No,
I would give it a
B
B. I liked it. I'd give it a B because I liked it. The ingenuity, the fact that they spent every dime on the movie itself, they didn't waste it. It was good to see Gunnar Hansen back with that chainsaw in his hands.
Yes.
I always appreciate when they spend the money wisely because there are so many bad movies out there where they, like I said, it's a bunch of people sitting around a living room talking. And I don't like those, and I don't like the jump scares, and I don't like the nightmares where they have a nightmare and then it resets back to the beginning of the movie and nothing really happened. So it's good to see good old fashioned horror again. Not to mention the gore, the practical effects. I really appreciate that too. And that's another thing that's sorely missed. If this movie was made now, it would be all CGI.
Yeah, they didn't overdo it, which was nice too. I wanted to say that, Bob. They didn't overdo the gore. and made it look believable,
Well,
and which I thought was cool. So
there's that
Right.
one
They're
scene,
probably
Mikey. The one scene when those dudes are fishing in the boat, and the one guy has a mosquito like plunge its stinger right into his eyeball.
yeah, isn't that great?
That's
That was
awesome.
that was pretty gross,
Yeah,
I gotta say.
I
That
know. I
kind of
love it.
grossed me out.
I love
Oh, it was fun. It
Igor.
was fun. I loved it, but it was very. I mean, that was very
yeah, but
gory.
I miss gory things like that. You
But it was
know.
so cartoony, right? It wasn't that bad. It didn't bother me because usually,
Right
Oh,
now,
if gore's
okay,
too real, if it's too real, it makes me sick, right? But
okay, but
yeah.
let's be specific about this one topic. This now, forgive me for the rabbit hole, but let's vote now. What movie has the best Igor? I would say Zombie is my vote.
I have not seen that film, so I can't give any
No,
opinion on it.
I've been trying to get you guys to vote for it. I put it on a few polls, but nobody votes for it because they haven't
I
seen it.
guess I missed.
But in
I
my
must have missed
opinion, it
it.
has the best Igor that you'll see in any movie.
Okay.
I think one of the better Igor films is Scanners, when you blow up their face, blow up their whole head.
Yeah, I know,
Oh,
but
jeez.
it's too quick. I'm talking where you can get a good look at it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd like that,
Yeah,
really, to be
okay.
honest.
Yeah.
Oh, but I love it.
I don't like it if it's too graphic. I don't mind if it's kind of cartoony and fun, but I don't know. I mean, I
No,
might
I
love
love
it,
it.
but I might not.
I think it
Yeah,
goes.
I've got
Yeah, I think
so
it
many
goes to
movies
the
I'm going to be
realm.
showing. I've got so many movies I'm going to be showing that are far more graphic than what we've seen so far. Just wait till I get to Pieces.
Oh, yeah.
You guys have seen that? You guys have seen that horrible Popeye movie with Robin Williams, right?
Yeah, I
Yes.
was really disappointed in that. I thought it was a piece of
Right.
crap, and
Well,
everybody was
okay.
raving about it.
Right. You remember the guy that plays Brutus or Bluto?
Well, I haven't
Yeah,
seen it in like
Bluto.
40 years,
Yeah,
so I really don't
Paul
remember.
something. Yeah.
That was
Right.
like
Well,
Paul.
he
80s,
plays
wasn't it?
yes, 70s, 80s, but he plays in a low budget horror movie with fantastic gore, where he's like a what do you call it, custodian in a school, and it's
Oh
got Christopher
God.
George and Linda Day George in it, but it's called Pieces because he goes around killing people with a chainsaw, and it's on camera, and I love it. It's one of my favorite chainsaw movies
Ah,
because most of them,
Yeah.
it's him, like even Texas Chainsaw Massacre, you don't really see him dismembering anybody. It's all implied.
oh
There's no
God.
real gore. And with the
Yeah.
movie Pieces, you get to actually see it.
I
And
might
it's the
have to
same guy
put
that
a.
played Pluto.
I'm going to have to put a bucket next to my computer when I watch that one, I think, Pop,
Ah, it's okay.
because I'm going to be puking so much.
It's tame. At least it's not the human.
Oh.
At least it's not the human centipede, right?
I've not seen that either, and I don't ever hope to.
I
From
have.
what I've heard,
I've seen all two
that's
or
one
three
to
of them, but I
avoid.
probably won't put them on here.
Oh God.
Well, what about the
Hey.
moments
Well,
that? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is
Well,
that
I was going to say that
me?
every,
I'll be back in a
for
minute,
those of you
guys.
that have not seen the human centipede, I was going to say for all of you that have not seen the human centipede, we all know the story behind it. But the credit I give it is it's not a really bad B movie. It's got a good story, the structure, and the acting is good. It's just that the content is something a lot of people can't handle. But I enjoyed them actually.
Yeah.
Bunch of
Well, you should get that zombie movie too, Pop.
Which one?
To get the zombie one you said. The
I have it on
zombie
my
one.
server.
Oh, cool.
It's called it's called Zombie. It was supposed to be a sequel. It's an Italian movie by a guy named Lucio Fulci, and it was supposed to be his version of a sequel to Dawn of the Dead. So when it
That's
came
right.
out in Italy, it was called Zombie 2. But
Yeah,
here in the
that's right.
US, it was called Zombie. That's the one that I told you guys I went on a date, unfortunately, with with the double billing of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I'll just say the date didn't go as good as I had hoped.
James Rolfe does a really good breakdown of that whole confusion on his channel Cinemassacre. I really recommend checking it out.
Wait, a breakdown on the confusion around what?
The naming of zombie and how it was different in Italy and America, and how the sequels
Oh, really?
came about, and how they were. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Who is this? Say that again.
Oh, his name's James Rolfe. He's the angry video game nerd. His thing is Cinemassacre. I can
How do
send
you
you the link, Pop.
Please do send it through the Twitter. I'm definitely gonna check it out because I'm a big zombie fan. Have
Yeah,
you seen
sure.
Zombie Nemesis?
I have not. And it's
Oh,
generally speaking, when you throw it up in the poll, I'm voting for something else because it's like, well, I want to watch this.
that's okay.
But,
Okay,
I
let me
right?
ask. Let me ask all you guys this. This is for the panel and for the chat. Have you guys seen the two Demons movies?
No.
They were also
yeah,
horror.
my
They're,
wife has seen the Demons films. I don't think I've seen them.
I
they're
have
good. The
never even
first one
heard
is
of
where,
them.
yeah, they're Italian, and the first one is where these people are trapped in a movie theater. It's overran by demons, and
Oh
then the
God,
sequel takes place in a high-rise apartment.
sounds
And they're,
entertaining.
it is. They're Italian, so they're a little over the top, but they're very entertaining.
Yeah,
There's a
I've very little exposure to Italian horror films actually, Pop. I
Oh my
remember there was
god!
one I saw maybe 10 years ago. He was like a well-known horror Italian director, right? And it was something about zombies in a graveyard or some really weird shit. And it was kind of awesome actually, but I just have no idea what the hell the film was. I totally can't remember the title of it, but it was a lot
I
of
wish
fun
Hungry
actually.
Boy was here. Yeah, Hungry Boy. I wish he was here because him and I can go on and on and on about Italian horror directors.
Yeah, it was basically an Italian horror zombie flick, and it was actually really cool.
hey Pop.
Yeah,
There
Hungry would
was
have a lot to say.
Hey, do you
yeah,
remember the
and
year PvP?
What's that?
Do you remember the year?
No, I don't remember anything. I just remember I watched it like 10 years ago, and then, like 10 years ago, man, brain cells kind of forget stuff, right? So
It took place in a graveyard.
it
yeah, it
started
did.
in a graveyard. Actually, I think, well, this is the kinky part. I think it started with a young couple making love on top of a grave. Like, that's pretty weird in itself, right?
Isn't that Night of
uh,
the
I would
Living
love
Dead
it.
like 3 or 4?
but then, of course, the zombies came along, and I think probably ate the young couple or whatever.
That could
You
be
Oh
know,
so many
man.
movies that you're describing, though. It could be
yeah.
Return of the Living Dead. It could be a lot of movies.
So that's like a
Return of the
genre.
Living Dead is not Italian, though.
People
Hey
having
Pop.
sex eaten by zombies.
Hey, hey! I think the movie you're talking about is Burial Ground: The Night of Terror from 1981.
I have no idea. Can you post a link in the private chat if you can, Gorilla?
Pull it up on here.
Okay.
The
I'll have to pull it up on my
IMDb.
computer then.
Anywhere,
Yeah,
I was
anywhere.
gonna
look at.
say
Are you sure it was Italian PvP?
I'm pretty sure
Then
because
look
I
and
think
see
it was.
if that
I
movie
think it was
Italian
actually in Italian, and I watched it like either with subtitles or dubbed.
or dubbed
yeah.
or
And
dubbed.
it
There
was
was
like an Italian name on the director. I think. I mean, as I
hey
say, it's
Pop.
been
Sounds like
so long.
sounds like a Lucio Fulci movie.
Yeah. Hey
That sounds
Pop.
familiar.
I had
Yes.
one more. I had one more suggestion.
That sounds familiar.
There's a very good vampire movie from the '90s called Near Dark that was
I
done
know.
by
Yes, great movie.
Catherine Bigelow. Catherine
Catherine
Bigelow.
Bigelow. Yes,
Yes, I
Lance
hope you bring that
Henriksen
one.
and Bill Patton.
Bill Paxton. Yes, and
Paxton.
my friend Larry Bartels was in it too. He
Oh,
played a
shoot,
vampire.
shoot.
That looks Italian. Yeah, those
Yeah.
stupid
Yeah.
previews.
Yeah, damn it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Pop. Hopefully they don't get you on the.
That's
playing
okay.
an ad.
That's right. Scroll down a little bit
I did.
more. I want to see the pictures.
Yeah.
I want to see the picture of the red head on the left. Let me see. Okay, I know what movie this is. This is the one where she's got her son with him and he bites off her nipple.
Oh no. Did you hear that, Gorilla?
I
Yeah,
heard
he
that.
turns into a zombie. And right, she's got these big boobs, and Italians
Oh.
like to show the women with big boobs. And
Yeah,
she's got
they
her
love
son, and he turns into a zombie, and he bites off. And now, of course, with the Italian, they show it close up, and they take their time showing it. So, that's why I hate the Jurassic Park
What-
movies.
What was
No,
that
I
one
want
of
to see
the
slow.
yeah? What was the one that the Italian actress that just recently passed away, Gina Lollobrigida? Now she had some early stuff. That was like racy stuff she did.
She just passed away recently. She
Yeah,
goes
she
way
did.
back.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, she died
I
like
think
in her,
Sophia
like
Loren's still
last
alive.
year. Oh,
Thank
I hope
God.
Sophia Loren's still alive. I don't know about that one. I know that Gina passed away.
God, she was beautiful.
Oh yeah, yeah. There was some great.
Did we lose
Uh,
somebody? Mike here. Nemesis of Eden. I guess we
oh yeah, we lost Nemesis.
lost
Yeah,
Nemesis of Eden. Hopefully he'll
yeah.
come
He'll be
back.
back. Yeah.
Once I get my server hooked up, what I'll do is I'll open it up where you guys can see my files, and I'll go into the zombie. I have a horror folder, and then within the horror folder, there's like paranoia. Like paranormal, and there's like aliens, and then there's like monsters, killer madmen. Then I have vampires, and I have zombies. And I'll open up
Nice.
the zombie folder and scroll through, and then maybe PvP will recognize the title.
Yeah, I wish I
Yeah, I've
could
got
remember it
thousands of
because
movies.
it was one of
Yeah.
those films that was so weird and it was all over the place and the story meandered, to all kinds of weird things, but it was very entertaining all throughout. So I really thoroughly enjoyed it. But it was one of those films that was so strange and weird and bizarre that you just can't really categorize. Well, it was obviously a zombie pick, but it's hard to categorize the story itself because it was just really
Yeah.
out there somewhere. But it was fun. It was definitely a lot of fun.
Hey, there's
Well,
Nemesis.
what's good about
Welcome
him is
back.
what's excellent, and the reason why I love Italian cinema so much is because it's from a different perspective than the American movies. So you never know what to expect. Like I said, the kid biting off his mom's nipple, they would never do that in an American movie, obviously.
Oh
Oh, hell
no,
no.
never. Oh hell
No, so that's why I like Italian movies, right?
To be
I
honest,
think they're called giallo movies.
Pop, I think Americans are kind of quite prudish.
They
you know,
are.
like compared
They
to
are.
Canada. I mean, I think there's even been one or two series over the decades in Canada where they actually showed some, full frontal nudity, for a few seconds, and you'd never get
Oh, I
that on
know.
TV in the States.
There
No,
you
were.
know,
especially men. And another thing too about censoring is some of the Friday the 13th movies, they cut out some of the gore. They thought it was too severe, even though the movie was rated R.
Yeah.
no.
So they cut out some of
There's
Tom Savini's best work.
yeah. There's a favorite story I like to
Yeah.
tell about the show Benny Hill. Okay, Benny Hill. I saw every single season of that show late night, and out of that entire time I saw it, there's only 3 episodes where the women in the episode were completely naked, like they were just
It's
you know
right.
showing everything.
Monty
Only
Python
3
did the same
times.
thing. Right, Monty Python did the same thing. Like blink and you'll miss it. Did it a couple times, 2 or 3 times.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
exactly.
Carol Cleveland, right? And Monty Python.
Yeah.
I can't
She was
remember.
she was gorgeous. Oh my God. What a set of boobies she had too. I did appreciate them occasionally showing them for a few seconds.
Yeah, she was
Yeah.
part of the original cast. Uh,
She was,
I
yeah.
I think she's gone now. I'm not sure.
I'm not
I haven't.
sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if she's gone now or not. But yeah, she was part of the when they first started out. Yeah. Well, yeah, like I said with Benny Hill, you only had like 3 episodes like that, and which is why. But you know that most of them probably were wearing see-through stuff, which didn't really, you didn't really notice unless you were just like, not following along with the comedy. I enjoyed the comedy. I didn't care if the women were, completely, stark naked and running around the place. I didn't really care. I enjoyed the comedy because Benny Hill was such a funny man. I
Oh,
just
Yeah,
comedy is
it's
the point,
tragedy,
right?
right? It's tragic the way he was treated because they took him off the air, saying people are starting to complain. So he was like the first guy to be Me Too'd, and it was
yeah, he
tragic.
was.
He died depressed because of that.
Well, he died in Pop. Didn't he die eventually of bankrupt? Was he bankrupt and stuff?
Oh no! Benny Hill was a penny pincher. He would wear the same
Ah,
clothes until they wear out. He would walk everywhere because he wouldn't even pay for a bus.
oh,
And
that's
not only
right.
that,
Okay.
but he would not cash most of his checks. When they found him dead in his apartment, he had checks all surrounding him,
Yeah, I
uncashed.
Right.
read that he actually died a millionaire, but he lived like a pauper.
Yes,
I lived
exactly.
like
He
a
was very,
pauper.
very rich. Right.
Kind of sad, really. I
He
mean, the
wore.
man
He
didn't
bought.
enjoy.
Well, I guess when he grew up, his mother was. That's all she gave him was secondhand stuff,
But
and he
still,
never let it. Yeah, he never let it go, so
Or
he
he
would buy
had like a
secondhand clothes.
mental block or something. It seems like.
Uh-huh.
He's definitely one of
Oh,
those celebrities that was a hoarder. Yeah, he was
he
a hoarder.
also he also died a virgin.
Yeah,
I read
he
that
did.
too. Yeah.
And you guys know
Yeah,
about his grave being robbed.
I heard that.
I
Yeah, I
don't know
heard
if I
that.
heard
Yeah,
about that, but
twice.
that's weird.
Twice.
Twice. Yeah, twice.
Jesus.
Yeah, because they had heard about all his money, so they robbed his grave. They finally had
They
to put a
thought
big old slab over it.
Yeah,
they thought he was buried with his money.
yeah. They thought he was
Yeah,
buried with
people
his
still think.
uncashed check.
Whoa.
Yeah, with his uncashed check.
Well, the
Which
thing
That's
is,
wow.
he had no family,
yeah,
no kids, none of that. So everybody would thought that.
no.
I know it's foolish, but
Yeah.
some people think that.
No
Yeah, he
estate,
didn't.
basically. I guess, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Correct.
Is
He was an
anybody
only
left
son. His
from?
mother was dead. He had no children. He never got married.
Yeah. Hey, Bob. Is there anybody left from Monty Python?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anybody?
Yeah. John
Yeah,
Cleese is
unfortunately,
actually
right
doing John
now,
Cleese is doing a
John
bloody
Cleese and
reboot of
Eric
Fawlty
Idle are not
Towers,
talking at the moment.
which
Oh,
scares
nice.
the hell out of me because it'll probably be horrible. But
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course it's going to be. He'll be a cameo at best. But
I feel bad. I don't know
yeah,
why he's doing that.
Eric Idle, money because of the divorces. But
That's
John
sad.
Yeah.
Cleese and Eric Idle right now are currently not talking to each other, and that's sad.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's really sad, man.
What about
Damn.
Michael Palin? Did he die? Michael
Nope,
Palin?
he's still alive.
No, he's still
Oh,
around.
good. Yeah. He does the traveling stuff. I really liked when
Yes,
he did that. Yeah, I love his
he's a good
travel
man.
Well, those
documentaries.
shows are great.
I
Those
love
are
Monty
awesome.
Python, and I
Yeah,
loved
I
all their
watched them.
movies. Never disappointed Monty Python.
Oh yeah, they were always great.
Yeah,
The Holy
they're
Grail
massive.
still, right? Holy Grail still stands as one of the best comedies ever made.
It is.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that's another good example. Why is it so funny? Because they had no budget.
Yeah.
That's why we got the coconut jokes. We got coconuts instead of horses.
Terry Gilliam, in my honest opinion, Terry Gilliam is a genius.
I agree.
Oh, he is.
A genius. I love him.
He is.
Yeah.
I love his movies as well. Yes, he is. He's in fact the thing is he's smarter than Hollywood, so he doesn't get the
Okay.
credit he deserves.
Well, he rejected Hollywood a lot too. He said, "Look, I don't want you touching my films. If I'm
Yeah, I
doing
know
a film,
exactly.
it's mine. Nobody else gets near it. Nobody else gets a whiff of it. It's mine." And
Right,
that's
and
the
then
best
they
part.
go right. Then they go and make a series on 12 Monkeys without him. It's like, oh
Yeah.
god.
Oh yeah, please. Oh, God. You know what's funny too is, and I don't know if you guys notice it, but in the movie The Adventures of Baron Munchausen,
I love
Uh-huh.
that film.
what he does to Sting, the singer, at the beginning, oh my God, it still makes me laugh to this day. He's a soldier and he comes in there and says something to the commander. He goes out and gets blown away, and I'm like, oh my
Yep.
God.
Baron
Makes me
Munchausen
laugh.
is an awesome film. I love that film.
It is.
It's a
It is.
masterpiece. A total
It is.
masterpiece. And
It is.
but people
Oh.
overlook it, right? They always talk about Brazil.
Well, because it
and,
was a financial disaster. That's the only reason why.
Yeah,
It's
it
When you look
turned
at the
into a
movie,
flop.
when you look at the movie, it's a great movie, but unfortunately, it was very expensive and it lost a lot of money.
Yeah. It
yeah, I
did.
guess. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only problem. Is some of his movies, even John Cleese joked about it once in an interview, and he said Terry's off making some expensive extravaganza.
Well, bless his soul. I guess he did it because he could do it, and I'm glad he did because we got great movies. And I really don't give a damn if it lost money at the box. I'm sure it's probably making money back on DVD sales one of these days. So, you know.
Well,
and
it
yeah,
did
right.
make
And
a lot of
unfortunately,
money
another movie that
overseas.
another one that dropped or lost a lot of money was Heath Ledger's last movie. Remember, it was a Terry Gilliam movie when he died during the making of it, and they had to replace him with Johnny Depp in the movie.
Oh yeah,
God.
the professor. Oh, you know, it's long. It's one of those. Long
Yeah, it's one of those
ass
long names, right?
titles. Yeah,
Right,
Yeah,
and that was
exactly.
another one that lost a lot of money, unfortunately.
yeah.
Damn.
Tideland was fantastic.
Yes.
Um,
Time Bandits.
But
was
I think if somebody
hilarious.
was to ask me my favorite, I would say 12 Monkeys, maybe. Because that was the
original
only.
12
In fact,
Monkeys. Yeah.
yeah, that's the only Bruce Willis movie I even own. because I never thought he was a good actor. That's the only movie that he actually acted good in. Everything
Uh,
else, and he just acted like Bruce Willis. But I love 12
yeah,
Monkeys.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
12
I was
Monkeys
never a
is
big
good.
Willis fan, really.
Yeah, well,
Well, I used to watch him on Moonlighting, and it's just like that's the guy he always played. It's just that's the character he always played.
I
And I
still
like
think he
actors with
played.
range. My favorite actor is Charlton
Yeah,
Heston. I mean, he can go from Moses to Planet of the Apes to Airport in 1975. I mean, come on, that's
Yeah,
yeah,
range.
Heston was a
yeah.
good actor. Like some people like to slag him, but I always thought he was a very talented man, personally.
Right.
You know.
Well,
Yep.
don't forget that the last thing that Charlton Heston did was dress up as an ape in the Mark Wahlberg version of Planet of the Apes.
Oh
You
God.
know the story behind that, right?
No, I don't. Tell us, please.
Okay,
Uh,
that's a Tim Burton directed movie, and here's what happened: is they were excuse me, they announced the movie and they were shooting the movie, and then
yeah.
Tim Burton was doing interviews, and people were asking, "Is Charlton Heston in it?" And he says no, and they were asking Charlton Heston, "Are you in that new Tim Burton Apes movie?" And he said no. Fans got together, protested, and sent in letters and said they were not going to go see that movie unless Charlton Heston was in it.
Oh
Yeah.
And
God.
Charlton Heston heard about it, got the letters, and said, "Okay, okay, I'll do the movie."
That's
All
hilarious.
right. It is hilarious.
It wasn't his last movie, but it was one of his
Well,
last.
yeah,
I
yeah, but
think
it
his
was
last was
ironic.
Town and Country or
That,
something.
yeah, you're right. That one.
That was not a very highly thought of film, though, was it? The last the apes Burton's apes film.
Any of you guys read the books? The book?
Oh, I've read
No.
Pierre. I've
No,
read Pierre Boulez. Yeah.
I
Okay,
should, but
I have. So let me explain something. I
Yeah.
read the book by Pierre Boulle, and I have it here. And
Yeah.
okay, let me explain something. This is why I give credit to the Tim Burton version. Is in the book, Taylor makes it back to Earth, and when he gets there, it's overran by apes, just like in that movie. But everybody hated that scene in that movie because they had not read the book. But that is in the book.
It's in there. Yeah, it's in there.
It's in the
I
book.
didn't hate the scene with the statue. I thought I loved that scene with the Statue of Liberty. That made the film for me, actually.
No, 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 no. I'm talking about the Tim Burton version where Taylor made it back to Earth, and then Earth was overran by apes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
haven't seen the Tim Burton version,
you
so
don't remember or you haven't seen it.
Oh,
I
and,
haven't seen it.
and by the
Because
way,
remember,
don't forget that.
okay, here's what happened.
Yeah.
What I'm talking
Go
about is
ahead.
he got back into his ship, went back in time,
Really?
went back
Wow.
to
Yeah.
Earth, and by the time he got there, it was overran by apes. And then he realized it was a natural evolution that was going to inevitable and going to happen anyway. Does that make sense?
Uh, it
Yeah.
does.
But
Yeah.
let me add this really quick. Is the book had a double twist ending, which is fantastic. When it
Yeah.
starts out, it says there's a spaceship going through space in the far, 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 far future. A small spaceship just going through space with two astronauts in it, and they're in astronaut suits, and they're going along and they're talking, and they notice a bottle floating through space, and they pick it up, they grab it, and they bring the bottle in, and one of the astronauts opens up the lid or the cork, and pulls out a handwritten memoir that's written by the Taylor character. It's a French
Cool.
name in the book, but the Taylor character, and when it tells the story, saying my name was Taylor, I'm from Earth, we went to this planet, and this happened. In the book, by the way, it's a separate planet, not Earth from the future.
Huh.
Anyway, so he tells the story. He said, "My name is Taylor, and I went to this planet, and it was a reverse. It was apes that were in charge of humans, and also in the book, he taught Nova how to speak and talk, somewhat a little
Wow.
bit. Nova
Yeah,
got
he did.
pregnant, they had the baby on the way back to Earth.
Holy crap. That's vastly different.
Yes, it is.
But
So, but he gets back to
but
Earth, and that's how he ends the letter. He says, "I got back to Earth, and it was overran by apes, but me and Nova barely escaped." And then here's the second twist ending: is that the two astronauts sitting there, the one reading the envelopes, they both start laughing, and the one reading the envelope takes off the helmet. It's an ape, and it says, "Ha ha! To believe that humans could ever be intelligent like that." Ha ha ha! Ha.
ooh,
That's how
That's
the book
quite.
ended.
yeah,
That's quite.
that's
Wow.
how it ended. Yeah.
I should read that. That sounds
It's
You know,
not that thick
actually,
book, and it's worth reading.
it kind of
And
sounds like Rod Serling's adaptation of the movie '68
It was
movie kind of
close. He was
sucks,
close.
but
Well,
he
here's
just
another thing that was
eliminated a
fascinating.
lot of good stuff, right?
yeah,
He had
And
to
usually,
budget and
I
time.
I worship Rod Serling, more or less most of the stuff he wrote, but that sounds like he kind of messed it up, to be
No,
honest.
no, no, no. Here's what happened. Here's what happened is budget and time.
Uh,
also, also in the book, when Taylor lands where the apes are, they had modern day technology. They were flying airplanes, driving cars, but that was too
okay,
budget constrictive. So that's why they showed them living in like the what you saw them build in the first movie. But
right.
what happened was another scene in the movie was they had an ape tied down and they gave him like truth serum. And they said, "How did this ever happen? How did the apes come about taking over the planet?" And the ape just starts rattling off telling the story. And
Uh,
it's like 2 or 3 paragraphs, and that's where all the sequels came from. It's on from one
yeah,
page of that book. One page of that book. So
oh yeah,
he's they have him subdued, and they ask him, how did the apes take over the earth? And he said, well, there was a disease that killed off all the dogs and cats, and people
wow.
were lonely. People wanted a pet to replace it. So they eventually started bringing home monkeys, and then eventually they figured out monkeys were smart and they could train them to do errands around the house. Next thing you know, they turned them into slaves. Next thing you know, the
yeah,
apes revolted. And it basically told the whole story of all the sequels.
yes,
But back to what you were saying. Rod Serling, it wasn't his fault because the movie, the thing is they knew they couldn't film the endings I just mentioned because of budget and time. So it actually went through a few hands. And Daryl Zanuck of 20th Century Fox said, no, 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 I don't like the way it's written. So we need somebody good to write a good ending. And I know we can't do what's in the book, but I want a good punch twist ending. So who could have done better than Rod Serling? So we're very
Right.
lucky to get Rod Serling to because if anybody else would have written the end of that movie, we wouldn't be talking about it today.
Oh,
yeah,
I always thought Rod Serling was one of the greatest writers of the 20th century. To be honest,
He
like
was,
he's
now
amazing.
he was,
my
and you could when you watch that movie, you could tell his dialogue in that movie when you watch it. You know when Rod Serling is talking.
yeah, now my favorite actually my favorite actress wasn't the ones that were in the ape makeup or the costumes. I really liked Nova, Linda Harrison. She was
Nova's pretty cute.
so good in
Well,
that. Well, she didn't have to do.
it helped that she was married to Daryl Zanuck. I thought she got the job, but yeah, she was
Well,
good.
Considering she had
yeah,
no, considering
but
she had zero dialogue, though, she was actually very good in the film.
well, that's
Yes.
the thing is that she sold her face. All she had to do was sell her facial gestures and the way that she was reacting to how Taylor and because she was
Yeah,
in all, she was also in Beneath the Planet of the Apes, right? Yeah, she was in the second one too. So it's just kind of
And you,
great how she was able to adapt. Yeah, and she didn't really have to say anything. I think that was great. She didn't
well, her
have to say anything.
performance was very emotionally full. Does that make sense?
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
Uh huh.
And Lemon Pie, you are totally right. Monty Python Flying Circus is the best sketch show, and I'd say second. Well, I don't know. There's 3 of them, and I'm
Yeah.
always get them confused because I love them so much. And that is Monty Python's Flying Circus, Benny Hill, and the Carol Burnett Show. It's hard for me to choose.
Bet
Yes.
there's one you. Have you ever heard of Kids in the Hall?
I watched a little bit
Uh,
of it. That's the Canadian one, but I
It's
yeah.
think
pretty
I
good.
think if I had to pick top 2, it's Benny Hill or Monty Python. I'd say Carol Burnett
Yeah.
would be number 3. And that's only because they had,
Yes.
half the show was dance sequences.
I like Faulty Towers a lot too.
Yes, I like Faulty Towers. That's why I hope they don't
Of
touch it.
course.
Well, they'll probably screw it up.
Did you
Seriously
guys
though,
hear?
um,
Did you guys hear the hotel they used for exteriors burned down a couple weeks ago?
oh
Oh, I
great,
didn't know
that's
that.
good
Oh
timing.
wow. Oh
Yeah, it hit the
wow.
news. It
Jesus
was the hotel
Christ.
they used for the exterior scenes.
How many
Yeah.
episodes of Kids
And
in the Hall
Yvette,
have you actually watched, Pop? I'm just curious.
I think I watched. Well, it was back in the '90s, I think. Off and
It was
on,
on for
a
like
few of them
5 years.
actually.
There's a lot of
Yeah, a
them.
few of them. And I watched some movies that some of them
Hey
spin off to
baby,
do some movies.
The
I
movies,
watched some of their movies.
movies aren't so great. It's
you
the
like Kids in
episodes
the
on the
Hall?
TV series that are really good.
No.
But they got
Okay.
some really good episodes. Like And there's like sometimes they go into like I think there's one episode about zombies. It's a lot of fun. So they do veer off in all kinds of weird stuff, you know. So to me they're the Canadian Python, right? You know.
Yes, I agree with that. And I forgot SCTV. Let's not forget about that.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
John Candy, Joe
CTV.
Flaherty.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, great.
How about Bizarre?
Oh, but John Biner. Hey, how about Super Dave
Yeah.
Osborne?
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
I have
Super
Bizarre on my
Dave.
server.
Super Dave. He's always getting
Yes, I have
mangled.
I have every episode of Bizarre on my server, and you
Oh,
can't
it's so
find that
good.
anywhere.
PvP. Hey
It's so good.
PvP. Guess
Yay.
what? Super
Yes.
Dave Osborne is in the cast of Ocean's 13. We just watched Ocean's 13 again the other day, and he's in
Is that
that
the one with the
cast.
women?
What?
No, not the women. No.
Okay.
Are
That's
you serious?
Ocean's 8.
It's like that.
That's
The Ocean's
8. We will
11,
not
Ocean's
watch that.
13. That's that series.
Yeah, Ocean's
It-
11, Ocean's
is
12, and Ocean's 13.
Isn't that
But
dramatic though? Like,
yeah, but they are. But the thing
but
is,
he's playing.
that
He's doing dramatic scenes. Holy crap!
yeah, he is. Dave Osborne plays
Wow.
Matt Damon's dad in Ocean's 13.
Jesus.
Why
I
did
think
you-
he's dead.
I'm gonna
I
have to
think he's
check
dead
that
now,
out.
right?
Oh, he died like some number of years ago.
Yeah, he died a few years ago, but he's really.
And I
good
will
in it.
vote. I will
Yeah.
vote. It's very easy to say. Very number one. The worst sketch show ever, Saturday Night Live.
Oh yes.
I'll qualify that. The '70s stuff and into the early '80s was good. There was a lot of good stuff, but once it got past, oh shit, I can't remember the year. Like maybe 1983, 84, when a lot of the better actors left the show, it really went down the drain totally. Yeah.
Right, but even during the heyday, like my favorite period was like the John Belushi period, the early days.
Oh,
But even
God.
then, if you go back and watch them, the laughter was still hit and miss. You got maybe like two funny skits out of the whole 90 minutes. And
Yeah, I
with
guess.
Monty Python and Benny Hill, and Carol
yeah.
Burnett, it was much more consistent, funny.
I would
Yeah.
agree. I would agree.
I
So
would
stuff like
say
stuff like Samurai Laundry or whatever the fuck it was of Belushi was just hilarious. Like I laughed
Right.
my ass off of that
Cheeseburger.
stuff. Pepsi.
I would say, for me, I would say that anything after 1995 on Saturday Night Live is crap. Anything after 95. From
And
75
that's
to 95.
you're being very generous.
good.
You're being very
I'm being
generous.
very generous. Yes, I am. But everything after 95 was total crap.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of when the last really good season was that I actually enjoyed because they should have canceled that show like 20 years ago, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, I think they
That's
should
what
have
I mean.
canceled
That's
it.
why I
But I
said
think
it.
they should have canceled it before 1980.
I'm being kind.
Yeah,
Which
you
I
are
tend-
being kind.
Really.
I tend to do. I tend to do.
And I went over the years. I went and watched. Over the years, I watched it. Every now and then I would check in and look at it, and I hated the cast they had. It was terrible. It was so ungodly unfunny, especially when they
Oh,
had
jeez.
Baldwin on there, Alec, whoever. Oh my
Alec
God!
Baldwin.
Yes.
Why did Alec Baldwin even? And come on, Justin Timberlake is on that too, and then I'm like,
Yeah, that's
the
just it. They
man's
weren't looking.
not
They
funny.
weren't looking for. No, they weren't looking for funny people anymore.
God.
It was just anybody they could figure there was a name, and obviously, and it was also cheap because Saturday Night Live is a very low budget.
Oh man, it just made me sad.
I felt so.
Sad.
What I felt bad about is how they lured Betty White on there, and that was shameful because I made the mistake of watching it, and I felt so sorry for
God.
her.
I felt bad for her
Yeah,
too.
she had too much class for that. I'll tell
Way
you though,
too
there's
much.
the one Alec Baldwin sketch, which actually I have the DVD. It's a Christmas special from I can't remember some year in like '85 or something, which is really solid. Actually, it's all pretty good stuff they compiled. And the Alec Baldwin sketch, he's like, it's like a parody of one of those radio shows, like those liberal far left wing radio shows, and there's two ladies talking saying stupid shit, and Alec comes on to promote his product, which is
I
it's
know
like,
it. Yes, and I actually, what's funny is I hate those.
Sweaty
Yeah,
balls.
yes, I hated that.
I. Oh,
Oh God.
go ahead, Bob.
No, I was just gonna say that that's what made me bring up his name because I hated those skits so much. I hated it so much.
I I
Sweaty
liked.
balls made me laugh. Every time
Yeah.
I put that on every Christmas,
I
I
know
laugh my ass silly.
my stepbrother. I went over his house and he laughed and laughed and
It
laughed,
is funny.
and I
I
couldn't figure it out.
Well, it's
I
fun.
I like
What
the
makes
Mike
it fun?
Myers. Yeah.
What
Sorry.
makes
Go
it
ahead.
funny is the two clueless co-host ladies that they don't even get it, right? It's like,
Yeah.
I mean, they're like, "Oh, we love your sweaty balls." It's like
Uh,
it's gold. I don't know.
Yeah. See
I
now
think
the
it's just
one.
like, okay,
Yeah.
go ahead. Sorry,
No. No.
Mikey.
No. No. That's okay. No. What
I
I was
just
going
love
to
that
say
sketch.
was there's two that stand out in my mind. One for sure is more cowbell with Christopher Walken,
Oh, that's great.
which is so hilarious. I don't like Will Ferrell. Okay, I'm not a Will
No,
Ferrell
me
fan, never
neither.
have been.
Me
But the
neither.
Will
fact that
Ferrell
he's
sucks liquid ass.
thank you. But what I'm saying is he's tapping on the cowbell and Christopher Walken's playing the music producer and I'm like, we got to have more cowbell. I put
Well,
the cowbell
as
back.
a teenager in the '70s, I did grow up hearing a lot of cowbell, and I think cowbell is like an awesome instrument, to be honest.
Well,
Hey,
they were trying to make them look like they were blue oyster cult, and I was like, oh my
hey guys,
god, it was hilarious.
hey
Yeah,
guys.
Are you
yes,
okay, Gorilla?
I gotta bow out here. I gotta go shower, then bed.
Okay.
All right, we'll see you guys.
Yeah, have a good one,
hey,
Gorilla.
Yep, you too.
I'll
see
try and pop in
gorilla.
on Walton Stream Friday, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, I will too, sir. I
we're
will
What are you
watching
too.
watching?
the Odyssey, I believe it is.
The
Odyssey. Good
Odyssey.
stuff.
Okay,
Okay, got it.
awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks, Gorilla.
I'll double check here, but
Okay, sounds great.
I believe I had it pulled up.
Oh, here's
Okay,
the
Yeah,
Canadian.
have a good
the
one.
Odyssey. That's the
Have a
one
good
with
one, buddy.
Spacek in it.
Oh, yeah, that's the one you're going to do a couple weeks ago, and then you got
Yay!
sidetracked on other stuff. So yeah, cool.
Yeah,
All right, so we'll see
Chris
you.
Spacek's been a great carry.
Yeah, see you later in the week,
Later,
Ron.
buddy.
Awesome,
Okay.
man.
See ya,
Have a
buddy.
good one.
Take care, Gorilla. Have a great night.
Bye, brother. Oh yeah, Canadian Spider-Man.
Oh, you're breaking up again, Mikey.
Hold on, I'll read the chat. Pleasant Valley Picker says lemon pie kids in the hall is great.
Are we
Lemon
still
pie says
live?
yes, it's good. Lemon pie
I
says
will
howdy
try and
Picker.
behave. Okay, go ahead.
Canadian Spider-Man says, wait a minute, are we still live? Yes, we are. Canadian Spider-Man
Yes.
says, I mowed the lawn. Mosquito was good. And Spidey says, good to see you, PvP. Good to see you wrenching here with lemon pie. I will try and behave. Oh, you're doing fine, Spidey. And Spidey says, kitties. And lemon pie says, CSM, you know I wrench with an iron fist. Just kidding. Canadian Spider-Man, I guess. CSM.
I'm always too lenient. You'd have to say something really nasty for me to wrench you. But if
Yeah,
you
same
did,
here. It takes a lot for me to block
if you
somebody.
did, though, I would wrench your ass.
That reminds me,
Just to
somebody
be
I
honest-
blocked. Somebody I blocked
ahead.
some time ago was asking me on a stream the other night if I would unblock them so they could come back on.
Oh,
And
God.
I told them I'd give them another chance, and I hope I don't regret it. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about, PvP. That's right, because you were there when we were talking about it.
Yeah, I think I know who you mean.
Yeah,
I'm not going to name names, though. I just,
I know. I'll give him a chance, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully, he can keep it together.
Well,
that's
I
funny,
have a
Lemon
feeling
Pie.
it might only take 5 or 10 minutes, Bob, for another ban, but
Especially if he's drinking, right? But hopefully
or,
not.
or getting high on some other substance,
You know.
What's that last thing he said?
Thanks for the memory, says Lemon Pie. And Spidey says, I think I know. LL. He does like drama. Oh, yeah. What else is new? He invented it.
Yeah.
Thanks
And
for the memories. Was that what Bob Hope used to sing at the end of his shows?
memories.
I know, he said memories. Thanks for the memories.
That's my
He
Bob
didn't
Hope
say
joke
the
of the
other
week.
thing.
Yes.
Probably the only one for a while, too.
Yeah, I met Bob Hope in a tournament pro-am, a
Wow.
golf tournament, me and a buddy of mine, and
Wow.
he was such a gentleman, such a wonderful gentleman, and he said, "Hey," he said, "Mike." He says, "If he just called me Mike or Michael," and he said, "Hey, you want to jump on the back of my golf cart? We'll take you to the next hole." I said, "Oh no, Mister Hope." He said, "No, no, call me Bob." He kept saying, "Call
Oh,
me Bob." He kept saying that to me. I said, "I'll never forget that." So I said, "I loved your USO shows. I loved your, stuff you did with Bing Crosby." He says, "Oh my gosh, the humidity, uh, all the place we went to, the South Sea Islands, all that stuff." He's
oh,
crazy. I was like,
Most of
"Yeah,
those were
wow.
shot in studios in Hollywood.
yeah," but he was joking, Pop. He
Well,
was
well,
he was
one
talking
thing
about,
is
yeah.
there's a history with him and Bing Crosby. They were ferocious womanizers, and they both
Oh
cheated on
yeah.
their wives.
Oh
And
yeah.
one time, Bob Hope was on a private plane, and he was trying to force the stewardess to give him oral sex.
Oh
And she
my
said
God.
he pulled it out. Yes, he pulled it out, and it was covered in pus and it was infected.
Ugh! So a guy as
Oh,
rich as Bob Hope couldn't afford to go see a doctor once in a while?
I guess
I
so.
don't know,
Jesus, that's
but it's
disgusting.
some kind of
That's
STD,
terrible. Ooh, that's
and
You
he was
know,
nasty.
losing his eyesight. He had so many surgeries on his eyes. In his
Oh
Jesus.
last
yes, I know
his
that.
last years, he was almost blind, and he looked like a ghoul. His eyes looked like they were bleeding blood almost.
Ugh.
Yeah. Well,
Did,
but I
did
saw.
nobody ever tell Bob about like buying some rubbers at the drugstore? Like Jesus, Bob.
Well, I
Well,
don't
he
know
was
why
fun
his
when
wife
I
put up
saw
with it,
him.
but she did.
Yeah.
Well, probably it was probably because of that. Maybe all those
And,
millions of dollars in the bank account.
right, but no, Mikey met him before he went downhill.
Yeah, I met him before he
You know,
went
thank
downhill.
goodness for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
He was a great.
I
He was
met
a great
Rodney.
golfer.
Well,
Yeah.
I met Rodney Dangerfield right before his decline,
Oh
Oh,
so
wow.
I know
well.
how it feels.
So Rodney
Yeah.
was still decent shape when you met him.
Top shape, yep, perfect top shape. I saw him in L.A.
Ah,
or Las Vegas, and then the decline,
Nice.
I'm guessing, happened like a year later.
well, that's
Wow.
usually what happens to us old folks, right? We're good up till a certain point, and then, well, it's like my mother, right? She was great, and then the last 10 months, she just went right off the cliff, and it was like,
Yeah, it
yep,
happens.
Oh no,
yeah,
it
it happened
happens.
sudden. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I
Remember
loved
that
And by the
night
Rodney.
way,
too.
and
Rodney's great.
another thing I'm going to mention is Bing Crosby was a monster. He abused and beat all his kids and left them all out of his will, and most of them offed themselves. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I've
So
heard
he
that.
is a monster. Because of that, I cannot ever watch anything with him in it again. Um,
Well, the one thing I can't watch, and I used to really enjoy it, Bob, and I totally get what you're saying. When he did that Christmas song with David Bowie, right? On a
That I
special
love.
or something like that. Yes.
I gotta
Now
watch
I
that
always
every year.
enjoyed. Yeah. Now I always watch that and see it, but then when I remembered what Bing did to his kids, I was like, well, why is he singing a Christmas song like the little drummer boy mixed with
yeah, don't you think that his kids were thinking the same thing? Wow, you sure put that image on Great Dad in front of the camera.
Well, that's the
Yeah, of course he
problem,
did.
right? He was like this professional entertainer, and he did
Right.
that public shit as
Yeah.
like I'm a nice guy, and then he did his private shit
Mm-hmm.
with his family like I'm a total
Je-
asshole.
right. It was like Jekyll and Hyde. Right. Apparently, Jerry
Yeah,
Lewis is
Yeah.
another
yeah.
one.
No, it's
Jerry
Yeah.
Lewis is
sad.
another one.
I still do watch the Bing, the Bowie every week though, or every not every Christmas. Jesus. Every week. Like fuck, I'm not that much of a fan, but yeah, it's
No.
a fun little 5 minute video or whatever, right? And
Well,
I
it's
just like to,
okay. Well, no, it's
oh, I
okay
like
because
Bowie's part.
yeah,
Bowie's
Bowie's part is better.
Or
is
Yes.
did
much better. Yeah,
edit out Bing, and I'll watch it.
I'm a big Bowie fan anyway. Like Bowie could like you sing the phone book, and I'd probably give it a shot
Yeah,
listening
I
to it.
like David Bowie too, but because of Bing Crosby, I can't watch that special. But I know what you're
Yeah, it's
That's
talking
hard.
about.
cool. That's
I
cool.
used to like.
It's hard to watch it. It is. I agree.
Oh yeah, I do feel bad. And what was the and his wife back in the special like 3 months before Bing died in the golf course or whatever. She was actually in a Harryhausen movie. Do you guys realize that?
Really?
Bing
Wow.
Crosby's
She was in
wife.
Seventh Voyage of Sinbad. She played the love interest in Seventh Voyage of Sinbad,
Is
Oh,
that the
and
one
that
with
was a
nice.
Patrick
few
Wayne,
years.
right? No, that was
No,
the Eye of
Seventh
the
Voyage.
Tiger. That was Sinbad and the
Yeah,
Eye of the Tigers with Patrick
Seventh
Wayne.
Voyage is like 1958, Bob, which is
No,
my
she.
first.
I'm guessing. So she wasn't the love interest. Like she's like an old lady or what?
Oh no, she was young and hot as hell.
So Seventh Voyage of Sinbad is that was in the
19,
50s, 60s?
1958.
That explains it.
1958.
Okay.
Yeah, I was younger. Yeah.
She
Why
hadn't
No,
was
I
been
don't.
married.
I wasn't even born then?
She hadn't
I was
married
reading
Bing.
about it. Go ahead.
She had not married Bing at that point, right? She was still a single
Oh, I
lady.
see.
In
Yeah, but
1958,
apparently,
adventure fantasy. I'm just looking it up. Go ahead though, please.
We have there's a
no,
lot
I
of
was just gonna.
chats to catch up on, Pop.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to do that. Monty Python's Flying Circus is the best sketch show, says Lemon Pie. And PBP says Lemon Pie Kids in the Hall is great. I think I read these. I'm sorry. Yes, it's good, says
You
Lemon
did.
Pie.
Well,
And
that's
Howdy
okay. You're
Pickerless, says
catching
Lemon
up. That's
Pie.
fine.
Wait a minute. Yeah, we still alive. I'll catch up, guys. Sorry about that. We're nothing without the chat, so I want to make sure I give everybody recognition. And Spidey says, I mowed the lawn. Mosquito was good. Good to see you, PvP. Good to see you wrenching here with Lemon Pie. How do I get behind? Titties. Now we're getting caught up. CSM, you know, I wrenched an iron fist. Just that was the last one I read last time. Thanks for
No,
the
it was Thanks
memories,
for the
says Lemon
Memories was
Pie.
the last one.
Well, the
That's
memories
right.
was the last thing. Yeah. Yeah.
And Spidey says, I
Thanks
think I
for
know
the
LOL. He does like
memories.
drama.
Yeah.
And I don't want
There's
stream
Willa
elements.
Greg. Yeah.
Lemon Pie says, I know who that be. And Spidey says, that rumor is likely untrue. Women love to spread shit about powerful men. In case we haven't noticed, it was
I
actually
think it's actually
confirmed.
it's pretty well documented. I think Canadian that Bing was a bit of a bastard in real life.
I think he's talking about. I think he's talking about with Bob Hope on the airplane.
Oh, Bob Hope.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lemon
Well,
Pie
you never
says,
know,
"Welcome back,
right?
the prodigal son." And Stream Element. And Spidey says, "If there is no video, then it didn't happen. Bing could have been Johnny Depp pretty easily. People are way too eager to believe." Spider-Man, his kids off themselves, all but one, it's either all but one or all of them killed themselves because he treated him so, he left him out of his will, and he was a multimillionaire. So whatever, that's, I don't know what happened between him and his kids, but that sounds really severe.
Oh, it is.
People are way too easy to believe women and too quick to condemn men innocent until proven guilty. I have a website I'm going to be sharing with you guys. It's an old website. It's been around a long time. And I was mentioning it to Jill on one of her streams. And it covers the seedy side of Hollywood. The backstories a lot of people haven't heard about. And when it talks about these celebrities, they don't post stuff unless they're fairly certain it's real. And a lot of it's been collaborated or corroborated by more than one person. Like when I mentioned to Jill on her stream about Danny Thomas, that was corroborated by more than one person. That's something normally you would say, oh, that's so crazy. Nobody would do that. Somebody made that up. But it was corroborated by more than one person. Just like with Paul Lynn, how he died, and Roger C. Carmel, how he died. They're all seedy understories that you don't hear about in the public.
Yeah, wasn't there something, Pop, that Danny Thomas did with his daughter, Marla Thomas?
I haven't heard that.
Later on in life? Well, I thought there was something that he did with his daughter later on, to his daughter or something, if I
haven't
recall.
heard that one. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I hadn't heard it.
Yeah.
Canadian Spider-Man says, anything else is not civilized. I completely agree.
Is not civilized.
Do you guys remember the actor William Holden was?
Oh, William Holden.
Yeah, I remember William Holden. Yeah.
Do you know how he died? Do you know how he died?
It was something rather nasty, wasn't it? Was it not?
Got drunk. He was living by himself in his penthouse. Got drunk, fell, hit his head on the edge of a coffee table, and was bleeding and thought, well, I'll be just fine. And then he went to bed and bled to death.
Yeah.
I do remember that story now. Yeah.
How about Jack Cassidy, David Cassidy's dad? Do you guys know how he died? Do you remember?
That was another I don't remember the details, but I remember it was ugly.
I heard
Living
it
by
ugly.
living by himself, got drunk, smoking, fell asleep on the couch with a cigarette, and burned to death. They found him halfway trying to crawl out the door. So he was on
Incineration.
fire when he was trying to crawl out the door.
Yeah,
Oh
because
my
he lived
God.
so by
And
mistake.
this website, all this is from this website I was telling you about. And like I said, it's corroborated by several people. And it also has like a picture of Milton Berle in his coffin and stuff like that. It'll have celebrities like in their coffin. It has Chris Farley when the coroner found him on the bed. It has a picture of that.
Oh
Oh,
fuck.
So some of it has
also
warnings.
has-
Yeah, some has warnings where say beware before you click here. This is an actual photo of
Pop,
Chris
would you
Farley
mind
dead.
posting that in the private chat? I'd really like to check that website out, and I'm still not familiar with it, but that sounds very interesting.
I
If
have
you
to look
wouldn't
at the
mind.
name. It was what it was. Is it's an old website, and I was on it for years and years. I'd go back and look at the updates every time somebody died. He's always
Well,
updating it, but I
I'd
haven't
love to
been
check
on
it
it
out
like over.
sometime.
Right, I
It
haven't
was
been on it
fun.
over a year, and I was telling Jill about it about a week or so ago. I was telling her about it. So
Uh-huh.
what I did is I started opening up because I've had two computers since then. I started opening up my browsers and going through my bookmarks, and I couldn't find it. So out of
Uh,
memory, I started looking for it, and I found it, and it's still there.
cool.
So the website still exists. It's just right out the top of my head. I don't remember, but I will share that on the next stream.
That'd be
Well,
awesome. Yeah, because
yeah, that'd be awesome.
I'm a big Chris Farley fan, and I would kind of like to know a little bit more about how he died. I know it was an overdose, sadly, but I thought he was brilliant. Like the Chippendale sketch. I watched that one like a week ago. If you guys know what I'm talking about, and it's so damn funny.
Oh yeah, the
It
one with
was.
Patrick Swayze.
Yes, it's so good. And
I
the
know
thing
it's
is, it
insane.
totally plays against what you think it's going to be. Because
Yeah.
nowadays, you'd never get that on the TV, right? You'd never get lines like, well, we picked Adrian because basically you have a really bad body. You'd never get that on TV these days, right? Because they'd be like, oh, they're fat shaming. They're fat shaming. It's like, well, hey, as a fat dude, I think it's hilarious, and I laugh my ass off watching it, right? So, you know. Hello? Oh my God, everybody's left.
Well, they also made fun of Farley when he was. Yeah.
You know, Mikey, have you ever thought about maybe checking out some kind of other microphone? Because you do seem
No,
to
it's
break
not his
up a lot.
mic. No, it's not your mic. Mike, have you ever considered upgrading your internet? It's because of your satellite, Mikey.
Oh.
Like
Yeah, it's just a
you can
satellite.
like
Sorry.
I don't know what the cost is there, but here you can get good broadband internet for like 50, $60 a month.
The thing is, sometimes Mikey's loud and clear
Yeah, I
and
know.
great, and then
Well,
other times he's totally gone, right? Like,
Well,
it's weird.
that's what satellite signal does, and there's also a lot of lag because
Yeah.
the signal.
I
You
just
got to
yeah,
got,
remember
there's a lot of lag
the signal
time.
goes. The signal goes from the ground up to a satellite, then back to his house. So
right.
yeah, it's like the
Yeah.
slowest internet on the planet.
Yeah, I got
In
cable
fact,
plugged into the wall, so I'm pretty solid most of the
yeah.
time.
Did you guys hear? Captain Infinity upgraded to SpaceX or space. What is it? The Elon Musk internet?
Elon Musk, yeah, SpaceX, yeah, satellite.
No, the internet he has. He has where you put all those satellites up for internet. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Well, actually,
Starlink. That's it. Starlink.
the sci-fi
Captain.
guy.
Yeah.
Well, just hold on a
I
second.
actually,
Captain
go
Infinity
ahead.
upgraded to Starlink just last week, and he was
He
on a
sounds
stream
much better.
yesterday. It was cutting out.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
I guess maybe
I
it
was on a
was.
stream with him earlier. And he was upset because he goes, "I paid for this damn Starlink," and he had to end up switching back to the old internet.
Oh God.
Gorillas says it right there. Starlink. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I was
Will's
on.
still awake.
That was a sci-fi guy's channel last night. I went on for a while since you weren't doing Lost in Space. I thought, well, might as well go on and chat with someone, right? And it seemed like Caps was doing good a lot of the time, but then every once in a while he would kind of drop out for a while, right? So New Zealand's internet must suck donkey balls or something, man. Like I don't get
Well,
it.
no. With Starlink, it doesn't matter. Starlink goes all around the world.
I don't
So
know.
if you're gonna have satellite internet, Starlink is the best one,
Okay.
but it's
It
expensive.
seemed better. It seemed better last night than it had been in previous streams, but still, yeah,
Well, it was better than what he had before, but then, like I said, it started dipping out, and he had to go
yeah.
back to his old internet.
Hey, Paul, did you want to say some of those chats? There's a couple that popped up real
And we
quick.
got more chance.
Yeah, a couple more. Yeah,
There
there
was
we
a
go.
time in Tokyo. This is Spidey. There was a time in Tokyo living with my roommates, and I hit my head while drinking. They did not check on me, and in the morning I had bled through the freaking pillow. Choose your friends wisely. Yes, yes, that's
Jesus, you
very
could have
dangerous. Yes,
died.
Yeah,
or not just, or just not woken up right. The Chippendale sketch, this Spidey, was funny as hell. He should have been the lesson. Fat shaming was a thing back then because we didn't want them to die early. If my family gets fat, I'm telling them the truth. Chris Farley had a death wish. He idolized John Belushi, and he said he wanted to die young, just like John Belushi.
Well, he
So he just,
accomplished it.
he, yeah, he
So
overdid it.
sad though. I thought Farley was one of the funniest comics of that era. Really, yeah, I just adored his Oh,
I knew,
how about
I
that?
knew when I
You know,
first saw him.
I love
When I
the
first saw
living
him,
by in a
that's
van
what.
down by the river. Like that stuff always broke me up. Like.
Yeah, as soon as I saw him, the very first time I saw him before him on Saturday Night Live, I turned to my friends and said, "He's going to die at an early age." And they go like, "What do you mean?" I said, "Look at him, the way he's acting and moving.
He was
There's
a
no way."
very
You could tell he was high. I could tell he was on coke.
extreme personality.
Physical actor, right?
That's one reason though, Pop. I
But I
think
knew there's
so
no way
funny.
his heart could keep up with his body. I just knew it.
Well, it's like John Candy. I mean, I mean, I'm big, but I'm not that big. When you're that big, your heart's got to be doing a lot of work overtime. Let's put it
Yeah, so
that
that's
way,
why I knew.
right?
That's
You
why I
know,
knew he was going to die at a young age. Basically, like
yeah,
also like Curly Howard.
very
Curly
sad.
Howard's
yeah. It
another
was
one that
it was
Curly,
overdid it
gonna
for his weight.
yeah, it
Curly.
was gonna explode. Go ahead, Pop. Continue.
Yeah, please continue with the chat, Pop.
Gorilla says
Yeah,
Starlink. Gorilla says listening in the shower. Wow, you got one of those waterproof speakers.
Just don't get
Canadian Spider-Man.
electrocuted there, Carla.
Exactly. Excuse me.
that's okay.
When you guys read that for me.
Yeah,
Uh,
good to see you again. Saw you on camera. Very cool. That's what CSM said to Gorilla. He said, "Thank you, CSM." He said, "Good to see you too." Gorilla said. Uh, CSM said, "I use Starlink in Mexico to stream." Well, I think you can do that anywhere in Mexico. And then you
How
got
did it
Kev
work out?
Affinity's channel on Stream Elements. So we're all kind of
So Spidey, how did that Starlink in Mexico work out for you? I'm curious. I was actually considering using it once.
I'm curious
Let's,
too because
let's just
anywhere
hope
in
none of those.
Mexico you could use it. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just hope none of those satellites bump into each other.
Well, not either. Yeah. And Lemon Pie applauds Gorilla. Yeah.
Lemon Pie says Gorilla. Hey, you guys heard about that, right? If those satellites, if one of them bumps into the other, they'll cascade. Cause a cascade effect where they'll all be destroyed, and we will not be able to leave Earth for thousands of years because of the junk.
well, there's probably tens of thousands of space junk orbiting in the planet at least, right?
Oh, there is, but this is like a million times worse.
Yeah, this is supposed to be worse.
Yeah, because
Starlink was
he's releasing
reliable,
those
quick, but expensive. Yeah.
right. He's releasing those satellites in the thousands.
Yeah.
And
Jesus
Spidey
Christ.
says Starlink was reliable and quick, but expensive. Oh yeah, that's what I figured.
Uh,
Lemon Pie says, when can we get satellites to fire lasers down onto our street enemies? We already have that capability.
We have
Canadian
that.
Spider-Man says, I want to make a company going in space and collecting space junk. I'm working on a new web fluid that is suited for space and still retains a hint of maple.
that's a good one. Hey, that's a great idea, though. Have any of you guys ever thought that would make a great TV show about space junk guys orbiting the Earth, collecting like space junk and satellites and shit?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
could be a lot of fun, right?
You call it Quark, and you hire Richard Benjamin. They already did that.
Yeah,
they did that.
not really exactly, but I just think they could update it because it's so much more real now, right? It was real
I
fantasy back then.
I think the only way they could do it practically with our technology would be some sort of net, like scooping it up. I don't think, as far as energy wise, it would take years and years, like trying to blast everything with lasers. So it would have to be something like a big fish net, in my opinion.
Maybe do a
I
whole
I
fleet.
think yeah,
Maybe
I
a
think
whole
what they
fleet
should
like
have done.
like UFO or something, or they're just scouring,
Well, I
scouring
came
the
up with an idea. Yeah, I came up with an idea one time where I said that a friend of mine who no longer is around, but a friend of mine who introduced me to Red Dwarf, and I said, well, couldn't they have a Red Dwarf type show where they'd be like, going around Earth and like collecting junk like that stuff? He says, no, because he says there's too much junk surrounding the Earth, and it probably lasts for like maybe one season, and then that'd be it. Just grabbing junk
Well,
like that. I
right.
mean,
Not only that though, but it's getting every country who put all our garbage up there to pitch in for it instead of just one country trying to pay for it, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Right. So it would mostly be the U.S., Japan, and
Russia.
let's see, Germany,
Russia.
Russia. Right.
Yeah.
You know what I was thinking more of than Quark though was Salvage One, the Andy Griffith show that went like 20 episodes. Like
By the way,
that was
that's on
kind of,
YouTube now.
but that was a lot about reclaiming space junk, right? And I thought that was a really fun show. Like I used to
I
watch
don't
that
remember.
every week.
I don't remember. I watched it too, and I don't remember if it
It
was
was
about
good.
retrieving
It was
space
good.
junk. But I know. What I'm saying is I don't know if it was about retrieving space junk. From what I remember, the plot was just building a rocket out of junk from a
Now
junkyard and getting it into space.
here's the Andy Griffith's character's quote. I want to build a spaceship, go to the moon, salvage all the junk that's up there, and bring it back and sell it.
Oh, okay.
So he was like a reclamation guy. He was going to scoop up all the trash in orbit, where on the moon, wherever he could find it, and bring it back to Earth and sell it for money, right? Which is kind
Right,
of a fun concept, really.
well,
Do
and the
you,
plot
do you know
was
how
he
hard
kept
that would have
NASA
been,
wouldn't
though?
let him do it. He kept running into NASA, and they wouldn't let him do it, which is that's how
I
it be
Yeah.
in
just
real life.
I just thought it was a fun show. I don't know.
Well, I don't know how it would be possible. I mean, yeah, it would be possible now with our technology. What we got with the ISS and and shuttles and everything. We could stay above the ionosphere and literally be able to suck out a lot of junk that's up there. But
Suck out. Well, we don't have any
well,
air or
okay, no
vacuum.
air. Suck in, I guess. I don't know.
Well, you could
Yeah,
just
there's
even like with lasers or whatever, maybe you just vaporize a lot of the smaller junk, right?
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. But
just
with lasers that have a span that wide and that much energy, you're talking about years and years in the future. We're not anywhere close to that.
oh
Well,
yeah,
I'm just thinking
but
with all the private, space companies starting up in the last few years. Maybe, one of these days that somebody will go, Eureka, I've invented this technology and we can get rid of all this crap floating around our planet,
Well,
right?
maybe I
I
think maybe what'll happen is they don't want to spend the money because they haven't had the need to. But wait till
yeah
all the Starlinks start exploding and destroy our atmosphere. Then you'll see them all starting to focus on how to clean it up.
Well, remember
oh
the
sure
remember the hole in the ozone layer that seems
Oh,
like
I
it got taken
know.
care of, right? Like
It was
that's not a
that
big
was
thing anymore.
that was another climate
yeah
change
No,
BS.
but I
yeah
mean, when people get pissed off and upset and worried and scared about something enough, they generally do try and solve it in some way eventually, right?
If
That's what I've observed.
that's a
Anyway,
different subject. That's a different subject. That's
I like
if it's real. So I would use that
if it's
example like
real,
a
yeah.
meteor heading towards Earth. Should we wait till it's too late? Should we come up with something? The ozone was fake. That was just like the modern day climate change. That was just to get more taxpayer
yeah.
money. Is all that was.
What I
The
like
ozone is
I
constantly
like
replenishing itself.
yeah I like
I have a
some of
quick
the
question,
ideas
everybody. It's
that
up for
oh yeah
what's that, Mikey?
yeah go ahead Pop. No, I was just saying was I was
Well,
looking
quick.
at what CSM and the ideas that CSM and Lemon Pie had for space junk shows. I was just looking at them. That's all. I was just taking a peek. But go ahead.
No, I was going to say this is a quick question for everybody, panel and chat. Okay, we all know what the lunar lander was, right? So basically, we had a rocket from Earth with fuel in it. It went up in stages, released the stages. The very last stage made it to the moon. Now I'm going by what we were told. The last stage made it to the moon, and then from that stage came the lunar lander, which landed on the moon's surface. Are you guys with me so far?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I was 10 years old in 1968, and I totally remember it.
Okay, so you guys now picture
Or
in your mind
69,
now.
whatever the hell it was.
All right, now picture in your mind now the lunar lander, which is now sitting in this
Very cool looking.
or a copy of it is actually.
Yeah.
But my
the
point
real
is,
lander is still on
it
the
was
moon.
almost yes, but it's almost made with sticks and aluminum foil because they had to make it super light. So here's my question: when they left the moon in the lander, how'd they get back to Earth?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's my
It's
question
really-
for everybody.
Yeah, that's a great question because I don't. Well, okay. When I watched the moon launch, Apollo 11, I wasn't even. I should say I wasn't even 4 years old yet. I was 3, but I know that my parents put me in front of the television to watch it, and then I would watch
Right,
the
but
other
so-
Apollo missions.
No, but what I'm talking about is not something from your childhood memories. We've all been told the story over and over all these years, and we've seen videos. But maybe I'm thinking maybe I missed something. Did they ever mention how the lander made it back to Earth?
Oh, no, it wasn't the lander. There was the upper half of the lander that blasted off. And
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. That upper half made it all the way back to Earth. It had the fuel.
But don't forget, there was the orbiting ship where the one astronaut never went to the moon's surface. And
Yeah.
it connected back with that ship. And then
So they were docking back then?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
docked, and they weren't in the lander. They abandoned the lander. They got
No,
back
I know.
into the
I know
main
the
ship.
base. You mean the base of the lander? Because the lander was the whole thing.
The base
So
of the lander stayed on the
they
moon.
left the base behind. Yes, that I agree with. Yes.
Yes.
Right, and then what they did is they had the whatever was left of the lander, whatever they left back there, they had the other part which they flew back to the
Yeah.
lunar module, and then they would go together with the module. Then.
Yeah, well, the upper
That's
half
what
of
they
the
had.
lander went back up off the moon, connected to the orbiting ship, and then it was the
module,
orbiting
yeah.
ship that the 3 astronauts came back in.
Came back.
Okay. Well, let me ask you.
That's
How
what I
about?
remember.
All right, but how about the scene where Richard Nixon was on the phone talking to the astronauts back and forth live on TV?
I don't remember anything about Nixon.
With yeah,
I try
oh yeah,
and
Nixon
forget
was,
about Nixon as much as
Nixon was president at the time. When they landed, he was on the phone with them, and it was a worldwide broadcast, and he was talking to the astronauts, saying how is it and all that kind of stuff, live with no delay. Is my point.
Yeah,
We don't even have that technology now.
yeah,
I
I know.
don't
So
know. I don't
are
have an answer.
Yeah, are we saying then, Paul, that there was no moon landing? Are we saying that?
No. We definitely went up there.
It was all Stanley Kubrick faked it all, right?
No, what I'm saying is, here's what I'm saying is, we definitely went up there. You could point a telescope at the moon and then see the lander and the moon buggy's still there and all that crap. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
what I'm saying is, do you really think NASA and the government shared with us everything they saw and found? Because I
don't
say
think
no.
So.
I
Yeah,
have no
I
idea.
agree with you. No. Yeah.
I'll give you my honest opinion. I have no fucking idea because I don't have that inside information.
But the astronauts after the fact, and not only that, there's audio recordings. They had 2 radio bands between Houston and the lander, and one of them was on a public, like where everybody could hear it, like on shortwave radio. The news stations were picking it up, but they also had a private band that was only for NASA, and they were told, and this is in fact, and I'll find it and put it on my channel. We're gonna have a paranormal night, but
That'd be cool.
there's an audio recording. Basically, NASA told the astronauts, if you see any aliens, use the code word Santa or Santa Claus. And when they landed on the moon, there's an audio recording of them saying there definitely is Santa Claus.
I've
They're
heard this.
They're standing on the edge of the crater looking down at us, and their ships are tremendous.
I've heard this theory before, but I have
No,
no
it's not
way
a
to
theory. There's an
corroborate
audio
it.
recording. There's an audio recording.
Yeah, well, unless I've
Oh,
got some, well, give me pictures or something of the aliens, then I might believe it.
there's also there's also the press briefing with the astronauts. As soon as they got back, they were briefed from the military, and then they went in front of the cameras for the networks. And then the reporter immediately started asking, "So what did you see? What did you see?" And I encourage you guys to watch this. I'm going to show it on one of my streams. And all the astronauts did
Yeah,
was look at each other and said nothing, nothing.
I wish
They
you'd
were
post a
told to
link.
say nothing.
Yeah, well, you could tell they were told to say nothing.
Yes.
Well, let's face it, they're astronauts, right? They're not like hippies from San Francisco. They can't just speak any shit they want to. It's like they're highly controlled individuals. You're working for the government, so of course they can't say nothing, right?
No, but I'm only speaking of things that there's audio recordings of or pictures of. There's also they found several pictures and videos that were taken where NASA smeared over things that were spotted.
Yeah.
NASA basically falsified the documents and the photos.
Well, of course
They even
did.
found some bases on the other side of the moon. But NASA
Yeah.
went in and photoshopped where they smeared over them.
Oh, of course they did.
Well,
That's why we haven't
Bob,
been back.
I'm not a
That's why we haven't
disbeliever
been
or a
back.
believer. I kind of stay neutral on this kind of stuff until I need to have evidence I can corroborate with my own eyes and think about it. And maybe it's true.
Well,
but
if you've never
I
seen this
don't
stuff
know.
before, then if you've never seen what I'm
Please,
talking about, it's going to
please
be hard to
share it.
believe. Yeah,
I wish you would share it with us. That sounds really interesting. Actually, I'd like to
absolutely,
see it.
Yeah, for sure.
absolutely.
Go
I
ahead,
wouldn't
read the
mention
chat.
it if it wasn't true.
No, I never actually heard about this stuff before. Like I never heard all this stuff. So I would like you to post it on the stream one of these days for sure.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Papa. Go ahead and read the chat because I think we get more people.
Yeah, I'll do it during one of my rumblings from the lab. We're going to do a paranormal, talking about space and UFOs.
No, I mean,
Excuse me.
but this chat is okay.
Spidey says space beachcombers. Lemon Pie says space junk pickers.
Yeah.
And Lemon Pie says the West worries about not polluting the world, but we let the rest of the world do it more than we. Yes, that is exactly true. Well, the reason why is there's a lot of money to be had. And they're making a lot of money by what they're doing. That's the only reason why they're doing it here. It's not like they actually care. Canadian Spider-Man says, how about a show set in the Jetsons? But a repo man, I've come to repossess your space car. Canadian Spider-Man says, my travels tell me that you are correct, Lemon Pie. And Spidey says, the hole in the ozone was a lie. So same as the Ice Age in the 70s, acid rain and climate change. Bullshit. And yes, Canadian Spider-Man, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And that is the truth. They change it. Every decade, it's a new threat, is basically what he's saying. And that's what they've been doing since the 60s.
Yeah.
And by the way, the guy who, the founder of the Weather Channel, there's an interview with him. I've seen it before, and I was watching it again a couple of days ago. The founder of the Weather Channel, they interviewed him on, I can't remember what news station it was. And he said, oh, yeah, the whole thing's a hoax. The only reason why they have climate change is so they can put more restrictions, charge more money, charge more taxes, when nothing ever actually gets better. And the Earth's atmosphere always renews itself. We go through these cycles all the time that is totally normal if you look at the patterns. So he said, yeah. He said the whole thing is bogus. It's put on by politicians to get rich and powerful and to control the minions. And Lemon Pie says, CSM, yep, I remember when global cooling was the big scare. Well, I remember in the 70s when we were going to be attacked by killer bees. Lemon Pie says, climate by nature changes. It's not itself anything humans can control. Exactly. Canadian Spider-Man says, haha, Pleasant Valley Picker, CA, said 69. And by the way, everything they do, think about this, everything that is going on right now, climate change, kids mutilating themselves, the division of race and having people fight each other, tearing apart the nuclear family, everything points to population control and elimination. That's the whole focus of what all those things are connected. Canadian Spider-Man says, Pleasant Valley Picker, and said 69. And Spidey says they didn't have to break a strong moon orbit. get a bit away from the moon, and the Earth will pull you back. Well, you're right. The moon doesn't have that much of a gravitational pull. Sean
In the
Carter says
command
in the
module.
command module. Yes, thank you, Sean. Lemon Pie says, I think Mighty's cat should offer her opinion. Her name is Moon Pie.
Yes,
Oh, I
or
love moon
Deja
pie.
Vu. Either one.
I like chocolate moon pies. Sean Carter says, to
Aw.
get back to Earth, they just slingshot around the moon. Didn't take much fuel to get to speed. And Canadian Spider-Man says, there was a 14-second delay. Oh, okay, thank you. Lemon Pie says, Nixon was using WhatsApp. Sean says, there's not much of a delay. It's 1 light second away, but the conversation with Nixon was like staged.
Yes, it was.
Stream elements. That's what I'm saying. Is some things I think were filmed for the public. Is what I'm saying. They really went to the
Yes.
moon, but I think some things were staged for the public. Sean Carter says, I've heard the Santa Claus audio and it's creepy. Sean Carter says, Lemon Pie, hail, Lemon. Lemon Pie says, hail, Sean. And Canadian Spider-Man says, in Canada, there is always a delay. Ha ha.
Not here.
Sean Carter says, a Canadian Spider-Man waving.
Yeah, I had
And
Wait.
Spidey says, especially when the government owes you money. Absolutely. Sean Carter says, good to see you again. Lemon Pie says, do it like to see that video pop. I will. I'm going to go compile them together. Were you guys on that stream where I was talking about that a week or so ago?
Yes.
And I talked about the guy who went underground and the aliens attacked him with lasers. Were you guys there
Yeah,
for that?
yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
I
And he
remember.
died, and it was horrible shit. And yeah, I remember that.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I still have that tab pulled up. I'll organize my tabs, and I'll see if I can throw something together for this weekend.
Sounds good.
Now, a
Yeah,
lot of
you
that
should
stuff has been wiped. A lot of stuff's been wiped from Google, but I'll try to find what I can.
Maybe
Some of
you
the
should
stuff
do
that I
like
could
a.
describe, you would think I'm lying. Some of the stuff I described, you'd think I'm lying. So I would rather have the video or audio to back me up.
Well, that's my point. I try not to think people are lying, but sometimes they say stuff where I'm like, really? And I'm just one of
I'm
the. I'm a skeptic, Pop. I got to tell you, I'm a
well,
skeptic,
me too, right? Me too. Like
and
ghosts.
it's like, okay, that's very interesting, but give me some information to make me think it's actually plausible, right? That's all
Well,
I'm saying.
I'm the same way. I'm a realist, and like with ghosts, I'd have to see it to believe it.
I'm a
But what
total
changed? I
realist.
was
Yeah.
all when it comes to UFOs. I was always a skeptic until I saw one with my own eyes.
Yeah,
It
I've
flew over
seen a
my head.
couple.
It flew over my head, not more than 20 or 25 feet. And then that's what made me go to the rabbit hole and start looking deeper. And then I started
Yeah.
realizing that there's a lot of things that just don't make sense and don't connect.
Yeah, I've seen a few, and I saw a huge one like 3 or 4 months ago that kind of blew my mind, actually. So yeah,
So
Yeah,
then it either
and
does or
Bob,
doesn't exist. Go ahead.
yeah, I was
something
gonna
exists.
say. Well, no, I was going to say that I've related this story to a number of people already. When I was living in Phoenix, or I should say in Scottsdale at the time, and I was driving back on the 101 freeway. That's our state route freeway, and I saw that ship that they were talking about, the Phoenix Lights. That
Oh yeah,
thing was
that
not.
hovered in the air for hours. Kurt Russell
Yes,
saw it. He was flying a private plane at
Wow,
the time.
yeah, that was
wow.
not a helicopter. That was not a stealth airplane. That was
No,
not a
there's plenty.
regular. I mean, I know
There's
what I saw.
Yeah,
I know
there's
what I
plenty
saw.
of video. There's plenty of video footage of motherships and smaller
Yeah,
ships exiting and entering.
this thing was over Camelback Mountain, Pop. I mean, I left my driver's side window open, and there's nobody else on the freeway except me, and I mean, there's no sound, like nothing, and I left it open, and I'm seeing this thing hovering over Camelback Mountain. It's a mountain that kind of looks like a camel's head, and it's laying down or whatever in Arizona if you've ever been there. And I swear to God, it was not a plane or a helicopter or a stealth craft or anything. And
No,
I told people this. I said, I've seen it. I know what it was.
So,
And it was
Mikey,
not into this earth. So, yeah.
Mikey, can I just want to ask? It was stationary then. It was not moving.
yes,
It was
it was stationary for
stationary.
hours. For hours,
It
it
was
was in
That's
one
stationary for
place,
hours. And
that
it stood
that's
and
there
it was
literally.
miles long, several miles long.
Oh, I would
that's
say I'd give it take about 10 miles long at
wow.
least. At least.
That sounds exactly, well, not exactly, but that sounds very similar to what I saw maybe 4 months ago. I went
Yeah.
out one night, like, after dark to get groceries before the supermarket closed. And I looked up at the sky. This was like a Friday night after, I didn't, after work was over for the week. I look up, I see this bright triangular object. It's like three bright lights, and it's definitely a triangular shape, right? It's not moving. It's stationary. It's not, I think,
Okay.
oh,
Did it
is
have
this
a
a
light on each
plane?
corner? Did it
Yes.
have a light on and did it have a red
Yes.
light in the center on the bottom?
I didn't see a red light, but I saw three very white lights on each corner.
That's a TR3B. That's what I saw.
And I looked up. I stood there for like a minute before, because I wanted to go get my groceries before the supermarket closed. Of course, I looking up for a minute. I'm thinking this is extremely weird. I've
Well, it
seen
was.
stuff before, but this is even more weird than usual, right?
Well, you know what's
So did
even
you guys
more?
get any video footage of this? Any like
Okay.
pictures?
No, no,
Like,
I don't have a cell phone or anything, so
Oh,
Okay. Well, at the
I can
time,
do that.
yeah, I was going to say at the time, um, we where I was living was within a few miles from three different air bases. You had Luke Air Force Base, which was just west of us. Okay, you had Davis Monthan Air Base, which is a little bit further south. Okay, and then you had Sky Harbor Airport, which is the main the Phoenix hub.
right,
Their
right,
international airport. Yeah,
right,
those
right, right.
three things all in the area and of those Phoenix lights. And I swear to you, and then like I just told Pop in PvP, that was not a military aircraft I saw. I can recognize any, like I'm talking about any Air Force craft or stealth bomber. I've seen them all. Okay, flying overhead when they would go on maneuvers and stuff. So I know for a fact that what I saw on March 13th of 1997 was not of this earth. That's what I'm going to say. And I'll
Well,
say it till the day I die. So I know
the
what I'm saying.
thing, the thing that got me, Mikey, is like when I think of aircraft, I think of something that's moving because
Yeah.
we have like one of the biggest airports in Canada, like 15-minute drive from where I live, right
Okay.
here,
Yeah.
here in Kelowna. It's probably in the top half, dozen major airports in Canada. There's like probably millions of people that go out of this airport where
Oh,
I live every
absolutely.
year, right? Like
Yes.
there's flights every day.
Yes.
And I know when I see a plane going through the sky because I do see them, quite often going through the sky, when I'm out and about, right? And,
Yes.
this was not a plane because this thing was just hovering. It was not moving. It did not move at all. It just sat there, for like a minute or two when I watched it. And then I went, I got my groceries. I came back like, 30, 40 minutes later and I got out of my car and I look up, it's still there. It's still hovering pretty much
Wow.
exactly in the same position it was like 30 or 40 minutes
Yep.
earlier. This
Yep.
is
Now,
not
now,
a
Well,
this is not a freaking plane, guys, unless
no.
they've got some
now,
great technology I never heard about.
yeah. Now
Well, we
this
do
is
have.
great.
Well, keep this in mind. We do, us as humans on Earth, we do have alien vessels that we captured and or reverse engineered.
Yeah.
We have had interstellar travel since the 1950s and 60s. So I'm going to catch up on the chat really quick. Lemon Pies
Go
is,
for it.
do would like to see that video pop. Well, I will definitely cover this. Lemon Pies says,
Yeah.
where's the video of it? I am now on the screen. You can see is the video of the Phoenix lights that we were just talking about.
Yeah. We're
You've
just
seen for
talking about
miles. I
that.
believe you, Pop. Just want to know is there video if this thing was around for hours? Yes.
I
Oh
wasn't
yes.
Look
laughing at
up.
you,
Just
Pop.
go to, on YouTube. Just go to Phoenix Lights. That's all you got to do is type that
I,
in on YouTube, and you'll get the same video I'm looking at right now.
this is
I have
what I
video
was
of
laughing
PvP
at.
swilling, eggnog, and driving 100 miles an hour down a Canadian highway.
Lies, lies, total lies, lies. I deny every part of that statement.
Excuse me.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay. Swilling eggnog, I'll agree to. I never drive 100 miles per hour down any highway, though.
There is
See,
a
here's the
great.
interview. This is the interview with Kurt Russell where he says he saw the Phoenix Lights,
Holy
and if for
shit.
some reason it was
Cool.
erased from his memory.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of video. It was on the news, everything.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, that Dreamy Draw Dam, supposedly has a UFO that crashed a few months after the one at Roswell. And to this day, they still think that there is parts of that UFO inside the dam. The dam has no running water whatsoever. It was built by the Los Angeles Corps of Engineers from the U.S. Army.
Yeah,
I've
but
been to that site.
usually they go
Yeah,
through hell and high water to remove anything like that.
that,
By the way,
that's it.
Roswell,
Yeah,
it was two ships that crashed at Roswell.
yeah. Well, there was one that crashed in a mountainside near where the Dreamy Draw
Both
Dam is
both of them
today.
cr- both of them
Yeah,
crashed in the mountainside. The difference is one was saucer shaped and one was egg shaped.
yes.
And there was actual aliens still alive that they took away,
Oh, yes. Well,
and
that's what
autopsies
they
and all
like
that.
to, yeah, that's what they like to cover you about with the Dreamy Draw Dam. Because to
Have any of
this
you guys ever
day,
heard of have any heard of the Majestic 12?
yes.
No,
It
no,
was
sorry.
an alliance. It was an alliance with FDR created it with our top military, where we actually met with aliens. FDR did. They actually it's
Yeah,
like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. They actually built a landing strip. The aliens came down. FDR
of
shook
course.
hands with one of them, and they
Yeah,
agreed to share technology and resources.
yeah.
And there's records of that.
Yeah, and we never
Back then,
got it.
never got what
Never got the technology.
we did. I'm telling you, we have interstellar spaceships since the 50s and 60s.
Well,
Yeah.
why the fuck aren't the fucking governments using that? We could be
Well,
exploring
it's the same
planets.
thing. It's the same thing that we have free energy, but they're not going to give it to us because it would be free and they wouldn't be making money off of it.
Oh, it's
For
right. It's like
everything we're being told
the
by
guy.
NASA, everything we're being told by NASA, we're actually far beyond what they're telling the public.
It's like the guy that invented a way to power our cars on water, right? That I think you
Right,
mentioned months ago.
right.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
disappeared? Right.
Well,
But
gosh, isn't it fun to have a ruling global elite that wants to just fuck us all over?
yeah, right. The problem is what's sad is it's not the aliens who want to screw us over. It's our own politicians.
Yeah, it's our
Yeah.
own government that wants to mess with us. Well, I
Well,
know this. I know this for a fact.
yeah.
I'll tell you a real quick story. I know this for a fact that I met a gentleman, okay, who said that his
Damn.
son was involved in the U.S. Navy in intelligence force, okay, intelligence forces. His
Hmm.
son was not allowed to tell what they do involving aliens and so forth. But this gentleman did tell me that he worked in Area 51. He showed me a picture, and it did not look photoshopped. It did not look unreal. It looked real. And I looked at it and I said, "That's you." And he said, "Yeah, that's me." It was the only photograph he ever got to keep, or I should say, stole, from
Huh.
files there. And then, of course, he says, "Yeah, my son is working on top secret projects in the U.S. Navy." And I said, "Yeah, with the underwater." He says, "Oh, don't say that. Don't say that." He says, with those underwater, you know, what do you call them? The underwater alien things. So he says they're working with secret projects. And he says, "But my son's not allowed to say a word because if he says a word to me, he's dead. They'll kill me
Jesus
too if I
Christ.
say anything." And then I lost track of this guy, and he was a really nice guy. I mean, he would come in while I was working at Safeway. He would come and talk to me sometimes when I would go on a break or whatever. And then, of course, the man just completely disappeared off the face of the earth, like he didn't exist. You know, that
Jesus
scared
Christ.
me. I mean, that scared me because because I know the government will do that if they think you're getting too close. If you say something.
Well, I just want to say, guys, like maybe we should be careful about what we talk about on these live streams.
No, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. But another thing to make it easy for everybody is NASA has live feeds on the supposed space station. They have cameras pointed all around,
All
and they
right.
have a web channel where you can look at it 24 hours a day.
Cool.
And there's hours and hours of footage of spaceships zooming in and out and all around and making left-hand turns and all that crap.
Hmm.
I'm going to ask you a question, Pop. Do you honestly believe? I mean, now that you're looking at these pictures, I know they're just pictures, and it may not seem like it's giving the entire shape of the object.
Well,
But
no,
my
because it was
question,
not. That was the best we could see it because it happened at night.
Right, of course. But what I'm saying is, do you honestly believe that the excuse they still use 20 some odd years later is flares? Do you honestly
No,
believe
of
that?
course not. No,
Okay, good.
NASA stands for never a straight answer. Just keep that in mind.
Okay.
The only NASA's for is for disinformation.
Yes. Yes, I agree. I agree. Yes. Yeah, that's very true. Uh, so PvP, so Lemon, you were wicked? Okay.
And PvP says you are wicked, and PvP is laughing. Lemon Pie says, "Okay, I see a lot of videos of Phoenix Lights. I'll check it out later." Well, also
Yeah,
on that
please
stream I
do.
had last week, I showed the spiral. There was it was I think the Netherlands. The spiral that
Yeah,
was up in the sky for like 2 or 3 hours in one
yeah.
location, just spinning and spinning and spinning.
Yeah, I was going to tell Lemon Pie the best one to look for is the Phoenix Lights documentary that was filmed by the lady that has the most pictures of it and so forth. And it also has the interview with the who was back then the governor of Arizona, Fife Symington, who then later on admitted he saw it as well and knew it wasn't any military style craft. So
Okay, I have to
yeah,
ask: has anybody ever heard of Edward Billy Meyer?
Edward Billy Meyer. That
Yes.
doesn't ring a bell. Yeah, that doesn't
Okay,
ring a bell.
I could do a whole stream on him, and he's still alive. Thank goodness. Okay, he was a Swedish farmer, one armed man with a crutch,
Yeah.
and he, according to him, met with aliens several times. And what he did was they allowed themselves to be photographed. So at the
Oh wow.
time, he took still pictures and film footage with camera. Now, this is a one-armed man, and he would prop the camera and the tripod up, and he has still to this day caught the best UFO pictures ever. You guys have not heard of that?
You know what? I haven't seen his work on YouTube. That's odd that you mentioned him because I haven't
Yeah,
seen
back in the
anything else.
80s, he was so big that the actress Shirley MacLaine flew all the way out to his small farmhouse and stayed with him for a couple hours. He was raided
Wow.
by reporters and everybody who stole a lot of his stuff.
Oh wow. So they stole his. Okay.
And not only that, but the aliens gave him like samples of metal and materials that were sent all around the world to different labs to be tested. Nobody could match it.
Yeah, that sounds like the same kind of material that Jesse Marcel had when they had the Roswell crash. Stuff that could be easily, bendable, but goes back to its normal shape.
There it
So it
is.
wasn't like, yeah,
Yeah, I'm going to show you guys. This guy's incredible. There was a three. This is VHS days back in the 80s. They released a three VHS set of. They showed a lot of the stuff that he made, and I've only been able to download and find one. But he has a website out where it shows all his pictures and videos. I'm going to pull it up right now and share some of it with you guys.
okay, cool.
According to him, the aliens he met were from the constellation Pleiades.
Oh, but the ladies. Oh yeah.
Oh, according to him, they took him up into space, and he watched when we had the first docking of the first space station with the shuttle or whatever it was that docked it the first time, and the two astronauts met in space and shook hands. He said he
Oh
watched
wow.
that from a distance from the spaceship.
From the ship. Wow.
Let me see
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, it does seem legit, Nemesis. Yeah. Hmm.
Well, like he would show like UFOs like appearing and disappearing, and they're like moving really fast. And
Yeah.
then people would tell him that looks fake. It looks like you're just holding a hubcap on a string. And he said okay. And then he would come back with footage where it showed a UFO, and he told the aliens that people are saying this is fake. So what it did is the UFO flew over these pine trees, and you could see that the thrust was making the pine trees bend and blow under it.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds legit to me, Pop.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine,
Okay,
Pop.
okay.
You
A
sound
short,
fine. I'm just
I
muted
got
because I'm eating some peanuts.
That's okay. I have a short clip here I have a short clip here that has some of his footage. I'm going to show you guys.
Okay.
And they posted a vertical video. I could strangle these people, but I'm going to go ahead and show it. It's a small clip.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me see here. There's some of his most famous footage that he took with his little home camera.
Right.
And I muted the volume.
Living in Switzerland. His first contact with extraterrestrials took place when he was only a 5-year-old boy. I personally showed Myers UFO photos and films to the owners of the company that won the Academy Award for Special Effects. When I asked them if these were models, these photos and films, they said, no. I asked, can you duplicate Myers films? And they said, if we could, we'd have to go to CGI. In 1976, 78, there were recordings of the whirring. Sound engineers analyzed the sound, no sound source of record that could produce these sounds.
But there's a lot more. I'm going to try to see if I can find more. I apologize for that.
Oh yeah, no worries. I definitely want to check that out. Yeah, I will. I'll check those out on
There's one
YouTube.
they call the cake. There's one they call the birthday cake UFO, which is an incredible photo. I'm going to try to see if I can find that.
Okay.
Let's see, images. There it is.
Birthday tribute. Okay.
That's it there.
Wow. Yeah, right there. That looks.
And here's a clip. Right, a clip of the ship that was flying around the trees to show that it had thrust. This is another famous photo.
Yeah.
And this is from a film. So this is actually from a film that was in motion, but we're just looking at a still frame from the video. Here's another one with the birthday cake UFO.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks
Here's another
real.
shot. Look how clear that is.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You said that he took these in the the early 70s, right? And there was no such thing as CGI. So
70s with
yeah.
Correct.
So
and this famous picture here.
Right. Yeah.
They use this. They use this as an example too, because the UFO you see passes around and behind the tree. He did that to prove that it wasn't superimposed on the film or double exposed.
Wow. Yeah, I do recall.
Well, when we do our Bumleys from the lab, and when we talk about NASA and the stuff we were talking about earlier, I'll pull up Billy Myers' website and show you guys more of this footage and pictures.
Yes.
Well, and he also predicted. They told him a lot of things that he predicted that came true afterwards. That's another thing I forgot to mention.
What was one of the things that is most prominent that he predicted? What was the most prominent one?
The war in Iraq.
Oh, really?
HIV, man-made diseases.
Wow. Yeah.
And according to what the aliens told him, we're their descendants.
Wow.
They lived here at one point.
Far-fetched. Yeah, no, that doesn't sound too far-fetched. No, it
right.
doesn't.
Mars used to be populated. And the reason why it's not anymore, because there was a war and it decimated the entire population. And that's why Mars has that big scar going across it.
Is that why it's so red? Because of the radiation from the war? Is that why
I think the radiation is part of that. You mean the sand?
Yeah.
That I don't know, because I don't know what the original Mars looked like before it was decimated.
Right.
But apparently Mars was populated. Oh, by the way, that's another thing, is there's actual photos with the reconnaissance satellites looking down closely at the Mars surface, and they have underground glass tubes that look like they're like elevator type tubes. So they're guessing that there's people probably living down below, or at least used to live down below.
Yeah. Yeah, that's wow. That's crazy, though.
And there's a whole bunch of stuff you see here.
Oh, sure.
I know it's getting late, guys. I apologize.
That's okay.
I know we're not exactly talking about horror.
Yeah, there was four more after that.
A lot of the
Nemesis.
information I get is from an excellent YouTube channel called Secure Team 10.
Yeah, Secure Team. Yeah, no, I've seen their site, Pop. Secure Team 10. Yeah.
He's got years and years and years of stuff, right?
Oh yeah, lots of stuff.
Yeah,
There's
I can't find any
there's
good
still
photos
one.
like what he shows.
Yeah, there's still one thing that bothers me. Uh, Carl Sagan. When he said one time, somebody asked him in an interview. He said, "Do you believe in aliens?" He says, "Well," he says, "unless I have one right in front of me right now, on a table, being dissected in front of my very eyes." He says, "I don't think I can believe in those aliens." Because he
I,
said
I,
he
don't,
needed.
I don't blame him for that. I've actually had that discussion with people before where we talked about it, and for
Yeah,
years I was upset with Carl. I was upset with Carl Sagan because I
yeah.
thought he was like that deGrasse Tyson guy. I thought he was full of shit. But then
Yeah.
looking back on it now, I was thinking he was just being a realist. He was just saying, "Well, unless I see it, I don't believe it." But I think that if he did believe it, he wasn't going to tell us.
Oh,
Because
sure. I, I
he also said in another interview, he said the chance of this miracle that is life on Earth with us as sentient human beings, the fact that that only happened once out of the entire universe, he says is very unlikely. So it kind
right.
of went back and forth. And obviously, Stephen Hawking definitely believed in it.
Oh yeah, Stephen Hawking actually said that he says he says if anybody thinks that we're the only sentient life forms in the universe, they're either idiots or fools. That's what he
Yep.
called.
And he said,
Yeah,
and he also said, he goes, we have the SETI Institute and all that. He says, where we're sending signals out to space. He said, we better hope nobody comes and looking for us.
I
Yeah, I'm thinking, yeah, with our luck, it would be the Klingon Empire, right?
oh
Well, yeah,
geez,
because that's how a lot of things conquer, and we have a lot of resources they could
Exactly.
use.
I
Well,
was
let's
there.
face it, it's a 50-50 chance that
Yeah,
we
I was
50-50 we'd get good aliens or horribly nasty aliens, right? So
yeah PvP when I drove through. After I left my second ex back in Oklahoma. I had my car. I got to keep the car we had, and I drove it back through New Mexico. And I actually went down to the VLA, which they call the Very Large Array. That's the 25, satellite things that are into space, run by
right,
SETI, which are in a
right,
box canyon surrounded by four, different mountain canyons there. And these
right.
are on railroad tracks, and they're running them, periodically
Yeah, I've heard the
for
isn't the SETI project basically all dedicated to finding human life?
look for
Supposedly, yes. Sorry, forgot to mute.
Yeah,
extraterrestrial life. And I actually got
that's
to
what
see
they're
that
searching
array.
for, right? Yeah.
Yes, but according to several sources, Billy
Yeah.
Meyer said this, and so did the Majestic
Oh
12.
yeah, sorry.
Here's what they said. They said we've had several species visit the Earth, some hostile, some
Yes.
not hostile.
Yeah.
But apparently there is a peace treaty signed where Earth is off limits. They're not allowed to fight here.
Really.
So we've had lots of different species visiting the planet of all different kinds. I mean, that's why you've heard different descriptions. We get everything from 3 foot tall gray aliens to 18-foot tall aliens to insects.
Yeah.
They say there's a race of insects, giant insects.
Oh
Because
wow.
but and supposedly they're the ones that live like in the desert areas like Nevada and Arizona underground, and they feed on humans. And apparently that's where they say a lot of us disappearing in the public parks are going,
Oh yeah.
and that's why the government won't investigate because it's the deal they have with the government in exchange for technology.
Yeah. Well, there's an area down there, Paul, uh, specifically, which they call the Saguaro National Monument, which has all these saguaro cacti, which are growing all over in one part of the state, and that's where a lot of people disappear. So you might be talking about the same area, because that's where
Well,
they have a national monument. So
there's a documentary called The Missing 411, and it's where a
yeah,
retired police officer went and calculated all the people that disappeared at all the national parks. And there's clusters, there's hot clusters where people just disappeared, and the park services will not investigate.
yeah, yeah. They won't even investigate. There's supposedly stories about cryptids that live in the Mogollon Rim area, which isn't too far from where you are, over in
Right,
Payson.
a cryptid. There's been no proof of it yet, so everything I'm speaking of so far has been corroborated by more than one person at least. It's
Right.
like Bigfoot. I don't know. I'm sure, but maybe it's there. But like with the missing people, there was three guys out hunting, and they built like there's a word for it. But it's you build like a shelter where the animals can't see you.
A
And
bivouac. A bivouac. Yes.
okay, they each built one apiece, and they were about 10 feet away from each other, and one of them just disappeared. Just boom,
Yeah.
gone.
Yeah. 10 feet
And
away.
and he was an older guy, very experienced hunter and everything.
Oh,
And
yeah.
there was
Yeah.
like a whole bunch of stories like that. There was one of them where a baby disappeared in diapers, and they
Yeah.
immediately it was right with the family when they were camping. It disappeared. They called the Rangers. They put out a search, and like an hour later, they found it several miles, like up on a mountaintop. There's no way the kid could have made it there in that short amount of time.
Yeah. There was a story that was circulating around uh, about an area called Woods Canyon Lake. And my friend Larry and I and my brother and another friend of mine, James, had been up there before. And there was a story at the time which was circulating that there was a young girl and she was walking the lake with her parents, just around the outside of it. And then all of a sudden she disappeared. Well, eventually they found her another 100 miles away from where she was at the lake. And she was in a town. I think it might have been Sholo or somewhere other else in the state. And they said, how in the hell did she get there? There's no way. First of all, she's walking the Woods Canyon Lake shoreline. So first of all, there's no way that she could have walked that far from there. Secondly, they find her, in the woods outside of a town, 100 miles from where she was originally. That is the craziest thing. It's like, you know, they said, well, how did she get there? How did she get, carried all that way? There wasn't anybody near her. She was only a few feet in front of her parents. They still had sight of her even up to one point, and then she just disappeared. You know, so
Yeah, that actually happens a lot. And where I'm living now, where I just moved, I'm about an hour away from Sedona, Arizona, and that's like one of the UFO
yeah,
hotspots of the United States. So I'm planning on
oh
doing some
yeah,
camping there and taking some cameras with me.
yeah. You need to go to Sedona and look for those other portals, Pop. My
That's
wife and I
another
went
thing.
through
Like,
it.
thank you, Mikey. That's another thing, Mikey. There's videos of portals where a portal appear in the sky and a ship would come in or out and then it would disappear.
Yeah. Well, no, there's also portals that lead to other different dimensions, Pop. We were driving
I'm
the
sure.
highway. No, we were driving the highway that was going into town. And before we got into town, my wife said, "Oh, look!" And quickly we looked over, and there's old style Indians. The kind that were back in Arizona before. Pima Indians, I think it was, and they were riding on horses. My wife saw this for like a brief few seconds, alongside our car, and then they just disappeared. Yeah, we went through. You go through parts like that, where you see, things that just are out of place. Yeah, you definitely
That's
should
why
go
Steven
down there and
Spielberg.
take a look.
That's
Yeah,
why Steven Spielberg put that in the movie Close Encounters, where they were bringing back people from different eras, because that's one
yes,
of the beliefs that's what they do. And by the way,
yeah,
when he made that movie, he consulted with Ronald Reagan because he knew Ronald Reagan, whatever the word is, definitely believed in UFOs. He said he saw them several times,
yeah,
and Steven Spielberg, when he was making Close Encounters the third time, he went to talk to Ronald Reagan. He even screened the movie at the White House, And he's asking Ronald Reagan, so he says, "So do you think it really exists, or whatever? Or, tell me the truth."
Yeah. There's even
And
a
Ronald Reagan said, "Is all I can tell you is what I've seen." He says, "But the vice president, who was George Bush Sr. at the time, was
Yeah.
in charge of security, and he would not give Ronald Reagan the information because Ronald Reagan did not have the need to know." So George Bush
Right.
Sr. definitely knew.
Oh
And
yeah, no,
Ronald Reagan said to Steven Spielberg, he said, "All I can tell you is your movie is very close."
there you go. Well, and you notice something too. You haven't heard much word about the Men in Black films. You haven't really heard that much about. You get a lot of fallacy. You get a lot of, you know,
Oh,
false
that that
information.
that ship wait that ship that crashed in Vegas last month, the Men in Black were there, and that made the news.
Yeah, I know.
So they
I
definitely
know.
exist.
Oh yeah, they do. See, what I'm afraid of, Pop, which I'm sure you're probably the same way, and I'm sure PvP will agree with me on this, is the day that two men that walk up to your door and say who they are, the Men in Black themselves. I don't want to ever meet them. I don't want to ever meet them because I've heard so many horror stories. I definitely don't want to meet them. That's
No,
my
it's not. If you're right, if you're meeting the Men in Black, then it's a very bad thing, right?
yeah, it's my fear. They're scarier than monsters. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, we're just talking. Sorry, my wife was telling me about a friend of ours is getting a little too clingy. Sorry about that. Yeah, yeah, that's my fear though. I don't want to ever meet the Men in Black for real. Yeah, never.
Okay, I'm going to show this video here if I can. I shouldn't. I don't think I'll get stricken, but I'm going to go ahead and show it.
Okay.
This is the UFO because I mentioned it last week or so on my stream, and a lot of people hadn't heard of it. So this is the
Okay.
actual 911 call. And what happened was the officers were on a different call, and they saw the meteor shoot overhead, and they were like, "What the hell is that?" And then they got a phone call from a family saying that a UFO landed in their backyard, and the cops went to investigate. And this is the video I'm going to share right now.
Okay. And then after this, we'll catch up with the chat again. Yeah, we should.
Yes,
Yeah.
and hopefully we have volume.
Okay, what's going on over there?
Can we unmute?
Okay, ladies. Me, my dad, and my brother, we're working on a truck in our backyard, and we have a big lot outside, right? Correct?
Okay.
We were working, and we just see in a corner of our eye something fall down from the sky, and a big impact, and we felt it. We felt like an energy, and then we hear like a lot of footsteps near us, and then we have a big equipment, and we see, and there's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and it's looking at us, and it's still there.
Okay, where is this on your property?
In my backyard. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually we're terrified of it.
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
What? Wow.
And that was just last month.
And that was just last month. Wow, that's crazy.
And the cops told them, "Show us your backyard." And as soon as they go into the fence, they cut the video. And the cops actually said, "Sorry, we can't show you the backyard because it's private property." Bullshit! They show it on cops all the time.
Yeah.
Anybody these cop busts on YouTube, they show the property all the time. But no, they cut the video as soon as the cops walked in the backyard.
Yeah.
And they asked the family, they said, "Did you get a good look at them?" And exactly what they said was, "We tried to look at them, but for some reason they were blurry. It was like they were partially cloaked."
Yeah, it looks like they were being hidden for some reason.
Yeah, and the Men in Black took their phones, and they said the Men in Black were driving around the block for hours and hours after that.
Oh, jeez. Wow.
I mean,
Oh,
so obviously, this day and age, they had cell phones. They took them out there and they taped it. But the Men in Black showed up right after the cops did, or during while the cops were there, confiscated everything.
yeah. Well, I heard that that's probably what happened to the friend I told you about earlier, where they said his son was in the U.S. Naval Intelligence and doing special projects. And I'm sure that the Men in Black took my friend out, just killed him.
It's very likely.
Yeah, it's
A lot of people
more like
disappear, right? A lot of people disappear.
yeah, yeah.
And
It's sad.
Nemesis said that seems legit, but the darn my cop. Too legit to quit, says Lemon Pie. Nemesis says, here comes the pain train.
Hey, train.
Lemon Pie says, pain train. PPP says Lemon Pie. PPP, don't worry about that video. It's just for me to watch my own viewing pleasure. And Lemon Pie says, Nemesis is bringing a pain train. Lemon Pie says, if aliens exist or any female attractive and rich, let me answer that. I actually have an answer.
Okay.
Obviously, and I know part of that's a joke. So obviously they don't have monetary value as far as money. But the guy that I showed you the picture of, Billy Meyer, one of
Yeah.
the aliens that he had contact with for years, her name was Simyazi. She had long blonde hair, and he had
Really?
pictures of her. Yes,
Wow.
she's one I said was from the Palladian cluster.
The Pleiades. Yeah.
Lemon Pie says I can overlook having 3 or 4 legs.
Or 2 eyes or 3 eyes. Or like in the Fifth Element. If you
I'd have
remember
to
the
watch
Fifth
that.
Element movie. Yeah.
Oh, I remember the Fifth Element, but for me, that loudmouth black guy, it just ruined the entire movie. It was like taking the whole movie and just flushing it down the toilet.
Well, Chris Tucker is an idiot.
Well,
That's
yeah, but
why that
unfortunately,
movie didn't do
it was a
so
great
well.
movie. It was a great
Yeah.
movie, and why they put him in there? Oh my god, I was having
Yeah,
a
I
great
never
time until he
understood
came
that.
on.
Yeah.
I
No,
can't
I agree
stand
with
when
you.
they do that stereotypical, mamma jamba.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure. It's irritating as hell. He was. Ay, ay, ay. Just bad. Just bad.
That's why I don't like
You
little
know who
Will Smith.
I miss? You know who I miss from that movie though was Ian Holm, that played the priest. I thought he did a good role. I liked his role. Ian
The
Holm.
priest,
Yeah,
the
Ian
priest.
Holm. Yeah,
In what movie?
in the Fifth Element, Ian Holm. He played the priest.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Believe it
He
or
was
not,
good. I liked Ian Holm.
all I remember is Bruce Willis, Uma Thurman, and then when the once the black guy came on, I was done. I couldn't even tell you the ending of the movie.
No, no, that was Mila Jovovich.
Yes,
Her first movie ever. Yeah, Uma was
yes.
not in that film. Yeah,
Well, I get the two mixed up.
yeah. No, that's okay. No worries. Not to say that.
As soon as the black loudmouth came on, I tuned out.
Yes. Yeah.
Same thing with
Nope, and I can
Independence
understand.
Day. As soon as Will
Yeah.
Smith punched the alien and opened his mouth, I tuned out
Yeah. Where he said,
because
"Welcome to Earth."
they don't realize how racist they're depicting themselves when they fall back into that same loudmouth stereotype. You think they'd be the first ones to say, "I'm not going to do that."
Yeah. And
Just
then,
like an
I'm sorry.
example, the thick,
Yeah.
thick rush hour.
Yeah.
The whole
Yeah.
rush
No, I.
hour was about making fun of the Chinese, but they couldn't insult the black people. So go back and watch Rush Hour. And that's what the whole movie's about, making fun of Chinese, but nobody can make fun of black people. I loathed those movies, and it's too bad because I like Jackie
Yeah.
Chan, but that
If
was
you
so
have,
beneath him.
sure.
Clear my
Yeah, it was.
throat.
Yeah.
Hated it.
And if it was just about Jackie Chan, I would have been happy with that if it was just only about him. Yeah, I agree.
75% of the movie was racist jokes directed at him, and I
Yeah.
didn't like that. And he's an
No, I didn't
accomplished. I like his martial arts. I like his movies going way back, and to pair him with that nasty, foul-mouthed, loud, ignorant, racist. Oh my God, those movies just make my blood boil. I hated them so much. And
I
people
know.
I had friends and family who were laughing. Ah, isn't that funny? Ha ha ha. No, it's not.
No, it's
And
not.
I would tell them, I said, if it's funny, then why doesn't he make jokes about black people? Why can't they at least
Right.
be even? Of course, we're not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah. Now, who has monetary systems? I was just reading that just now from Lemon Pie.
The advice is they may have monetary systems if they exist. Well, that's
Yeah.
possible, but not like we have now. And the
Right.
price is, yeah, but here's the reason why I say that. They don't live on slavery like we do here now. So they're so far beyond what we have and what we do that we can't even comprehend it yet. But they don't have where one person takes advantage of another person. And
Right.
unfortunately, that's how our planet is ran. Lemon Pie says, yeah, but that line also took me out of that movie Pop. I think he's talking about Independence Day.
The one where I said, yeah, he goes,
Lemon
welcome
Pie
to
says,
Earth.
welcome to
Yeah.
Earth.
Yeah, after he punched him.
Yeah, I remember. I was so excited. The special effects were great. I thought, okay, the suspense building up. These aliens going to be kick ass. And then there it is, the scene where he punches the alien and knocks it out. And I'm thinking, oh, are they serious? They actually went there.
They
And
did.
I was done. I was done. Done. So that was one of my least favorite alien invasion movies. It ruined the whole thing. And by the way,
Yeah.
that was my first time I'd ever watched anything with Will Smith in it. I didn't watch The Fresh Prince or any of that crap. But then I saw Will Smith after it, like in I Am Legend and a few other things, and it's like seriously, he just acts like Will Smith all the time. He doesn't play a character; he acts like Will Smith, starring Will Smith, playing Will Smith.
Right. Now, he's ruined just about every film he's really ever put out. I mean, if you
Such an
watch,
ego.
well, yeah, but okay, I'll give you really one good example that he ruined a franchise for me, and that was Wild Wild West. When he did
Oh
Wild Wild
yeah,
West, I was like, "Are you freaking kidding me?"
I remember when
Absolutely
they were
stupid.
advertising that movie before it came out, and I knew it was
Yeah,
going to be crap. I knew it
yeah.
was going to be crap, and then when I saw it, it was worse than I expected.
Don't get me started on that Wild Wild West film. Jesus Christ,
Oh
Yeah,
Will
my
because I'm a big
Smith.
god.
the original series, and that was like, oh my god, I can't believe they did that.
So we get the
Yeah.
we get the greatness that was Jim West going to the crap that was Will Smith.
Yes.
Or the great Grace Ross Martin that was replaced by Kevin Kline. It's like what drugs were they on when they did the casting? My God.
Uh
I'll tell you right now, if I didn't have to work tomorrow early, I'd slap my head against the table right now and knock myself out. But
huh.
Well,
Speaking
Yeah.
I'm
of
going to
though,
be
Even.
guys, I'm gonna
oh
head out
God,
here.
that's
So
Oh
so
my
yeah,
god.
bad.
Even.
I'm going to be wrapping this up too because my dogs need to go potty.
Oh, you
Well,
gotta
hey,
go potty. Okay.
it's
Oh,
almost 11 o'clock
PvP.
my time. I gotta sleep
I
soon.
want I want to mention something really quick. PvP. I mentioned this before you came on. Is I was telling everybody I want to get back to start showing some of the classic horror movies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a policy. For example, like the first Tuesday of every month will be classic sci-fi horror.
Oh, great.
So my next pull out, I'm going to pick all classic sci-fi horror like Frankenstein, Them, Thing from Another World, stuff like that. I'll put a poll up, and that's what we'll vote on for next week. And then after that, it'll be the first Tuesday of every month. We'll do classics. Does that sound okay?
So that's
That
great.
sounds
I would.
great.
You'll get my vote for them anytime you post that one because that's one of my favorite. One of my favorite 50 sci-fi films ever.
Right. And
Yeah,
we
for
need
the
to see
fact
it
that it
before
was
the
filmed
remake
in
comes
Europe.
out. Right.
I was just going to
Yeah.
say earlier too, Pop, that as much as I love the horror stuff you've been doing the last while, I do miss films like Death Race 2000, which are more sci-fi oriented with Mr. Frankenstein and all that fun stuff. And I wouldn't mind if you throw a sci-fi film in the mix once in a
Oh
while, like
no,
maybe once a month kind of
yeah,
thing.
no, I don't mind at all. Like Mikey was talking about, the earth stood still. I'd be like, absolutely. Forbidden
Yeah.
Planet, sure.
Oh, I love Forbidden Planet, but you did that one already, did you not?
No, nope.
You didn't? Oh
No, he
shit!
hasn't done it yet with Robbie the Robot
I
yet.
must have watched it on somebody else's stream a
Right,
couple months ago.
right, and I could especially do the Ray Harryhausen like it came from beneath the sea and
Oh yeah.
Beast from a Thousand Fathoms and all that stuff.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, and the original War of the Worlds. George
Yes.
Powell.
oh yeah,
You can't do better than George Powell. Come on.
greatest
Yeah,
special
the
effects,
Time
man.
Machine. The Time Machine. That's another one I want to cover.
Oh yes, the Time
Yep,
Machine. Sure. Yeah.
another great one. Yeah.
Yeah,
How
so
about
that's
the
why I'm
color in
saying is,
that one?
I keep having all these. Right, I know that's why I'll be the first to admit we've been having all these streams with 80s and 90 horror movies. It's like, nope, the point of my stream originally was horror sci-fi from all these different genres. So that's why I'm
Yeah.
going to stipulate at least once a month that we're going to cover only the classics. And yes, I definitely want to include sci-fi. I mean, how am I ever going
Yeah.
to get Plan 9
No.
from Outer Space in here about to do sci-fi horror, right? Comedy.
Do you want to get Plan 9 from outer space?
You
Absolutely,
want
we're
to
going
get
to do Plan
Batman from
9.
Outer Space with Ed
Okay,
Wood? Come on.
Pop, Pop,
Seriously? Oh, man.
Pop. This is my suggestion. If you're going to do Plan 9, you need to do the Creeping Terror.
Oh, we can do that. It's not as funny, but we can do
it's
Creeping Terror.
it's pretty goddamn funny. It's pretty insane. I think it's one of the funniest films I've ever seen. To be honest, I mean, it's so bad. It's a classic, right?
We've got a very, very deep well to pull from, so it'll be a
We
long time
do.
before we run out of material.
If you want to
Yeah,
go
he
Plan
could
9
do a double
first, that's
feature.
fine though. You know.
Yeah, you could do a double
Well, I'll
feature
put a
and do
poll up.
Plan 9 first,
I'll
then
try
another
to
one.
right. I'll try to come up with some titles. Oh, by the way, you guys, if you're on my Twitter, send recommendations if you want to on Twitter. But I will try to compile a list together of some of the top 50s horror slash sci-fi, and I'll put a poll up for next week. And like I said, I'm going to make it at least a once a month thing
Yeah, that'd be
where we'll
great.
cover only a classic movie. Where I'll put a poll up and we can vote for it.
Okay,
Actually,
sounds good.
a Plan 9 Creeping Terror double bill might not be bad because they're both like 80, 90 minutes. You know, they're both fairly short films, right? So that
It's
might work.
we could possibly, but it's difficult because Tuesday's a weeknight and a lot of people get up early the next day, so that's why I'm hesitant to have a double feature.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, like Gorilla had to dip out
Yeah.
already, right? And I know Nemesis has to go, so I'm gonna go ahead and wrap
Yeah, it's
this
almost
up.
midnight here, so
All right. Well, thank you, Lemon. Thank you for coming here and you voted. I appreciate that. You shared with us some information about your channel. Everybody, I recommend. Please check out Nemesis Beaton's channel. You'll see him all over on other streams as well, and he'll be back next week with our next. Depending on what movie you vote for, like I said, I'll put a few classics up there and let you guys vote. But thank you,
yeah,
Nemesis. I really appreciate it, and thank you for being here tonight with us.
of course, always a pleasure, Pop. It's always wonderful being here with you and everyone else.
Likewise, you're a fantastic co-host. Thank you.
Yeah, we love your input, Nemesis. We really do. We enjoy what you and Pop bring to the genre, and PvP and I are just, we're giddy with excitement.
yeah. I just want to say, Nemesis, that I always enjoy our discussions when we do live streams on Pop's channel, and you have a lot of interesting things to say, and I try to add my little bit, and together we have a whole lot of fun on these live streams. And Pop mentioned earlier, like it makes his week, it lifts him up, it makes him feel good, and I'm kind of really getting bored with my job right now. I'm thinking of retiring, even though I don't know if I can financially totally afford it, but you get to that point after like almost 4 years, you go, I'm kind of hating this job, right? And it's like when I go on Pop's Monday night Lost in Space or his Tuesday night horror sci-fi streams, it just totally boosts my mood. It's like, because the worst part of when you're working is the early part of the week, right? Because you got that whole 5 day stretch ahead of you. But once I get through, Monday, Tuesday, it's like, okay, I'll get into Wednesday and it's like it's hump day. It's almost
Oh
half
yeah.
over. So, you know, and
Yep.
I really appreciate the time I spend on here with you guys because you guys really do cheer me up a hell of a lot. And you guys
Excellent.
are great. You guys are great.
Excellent. I agree. Fantastic people. I feel very lucky to have you guys here.
Exactly.
I feel blessed. I feel blessed to have you gentlemen here, and
I feel
Gorilla,
blessed.
and Lemon Pie. I feel and Nemesis. I feel extra blessed because and Resolute Germ because you guys are all highly intellectual people, and I love your opinions. I love the way you guys are so kind and so compassionate about what you love to watch and what you love to see, and it's just wonderful. It really is. I get through days because I want to hear, you know, Pop say something great. I want to hear Gorilla say something great. Resolute, UPVP, Nemesis, all the people, and Lemon Pie and Sean Carter. All you guys are absolutely amazing. Uh, just amazing people. I love it. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Okay. Well, thank you guys. I'm going to finish the chat here really quick. Lemon Pie says
Yes.
if they are so advanced, why the anal probing? Well, like with the anal probing is another thing that's pretty consistent among abductees. They said they've been probed, anal and otherwise, starting back to the Barney and Benny Hill days, and that's
Yeah,
the reason why, according to what the lore goes, is that they're experimenting on us and they're manipulating our genetics and our how we evolve.
our
That's it.
DNA. Yeah.
Right. Nemesis of Eden says, "Have an amazing night, all. Thank you for being here." Likewise, Nemesis. Because probing is sweet at lemon pie. That's it. It's like they do that because that'll get them. Yeah, that's the reason why you're all laughing at us. Lemon pie says,
Wow.
"Nemesis scared me tonight." Just kidding. Lemon pie says, "Thanks, Pop Plus panel." Likewise,
You're
Sean
welcome.
Carter says, "Thank you, Sean. Bless you too." And Lemon pie says, "I agree. A good stream is the highlight of the week." And my point is, always keep it new. Always talk about something different. Let's not repeat the same stuff over and over and over and over. So there's plenty of new stuff on the horizon we haven't even covered yet. So I'm excited.
Me
Well,
too.
the great thing is these are films that are old films that aren't new, but we can bring something new to them when we analyze and discuss them on these great streams, right? So it's like we're keeping
Yes,
old films as new, right? And I hope
and we're
somebody, if
and we're
some
also
young person,
we're
you,
also
you know, well, I'm just going to say if some young person actually, stumbles on one of these streams and they get intrigued and they actually go watch it and they go, "Hey, this is a great film." That would be cool, right? You know,
yeah. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping for.
yeah,
That's my intention is to introduce for people that have not seen it, introduce it to the younger audiences because otherwise they
mm,
probably never see a lot of this.
exactly.
Well, we got that started with Daniel having his light for Lost in Space because he never knew what that was. So, Pop, you
Same
are
with
coming in
Gorilla.
to
He
be
didn't know what it was.
yeah,
Yeah, Gorilla didn't know what it was, and he likes it.
Well,
yeah.
So
Jill
it is
Jill never
possible.
saw it. Jill never saw it either, and she's totally into it now, right? So
Oh, she's
Yep.
definitely into it. Yeah,
yeah,
Jill loves it.
Jill's cool though. I got her into A Man from Uncle and the Avengers, which we watch on Sundays together,
Oh
and
yeah,
she's
Emma
like,
Peel.
"Oh, she loves Emma Peel." I think Jill's probably got it at her home in Texas. She has an Emma Peel altar built right now with a picture of Emma, with candles lit and the whole thing.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
Jill's fun.
sorry.
I'm going to call it a night. I want to say good night, everybody,
Yeah,
and thank you to
I
everybody in the
gotta
chat for
sleep.
being here.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Pop,
thank
for
you for
having us.
spending time with me, everybody. I really appreciate it. I had a blast, and like I
Great
said,
fun.
I'll try to get that. I'll try to get that paranormal remedy from the lab ready by this weekend, where I can show clips so we can talk about it. But as it stands right now, my plans definitely Lost in Space next Monday, and we're going to do a classic horror movie, horror slash sci-fi, either one or both, next Tuesday, and of course we'll have Gilligan's Island on Wednesday, and we'll have Gilligan's Island tomorrow too as well on my channel. If you're watching this on the rerun, I hope you enjoyed yourself. If you did, please click the like, hit the subscribe, possibly the alert notifications, so you'll know when I have more streams available. Thank you most of all to everybody in the chat. You guys made this a great time, and it was fun. I had a good time tonight. Thank you. Like I said earlier, it gives me the energy that I needed. So I will talk to everybody soon. Have a great night and peace.